Started kindergarten at Bryn Mawr Elementary School in the fall of 1969, showing up with the twin advantages of knowing in advance how to read basic words and having a well-liked second-grade brother ahead of me. The school, a 4-story brick building with a yard in front, sat just a couple of blocks from our house on Euclid. Getting there involved a 2-minute walk, or if you did it like Craig, a 1-minute run. I liked school right away. I liked my teacher, a diminutive white lady named Mrs. Burrows, who seemed ancient to me but was probably in her 50s. Her classroom had big sunny windows, a collection of baby dolls to play with, and a giant cardboard playhouse in the back. I made friends in my class, drawn to the kids who, like me, seemed eager to be there. I was confident in my ability to read. At home, I'd plowed through the Dick and Jane books, courtesy of my mom's library card, and thus was thrilled to hear that our first job as kindergarteners would be learning to read new sets of words by sight. We were assigned a list of colors to study, not the hues, but the words themselves: red, blue, green, black, orange, purple, white. In class, Mrs. Burrows quizzed us one student at a time, holding up a series of large manila cards and asking us to read whatever word was printed in black letters on the front. I watched one day as the girls and boys I was just getting to know stood up and worked through the color cards, succeeding and failing in varying degrees, and were told to sit back down at whatever point they got stumped. It was meant to be something of a game, I think, the way a spelling bee is a game, but you could see a subtle sorting going on and a knowing slump of humiliation in the kids who didn't make it past red. This, of course, was 1969. In a public school on the south side of Chicago, nobody was talking about self-esteem or growth mindsets. If you'd had a head start at home, you were rewarded for it at school, deemed bright or gifted, which in turn only compounded your confidence. The advantages aggregated quickly. The two smartest kids in my kindergarten class were Teddy, a Korean-American boy, and Chayaka, an African-American girl, who both would remain at the top of the class for years to come. I was driven to keep up with them. When it came my turn to read the words off the teacher's manila cards, I stood up and gave it everything I had, rattling off red, green, and blue without effort. Purple took a second, though, and orange was hard. But it wasn't until the letters WHITE came up that I froze altogether, my throat instantly dry, my mouth awkward and unable to shape the sound as my brain glitched madly, trying to dig up a color that resembled wahaya. It was a straight-up choke. I felt a weird airiness in my knees as if they might buckle. But before they did, Mrs. Burrows instructed me to sit back down, and that's exactly when the word hit me in its full and easy perfection. White, white. The word was white. Lying in bed that night with my stuffed animals packed around my head, I thought only of white. I spelled it in my head, forward and backward, chastising myself for my own stupidity. The embarrassment felt like a weight, like something I'd never shake off, even though I knew my parents wouldn't care whether I'd read every card correctly. I just wanted to achieve, or maybe I didn't want to be dismissed as incapable of achieving. I was sure my teacher had now pegged me as someone who couldn't read or, worse, didn't try. I obsessed over the dime-sized gold foil stars that Mrs. Burrows had given to Teddy and Chayaka that day to wear on their chests as an emblem of their accomplishment, or maybe a sign that they were marked for greatness when the rest of us weren't. The two of them, after all, had read every last color card without a hitch. The next morning in class, I asked for a do-over. When Mrs. Burrows said no, cheerily adding that we kindergartners had other things to get to, I demanded it. Pity the kids who then had to watch me face the color cards a second time, going slower now, pausing deliberately to breathe after I'd pronounced each word, refusing to let my nerves short-circuit my brain. And it worked through black, orange, purple, and especially white. I was practically shouting the word white before I'd even seen the letters on the card. I like to imagine now that Mrs. Burrows was impressed with this little black girl who'd found the courage to advocate for herself. I didn't know whether Teddy and Chayaka had even noticed. I was quick to claim my trophy, though, heading home that afternoon with my head up and one of those gold foil stars stuck on my shirt. At home, I lived in a world of high drama and intrigue, immersing myself in an ever-evolving soap opera of dolls. There were births, feuds, and betrayals. There was hope, hatred, and sometimes sex. My preferred way to pass the time between school and dinner was to park myself in the common area outside my room and Craig's and spread my Barbies across the floor, spinning out scenarios that felt as real to me as life itself, sometimes inserting Craig's G.I. Joe action figures into the plot lines. I kept my dolls' outfits in a child-sized vinyl suitcase covered in a floral print. I assigned every Barbie and every G.I. Joe a personality. I also recruited into service the worn-out alphabet blocks my mother had used years earlier to teach us our letters. They, too, were given names and inner lives. I rarely chose to join the neighborhood kids who played outside after school, nor did I invite school friends home with me, in part because I was a fastidious kid and didn't want anyone meddling with my dolls. I'd been to other girls' houses and seen the horror show scenarios, Barbies whose hair had been hacked off or whose faces had been crosshatched with magic marker. And one thing I was learning at school was that kid dynamics could be messy. Whatever sweet scenes you might witness on a playground, beneath them lay a tyranny of shifting hierarchies and alliances. There were queen bees, bullies, and followers. I wasn't shy. But I also wasn't sure I needed any of that messiness in my life outside school. Instead, I sank my energy into being the sole animating force in my little common area universe. If Craig showed up and had the audacity to move a single block, I'd start shrieking. I was also not above hitting him when necessary, usually a direct fist blow to the middle of his back. The point was that the dolls and blocks needed me to give them life, and I dutifully gave it to them, imposing one personal crisis after another. Like any good deity, I was there to see them suffer and grow. Meanwhile, from my bedroom window, I could observe most of the real-world happenings on our block of Euclid Avenue. In the late afternoons, I'd see Mr. Thompson, the tall African-American man who owned the 3-unit building across the street, loading his big bass guitar into the back of his Cadillac, setting off for a gig in one jazz club or another. I'd watch the Mendozas, the Mexican family next door, arriving home in their pickup loaded with ladders after a long day of painting houses, greeted at the fence by their yapping dogs. Our neighborhood was middle class and racially mixed. Kids found one another based not on the color of their skin but on who was outside and ready to play. My friends included a girl named Rachel, whose mother was white and had a British accent, Susie, a curly-haired redhead, and the Mendoza's granddaughter whenever she was visiting. We were a motley mix of last names, Cansopant, Abuasif, Yacker, Robinson, and were too young to register that things around us were changing fast. In 1950, 15 years before my parents moved to South Shore, the neighborhood had been 96% white. By the time I'd leave for college in 1981, it would be about 96% black. Craig and I were raised squarely in the crosscurrents of that flux. The blocks surrounding us were home to Jewish families, immigrant families, white and black families, folks who were thriving and some who were not. In general, people tended to their lawns and kept track of their children. They wrote checks to Robbie so their kids could learn piano. My family, in fact, was probably on the poor side of the neighborhood spectrum. We were among the few people we knew who didn't own their own home, stuffed as we were into Robbie and Terry's second floor. South Shore hadn't yet tilted the way other neighborhoods had, with the better-off people long departed for the suburbs, the neighborhood businesses closing one by one, the blight setting in, but the tilt was clearly beginning. We were starting to feel the effects of this transition, especially at school. My second grade classroom turned out to be a mayhem of unruly kids and flying erasers, which had not been the norm in either my experience or Craig's. All this seemed due to a teacher who couldn't figure out how to assert control, who didn't seem to like children even. Beyond that, it wasn't clear that anyone was particularly bothered by the fact that the teacher was incompetent. The students used it as an excuse to act out, and she seemed to think only the worst of us. In her eyes, we were a class of bad kids, though we had no guidance and no structure and had been sentenced to a grim, underlit room in the basement of the school. Every hour there felt hellish and long. I sat miserably at my desk in my puke green chair, puke green being the official color of the 1970s, learning nothing and waiting for the midday lunch break. When I could go home and have a sandwich and complain to my mom. When I got angry as a kid, I almost always funneled it through my mother. As I fumed about my new teacher, she listened placidly, saying things like, "Oh dear," and "Oh really." She never indulged my outrage, but she took my frustrations seriously. If my mother were somebody different, she might have done the polite thing and said, "Just go and do your best." But she knew the difference. She knew the difference between whining and actual distress. Without telling me, she went over to the school and began a weeks-long process of behind-the-scenes lobbying, which led to me and a couple of other high-performing kids getting quietly pulled out of class, given a battery of tests, and about a week later reinstalled permanently into a bright and orderly third-grade class upstairs, governed by a smiling, no-nonsense teacher who knew her stuff. It was a small but life-changing move. I didn't stop to ask myself then what would happen to all the kids who'd been left in the basement with the teacher who couldn't teach. Now that I'm an adult, I realize that kids know at a very young age when they're being devalued, when adults aren't invested enough to help them learn. Their anger over it can manifest itself as unruliness. It's hardly their fault. They aren't bad kids. They're just trying to survive bad circumstances. At the time, though, I was just happy to have escaped. But I'd learned many years later that my mother, who is by nature wry and quiet, but generally also the most forthright person in any room, made a point of seeking out the second-grade teacher and telling her, as kindly as possible, that she had no business teaching and should be working as a drugstore cashier instead. As time went by, my mother started nudging me to go outside and engage with kids in the neighborhood. She was hoping that I'd learn to glide socially the way my brother had. Craig, as I've mentioned, had a way of making hard things look easy. He was by then a growing sensation on the basketball court, high-spirited and agile and quickly growing tall. My father pushed him to seek out the toughest competition he could find, which meant that he would later send Craig across town on his own to play with the best kids in the city. But for now, he left him to wrangle the neighborhood talent. Craig would take his ball and carry it across the street to Rosenblum Park, passing the monkey bars and swing set where I liked to play, and then cross an invisible line, disappearing through a veil of trees to the far side of the park where the basketball courts were. I thought of it as an abyss over there, a mythic dark forest of drunks and thugs and criminal goings-on. But Craig, once he started visiting that side of the park, would set me straight, saying that really nobody over there was all that bad. Basketball, for my brother, seemed to unlock every frontier. It taught him how to approach strangers when he wanted to snag a spot in a pickup game. He learned how to talk a friendly form of smack, trash-talking his bigger, faster opponents on the court. It helped, too, to debunk various myths about who was who and what was what around the neighborhood, reinforcing the possibility, something that had long been a credo of my dad's, that most people were good people if you just treated them well. Even the sketchy guys who hung out in front of the corner liquor store lit up when they spotted Craig, calling his name and high-fiving him as we passed by. "How do you even know them?" I'd ask, incredulous. "I don't know, they just know me," he'd say with a shrug. I was 10 when I finally mellowed enough to start venturing out myself, a decision driven in large part by boredom. It was summer and school was out. Craig and I rode a bus to Lake Michigan every day to go to a rec camp run by the city at a beachfront park, but we'd be back home by 4, with many daylight hours still to fill. My dolls were becoming less interesting, and without air conditioning, our apartment got unbearably hot in the late afternoons. And so I started tailing Craig around the neighborhood, meeting the kids I didn't already know from school. Across the alley behind our house, there was a mini housing community called Euclid Parkway, where about 15 homes had been built around a common green space. It was a kind of paradise, free from cars and full of kids playing softball and jumping double dutch or sitting on stoops just hanging out. But before I could find my way into the fold of girls my age who hung out at the parkway, I faced a test. It came in the form of Dee Dee, a girl who went to a nearby Catholic school. Dee Dee was athletic and pretty, but she wore her face in a pout and was always ready with an eye roll. She often sat on her family's stoop next to another, more popular girl named Deneen. Deneen was always friendly, but Dee Dee didn't seem to like me. I don't know why. Every time I went over to Euclid Parkway, she'd make quiet, cutting remarks as if just by showing up I'd managed to ruin everyone's day. As the summer went on, Dee Dee's comments only grew louder. My morale began to sink. I understood that I had choices. I could continue on as the picked-on new girl, I could give up on the parkway and just go back to my toys at home, or I could attempt to earn Dee Dee's respect. And inside that last choice lay another one. I could try to reason with Dee Dee, to win her over with words or some other form of kid diplomacy, or I could just shut her up. The next time Dee Dee made one of her remarks, I lunged for her, summoning everything my dad had taught me about how to throw a punch. The two of us fell to the ground, fists flailing and legs thrashing. Every kid in Euclid Parkway instantly clustered in a tight knot around us. Their hollers fueled by excitement and grade school bloodlust. I can't remember who finally pulled us apart, whether it was Deneen or my brother or maybe a parent who'd been called to the scene. But when it was done, some sort of silent baptism had taken place. I was officially an accepted member of the neighborhood tribe. DD and I were unharmed, dirt-stained and panting, and destined never to be close friends, but at least I'd earned her respect. My dad's Buick continued to be our shelter, our window to the world. We took it out on Sundays and summer evenings, cruising for no reason but the fact that we could. Sometimes we'd end up in a neighborhood to the south, an area known as Pill Hill due to an apparently large number of African American doctors living there. It was one of the prettier, more affluent parts of the South Side, where people kept 2 cars in the driveway and had abundant beds of flowers blooming along their walkways. My father viewed rich people with a shade of suspicion. He didn't like people who were uppity and had mixed feelings about home ownership in general. There was a short period when he and my mom considered buying a home for sale not far from Robbie's house, driving over one day to inspect the place with a real estate agent, but ultimately deciding against it. At the time, I'd been all for it. In my mind, I thought it would mean something if my family could live in a place with more than 1 floor. But my father was innately cautious, aware of the trade-offs, understanding the need to maintain some savings for a rainy day. "You never want to end up house poor," he'd tell us, explaining how some people handed over their savings and borrowed too much, ending up with a nice home but no freedom at all. My parents talked to us like we were adults. They didn't lecture, but rather indulged every question we asked, no matter how juvenile. They never hurried a discussion for the sake of convenience. Our talks could go on for hours, often because Craig and I took every opportunity to grill my parents about things we didn't understand. When we were little, we'd ask, "Why do people go to the bathroom?" Or "Why do you need a job?" and then blitz them with follow-ups. One of my early Socratic victories came from a question driven by self-interest. "Why do we have to eat eggs for breakfast?" Which led to a discussion about the necessity of protein, which led me to ask why peanut butter couldn't count as protein, which eventually, after more debate, led to my mother revising her stance on eggs, which I had never liked to eat in the first place. For the next 9 years, knowing that I'd earned it, I made myself a fat peanut butter and jelly sandwich for breakfast each morning and consumed not a single egg. As we grew, we spoke more about drugs and sex and life choices, about race and inequality and politics. My parents didn't expect us to be saints. My father, I remember, made a point of saying that sex was and should be fun. They also never sugarcoated what they took to be the harder truths about life. Craig, for example, got a new bike one summer and rode it east to Lake Michigan, to the paved pathway along Rainbow Beach, where you could feel the breeze off the water. He'd been promptly picked up by a police officer who accused him of stealing it, unwilling to accept that a young black boy would have come across a new bike in an honest way. The officer, an African-American man himself, ultimately got a brutal tongue lashing from my mother, who made him apologize to Craig. What had happened, my parents told us, was unjust but also unfortunately common. The color of our skin made us vulnerable. It was a thing we'd always have to navigate. My father's habit of driving us through Pill Hill was a bit of an aspirational exercise, I would guess, a chance to show us what a good education could yield. My parents had spent almost their entire lives living within a couple of square miles in Chicago, but they had no illusions that Craig and I would do the same. Before they were married, both of them had briefly attended community colleges, but each had abandoned the exercise long before getting a degree. My mother had been studying to become a teacher, but realized she'd rather work as a secretary. My father had simply run out of money to pay tuition, joining the army instead. He'd had no one in his family to talk him into returning to school, no model of what that sort of life looked like. Instead, he served 2 years moving between different military bases. If finishing college and becoming an artist had been a dream for my father, he quickly redirected his hopes, using his wages to help pay for his younger brother's degree in architecture instead. Now in his late 30s, my dad was focused on saving for us kids. Our family was never going to be house poor because we weren't going to own a house. My father operated from a practical place, sensing that resources were limited and maybe so too was time. When he wasn't driving, he now used a cane to get around. Before I finished elementary school, that cane would become a crutch, and soon after that, 2 crutches. Whatever was eroding inside my father, withering his muscles and stripping his nerves, he viewed it as his own private challenge, as something to silently withstand. As a family, we sustained ourselves with humble luxuries. When Craig and I got our report cards at school, our parents celebrated by ordering in a pizza from Italian Fiesta, our favorite place. During hot weather, we'd buy hand-packed ice cream, a pint each of chocolate, butter pecan, and black cherry, and make it last for days. Every year for the Air and Water Show, we packed a picnic and drove north along Lake Michigan to the fenced-off peninsula where my father's water filtration plant was located. It was one of the few times a year when employee families were allowed through the gates and onto a grassy lawn overlooking the lake, where the view of fighter jets swooping in formation over the water rivaled that of any penthouse on Lake Shore Drive. Each July, my dad would take a week off from his job tending boilers at the plant, and we'd pile into the Buick with an aunt and a couple of cousins. 7 of us in that 2-door for hours, taking the Skyway out of Chicago, skirting the south end of Lake Michigan, and driving until we landed in White Cloud, Michigan, at a place called Duke's Happy Holiday Resort. It had a game room, a vending machine that sold glass bottles of pop, and most important to us, a big outdoor swimming pool. We rented a cabin with a kitchenette and passed our days jumping in and out of the water. My parents barbecued, smoked cigarettes, and played cards with my aunt. But my father also took long breaks to join us kids in the pool. He was handsome, my dad, with a mustache that tipped down the sides of his lips like a scythe. His chest and arms were thick and roped with muscle, testament to the athlete he'd once been. During those long afternoons in the pool, he paddled and laughed and tossed our small bodies into the air, his diminished legs suddenly less of a liability. Decline can be a hard thing to measure, especially when you're in the midst of it. Every September, when Craig and I showed up back at Bryn Mawr Elementary, we'd find fewer white kids on the playground. Some had transferred to a nearby Catholic school, but many had left the neighborhood altogether. At first, it felt as if just the white families were leaving, but then that changed too. It soon seemed that anyone who had the means to go was now going. Much of the time, the departures went unannounced and unexplained. We'd see a for sale sign in front of the Yacker family's house or a moving van in front of Teddy's and know what was coming. Perhaps the biggest blow to my mother came when her friend Velma Stewart announced that she and her husband had put a down payment on a house in a suburb called Park Forest. The Stewarts had 2 kids and lived down the block on Euclid. Like us, they were apartment dwellers. Mrs. Stewart had a wicked sense of humor and a big infectious laugh, which drew my mother to her. The 2 of them swapped recipes and kept up with each other, but never fell into the neighborhood's gossip cycle the way other mothers did. Mrs. Stewart's son Donnie was Craig's age and just as athletic, giving the 2 of them an instant bond. Her daughter, Pamela, was a teenager already and not so interested in me, though I found all teenagers intriguing. I don't remember much about Mr. Stewart, except that he drove a delivery truck for one of the big bakery companies in the city, and that he and his wife and their kids were the lightest-skinned black people I'd ever met. How they afforded a place in the suburbs, I couldn't guess. Park Forest, it turns out, was one of America's first fully planned communities, not just a housing subdivision, but a full village designed for about 30,000 people, with shopping malls, churches, schools, and parks. Founded in 1948, it was, in many ways, meant to be the paragon of suburban life, with mass-produced houses and cookie-cutter yards. There were also quotas for how many black families could live on a given block, though by the time the Stewarts got there, the quotas had apparently been abolished. Not long after they moved, the Stewarts invited us to come visit them on one of my dad's days off. We were excited. For us, it would be a new kind of outing, a chance to glimpse the fabled suburbs. The 4 of us took the Buick south on the expressway, following the road out of Chicago, exiting about 40 minutes later near a sterile-looking shopping plaza. We were soon winding through a network of quiet streets, following Mrs. Stewart's directions, turning from one nearly identical block to the next. Park Forest was like a miniature city of tract homes, modest ranch-style places with soft gray shingles and newly planted saplings and bushes out front. Now, why would anyone want to live all the way out here? My father asked, staring over the dashboard. I agreed that it made no sense. As far as I could see, there were no big trees like the giant oak that sat outside my bedroom window at home. Everything in Park Forest was new and wide and uncrowded. There was no corner liquor store with ratty guys hanging out in front of it. There were no cars honking or sirens. There was no music floating from anybody's kitchen. The windows in the houses all looked to be shut. Craig would remember our visit there as heavenly, namely because he played ball all day long in the wide-open lots under a blue sky with Donnie Stewart and his new pack of suburban brethren. My parents had a pleasant enough catch-up with Mr. and Mrs. Stewart, and I followed Pamela around, gaping at her hair, her fair skin, and teenager jewelry. At some point, we all had lunch. It was evening when we finally said goodbye. Leaving the Stewarts, we walked in the dusk to the curb where my dad had parked the car. Craig was sweaty, dead on his feet after all the running he'd done. I, too, was fatigued and ready to go home. Something about the place had put me on edge. I wasn't a fan of the suburbs, though I couldn't articulate exactly why. My mother would later make an observation about the Stewarts and their new community, based on the fact that almost all of their neighbors on the street seemed to be white. I wonder, she said, if nobody knew that they're a black family until we came to visit. She thought that maybe we'd unwittingly outed them, arriving from the South Side with a housewarming gift and our conspicuous dark skin. Even if the Stewarts weren't deliberately trying to hide their race, they probably didn't speak of it one way or another with their new neighbors. Whatever vibe existed on their block, they hadn't overtly disrupted it, at least not until we came to visit. Was somebody watching through a window as my father approached our car that night? Was there a shadow behind some curtain, waiting to see how things would go? I'll never know. I just remember the way my dad's body stiffened slightly when he reached the driver's side door and saw what was there. Someone had scratched a line across the side of his beloved Buick, a thin, ugly gulch that ran across the door and toward the tail of the car. It had been done with a key or a rock and was in no way accidental. I've said before that my father was a withstander, a man who never complained about small things or big, who cheerily ate liver when it was served to him, who had a doctor give him what amounted to a death sentence and then just carried on. This thing with the car was no different. If there was some way to fight it, if there was some door to pound in response, my dad wouldn't have done it anyway. Well, I'll be damned, he said before unlocking the car. We rode back to the city that night without much discussion about what had happened. It was too exhausting, maybe, to parse. In any event, we were done with the suburbs. My father must have had to drive the car to work the next day looking the way it did, and I'm sure that didn't sit well with him. But the gash in his chrome didn't stay for long. As soon as there was time, he took the car over to the body shop at Sears and had it erased. Somewhere along the way, my normally laid-back brother started to sprout worries. I can't say exactly when or why this began, but Craig, the boy who could high-five and what-up his way around the neighborhood, who blithely catnapped any time he had 10 free minutes, regardless of his surroundings, grew more fretful and vigilant at home, convinced that catastrophe was creeping our way. In the evenings at our apartment, he rehearsed for every outcome, immersing himself in hypotheticals the rest of us found bizarre. Worried he'd lose his sight, he took to wearing a blindfold around the house, learning to navigate our living room and kitchen by feel. Worried he might go deaf, he began teaching himself sign language. There was also apparently the threat of amputation, prompting Craig to fumble his way through various meals and homework sessions with his right arm tied behind his back. Because you never did know. Craig's biggest fear, however, was also probably the most realistic, and that was fire. House fires were a regular occurrence in Chicago, in part due to slumlords who let their buildings slide into disrepair and were all too happy to reap the insurance benefits when a fire tore through, and in part because home smoke detectors were a relatively new development and still expensive for working-class people to afford. Either way, inside our tight city grid, fire was almost a fact of life, a random but persistent snatcher of homes and hearts. My grandfather Southside had moved to our neighborhood after a fire destroyed his old house on the west side, though luckily nobody'd been hurt. According to my mother, Southside stood on the curb outside the burning house, shouting for the firefighters to direct their hoses away from his precious jazz albums. More recently, in a tragedy almost too giant for my young mind to take in, one of my fifth-grade classmates, a boy with a sweet face and a tall afro named Lester McCullum, who lived around the corner from us in a townhouse on 74th Street, had died in a fire that also killed his brother and sister, the three of them trapped by flames in bedrooms upstairs. Theirs was the first wake I ever attended, every kid in the neighborhood sobbing at the funeral parlor as a Jackson 5 album played softly in the background, the adults stunned into silence. No prayer or platitude capable of filling the void. There were 3 closed caskets at the front of the room, each one with a framed photograph of a smiling child on its lid. Mrs. McCullum, who with her husband had managed to survive the fire by jumping out a window, sat before them, so slumped and broken that it hurt to look in her direction. For days afterward, the skeleton of the McCullums' burned-out townhouse continued to hiss and cave in on itself, dying far more slowly than its young occupants had. The smell of smoke lingered heavily in the neighborhood. As time passed, Craig's anxieties only grew. At school, we'd been put through the paces of teacher-led evacuation drills, dutifully enduring lectures on how to stop, drop, and roll. And as a result, Craig decided that we needed to step it up on safety at home, electing himself the family fire marshal, with me as his lieutenant, ready to clear exit pathways during drills or boss around our parents as needed. We weren't so much convinced we'd have a fire as we were fixated on being ready for one. Preparation mattered. Our family was not just punctual. We arrived early to everything, knowing that it made my dad less vulnerable, sparing him from having to worry about finding a parking spot that didn't require him to walk a long way or an accessible seat in the bleachers at one of Craig's basketball games. The lesson being that in life you control what you can. To this end, as kids, we ran through our escape route possibilities, trying to guess whether we could jump from a window to the oak tree in front of the house or to a neighbor's rooftop in the event of a fire. We imagined what would happen if a grease fire broke out in the kitchen, or if an electrical fire started in the basement, or if lightning struck from above. Craig and I had little concern about our mom in an emergency. She was small and agile and one of those people who, if her adrenaline got going, could probably bench press a car off a baby. What was harder to talk about was Dad's disability, the obvious but unstated truth that he couldn't readily leap from a window like the rest of us, and it had been years since we'd seen him run. Should things get scary, we realized our rescue wouldn't unfold the way rescues did in the tidy after-school movies we watched on TV. It would not be our dad who'd throw us over his shoulder with Herculean grace and carry us to safety. If anyone, it would have to be Craig, who would eventually tower over my father but was then still a narrow-shouldered, spindle-legged boy who seemed to understand that any heroics on his part would require practice. Which is why during our family fire drills, he started conjuring the worst-case scenarios, ordering my dad to the floor, instructing him to lie there limp and heavy as a sack, as if he'd passed out from smoke inhalation. "Oh, good Lord," Dad would say, shaking his head. "You're really going to do this?" My father was not accustomed to being helpless. He lived his life in defiance of that very prospect, assiduously looking after our car, paying the bills on time, never discussing his advancing multiple sclerosis nor missing a day of work. To the contrary, my father loved to be the rock for others. What he couldn't do physically, he substituted with emotional and intellectual guidance and support. which is why he enjoyed his work as a precinct captain for the city's Democratic Party. He'd held the post for years, in part because loyal service to the party machine was more or less expected of city employees. Even if he'd been half forced into it, though my dad loved the job, which baffled my mother given the amount of time it demanded. He paid weekend visits to a nearby neighborhood to check in on his constituents, often with me reluctantly in tow. We'd park the car and walk along streets of modest bungalows, landing on a doorstep to find a hunched-over widow or a big-bellied factory worker with a can of Michelab peering through the screen door. Often these people were delighted by the sight of my father smiling broadly on their porch, propped up by his cane. "Well, Fraser," they'd say, "what a surprise, get on in here." For me, this was never good news. It meant we were going inside. It meant that my whole Saturday afternoon would now get sucked up as I got parked on a musty sofa or with a 7-Up at a kitchen table while my dad fielded feedback, complaints, really, that he'd then pass on to the elected alderman who controlled the ward. When somebody had problems with garbage pickup or snow plowing or was irritated by a pothole, my dad was there to listen. His purpose was to help people feel cared for by the Democrats and to vote accordingly when elections rolled around. To my dismay, he never rushed anyone along. Time, as far as my father was concerned, was a gift you gave to other people. He clucked approvingly at pictures of cute grandkids, patiently endured gossip and long litanies of health woes, and nodded knowingly at stories about how money was tight. He hugged the old ladies as we finally left their houses, assuring them he'd do his best to be useful to get the fixable issues fixed. My dad had faith in his own utility. It was a point of pride, which is why at home during our fire drills he had little interest in being a passive prop, even in a pretend crisis. He had no intention, under any circumstance, of being a liability, of winding up the unconscious guy on the floor. But still, some part of him seemed to understand that this mattered to us, to Craig in particular. When we asked him to lie down, he'd humor us, dropping first to his knees, then to his butt, then spreading himself out obligingly, face up on the living room carpet. He'd exchange glances with my mother, who found it all a little funny, as if to say, "These damn kids." With a sigh, he'd close his eyes, waiting to feel Craig's hands hook themselves solidly beneath his shoulders to start the rescue operation. My mother and I would then watch as, with no small amount of effort and a good deal of awkwardness, my brother managed to drag 170 or so pounds of paternal deadweight backward through the imaginary inferno that raged in his pre-adolescent mind, hauling my father across the floor, rounding the couch, and finally making it to the stairwell. From here, Craig figured he could probably slide my dad's body down the stairs and out the side door to safety. My father always refused to let him practice this part, saying gently, "That's enough now," and insisting on getting back to his feet before Craig could try to lug him down the stairs. But between the small man and the grown man, the point had been made. None of this would be easy or comfortable if it came to it, and there were, of course, no guarantees that any of us would survive. But if the very worst happened, we at least had a plan. Slowly. I was becoming more outward and social, more willing to open myself up to the messes of the wider world. My natural resistance to chaos and spontaneity had been worn down somewhat through all the hours I'd spent trailing my father through his precinct visits, plus all the other weekend outings we made, dropping in on our dozens of aunts, uncles, and cousins. Sitting in thick clouds of barbecue smoke in someone's backyard, or running around with neighborhood kids in a neighborhood that wasn't ours. My mother was one of 7 children in her family. My father was the oldest of 5. My mom's relatives tended to gather at Southside's house around the corner, drawn by my grandfather's cooking, the ongoing games of bid whist, and the exuberant blasting of jazz. Southside acted as a magnet for all of us. He was forever mistrustful of the world beyond his own yard, worried primarily about everyone's safety and well-being, and as a result poured his energy into creating an environment where we were always well-fed and entertained, likely with the hope we'd never want to move away from it. He even got me a dog, an affable cinnamon-colored shepherd mutt we called Rex. Per my mother's orders, Rex wasn't allowed to live at our house, but I'd visit him all the time at Southside's. Lying on the floor with my face buried in his soft fur, listening to his tail thwap appreciatively anytime Southside walked past. Southside spoiled the dog the same way he spoiled me, with food and love and tolerance, all of it a silent, earnest plea never to leave him. My father's family, meanwhile, sprawled across Chicago's broader South Side and included an array of great-aunts and third cousins, plus a few stray outliers whose blood connection remained cloudy. We orbited between all of them. I quietly assessed where we were going by the number of trees I'd see on the street outside. The poorer neighborhoods often had no trees at all, but to my dad, everyone was kin. He lit up when he saw his Uncle Callio, a skinny, wavy-haired little man who looked like Sammy Davis Jr. and was almost always drunk. He adored his Aunt Verdell, who lived with her 8 children in a neglected apartment building next to the Dan Ryan Expressway, in a neighborhood where Craig and I understood that the rules of survival were very different. On Sunday afternoons, all 4 of us normally took the 10-minute drive north to Parkway Gardens to eat dinner with my dad's parents, whom we called Dandy and Grandma, and his 3 youngest siblings, Andrew, Carlton, and Francesca, who'd been born more than a decade after my father and thus seemed more like sister and brothers to us than aunt and uncles. My father, I thought, seemed more like a father and less like a brother with the 3 of them, offering them advice and slipping them cash when they needed it. Francesca was smart and beautiful and sometimes let me brush her long hair. Andrew and Carlton were in their early 20s and dazzlingly hip. They wore bell-bottoms and turtlenecks. They owned leather jackets, had girlfriends, and talked about things like Malcolm X and soul power. Craig and I passed hours in their bedroom at the back of the apartment, just trying to sponge up their cool. My grandfather, also named Fraser Robinson, was decidedly less fun to be around, a cigar-puffing patriarch who'd sit in his recliner with a newspaper open on his lap and the evening news blaring on the television nearby. His demeanor was nothing like my father's, for Dandy. Everything was an irritant. He was galled by the day's headlines, by the state of the world as shown on TV, by the young black men, boo-boos, he called them, whom he perceived to be hanging uselessly around the neighborhood, giving black people everywhere a bad name. He shouted at the television. He shouted at my grandmother, a sweet, soft-spoken woman and devout Christian named Lavon. My parents had named me Michelle Lavon Robinson in honor of her. By day, my grandmother expertly managed a thriving Bible bookstore on the far South Side. but in her off hours with Dandy, she was reduced to a meekness I found perplexing, even as a young girl. She cooked his meals and absorbed his barrage of complaints and said nothing in her own defense. Even at a young age, there was something about my grandmother's silence and passivity in her relationship with Dandy that got under my skin. According to my mother, I was the only person in the family to talk back to Dandy when he yelled. I did it regularly, from the time I was very young and over many years, in part because it drove me crazy that my grandmother wouldn't speak up for herself, in part because everyone else fell silent around him, and lastly because I loved Dandy as much as he confounded me. His stubbornness was something I recognized, something I'd inherited myself, though I hoped in a less abrasive form. There was also a softness in Dandy, which I caught only in glimmers. He tenderly rubbed my neck sometimes when I sat at the foot of his reclining chair. He smiled when my dad said something funny or one of us kids managed to slip a sophisticated word into a conversation. But then something would set him off and he'd start snarling again. Quit shouting at everyone, Dandy, I'd say, or don't be mean to Grandma. Often I'd add, what's got you so mad anyway? The answer to that question was both complicated and simple. Dandy himself would leave it unanswered, shrugging crankily in response to my interference and returning to his newspaper. Back at home, though, my parents would try to explain. Dandy was from the South Carolina Low Country, having grown up in the humid seaport of Georgetown, where thousands of slaves once labored on vast plantations, harvesting crops of rice and indigo and making their owners rich. My grandfather, born in 1912, was the grandson of slaves, the son of a mill worker, and the oldest of what would be 10 children in his family. A quick-witted and intelligent kid, he'd been nicknamed the Professor and set his sights early on the idea of someday going to college. But not only was he black and from a poor family, he also came of age during the Great Depression. After finishing high school, Dandy went to work at a lumber mill, knowing that if he stayed in Georgetown, his options would never widen. When the mill eventually closed, like many African Americans of his generation, he took a chance and moved north to Chicago, joining what became known as the Great Migration, in which 6 million Southern blacks relocated to big northern cities over the course of 5 decades, fleeing racial oppression and chasing industrial jobs. If this were an American dream story, Dandy, who arrived in Chicago in the early 1930s, would have found a good job and a pathway to college. But the reality was far different. Jobs were hard to come by, limited at least somewhat by the fact that managers at some of the big factories in Chicago regularly hired European immigrants over African American workers. Dandy took what work he could find, setting pins in a bowling alley and freelancing as a handyman. Gradually, he downgraded his hopes, letting go of the idea of college, thinking he'd train to become an electrician instead. But this, too, was quickly thwarted. If you wanted to work as an electrician, or as a steelworker, carpenter, or plumber, for that matter, on any of the big job sites in Chicago, you needed a union card. And if you were black, the overwhelming odds were that you weren't going to get one. This particular form of discrimination altered the destinies of generations of African Americans, including many of the men in my family, limiting their income, their opportunity, and eventually their aspirations. As a carpenter, Southside wasn't allowed to work for the larger construction firms that offered steady pay on long-term projects, given that he couldn't join a labor union. My great-uncle Terry, Robbie's husband, had abandoned a career as a plumber for the same reason, instead becoming a Pullman porter. There was also Uncle Pete on my mother's side, who'd been unable to join the taxi drivers union and instead turned to driving an unlicensed jitney, picking up customers who lived in the less safe parts of the West Side, where normal cabs didn't like to go. These were highly intelligent, able-bodied men who were denied access to stable, high-paying jobs, which in turn kept them from being able to buy homes, send their kids to college, or save for retirement. It pained them, I know, to be cast aside, to be stuck in jobs that they were overqualified for, to watch white people leapfrog past them at work, sometimes training new employees they knew might one day become their bosses. And it bred within each of them at least a basic level of resentment and mistrust. You never quite knew what other folks saw you to be. As for Dandy, life wasn't all bad. He met my grandmother while attending church on the South Side and ultimately found work through the federal government's Works Progress Administration, the relief program that hired unskilled laborers for public construction projects during the Depression. He then went on to log 30 years as a postal worker, before retiring with a pension that helped allow him all that time to yell at the boo-boos on TV from the comfort of his recliner. In the end, he had 5 kids who were as smart and disciplined as he was. Nomni, his second child, would end up with a degree from Harvard Business School. Andrew and Carlton would go on to become a train conductor and an engineer, respectively. Francesca worked as a creative director in advertising for a time and eventually became a grade school teacher. But still, Dandy would remain unable to see his children's accomplishments as any sort of extension of his. As we saw every Sunday arriving at Parkway Gardens for dinner, my grandfather lived with the bitter residue of his own dashed dreams. If my questions for Dandy were hard and unanswerable, I soon learned that many questions are just that way. In my own life, I was starting to encounter questions I couldn't readily answer. One came from a girl whose name I can't remember, one of the distant cousins who played with us in the backyard of one of my great-aunt's bungalows farther west of us, part of the loosely related crowd that often turned up when my parents drove over for a visit. As the adults drank coffee and laughed in the kitchen, a parallel scene would unfold outside as Craig and I joined whatever pack of kids came with those adults. Sometimes it was awkward, all of us managing a forced camaraderie, but generally it worked out. Craig almost always disappeared into a basketball game. I'd jump double dutch or try to fall into whatever banter was going on. One summer day when I was about 10, I sat on a stoop, chatting with a group of girls my age. We were all in pigtails and shorts and basically just killing time. What were we discussing? It could have been anything: school, our older brothers, an anthill on the ground. At one point, one of the girls, a second, third, or fourth cousin of mine, gave me a sideways look and said, just a touch hotly, "How come you talk like a white girl?" The question was pointed, meant as an insult or at least a challenge. But it also came from an earnest place. It held a kernel of something that was confusing for both of us. We seemed to be related but of two different worlds. I said, looking scandalized that she'd even suggest it and mortified by the way the other girls were now staring at me. But I knew what she was getting at. There was no denying it, even if I just had. I did speak differently than some of my relatives, and so did Craig. Our parents had drilled into us the importance of using proper diction, of saying going instead of goin' and isn't instead of ain't. We were taught to finish off our words. They bought us a dictionary and a full Encyclopedia Britannica set, which lived on a shelf in the stairwell to our apartment, its titles etched in gold. Any time we had a question about a word or a concept or some piece of history, they directed us toward those books. Dandy, too, was an influence, meticulously correcting our grammar or admonishing us to enunciate our words when we went over for dinner. The idea was we were to transcend, to get ourselves further. They'd planned for it, they encouraged it. We were expected not just to be smart, but to own our smartness, to inhabit it with pride, and this filtered down to how we spoke. Yet it also could be problematic. Speaking a certain way, the white way, as some would have it, was perceived as a betrayal, as being uppity, as somehow denying our culture. Years later, after I'd met and married my husband, a man who is light-skinned to some and dark-skinned to others, who speaks like an Ivy League educated black Hawaiian raised by white middle-class Kansans, I'd see this confusion play out on the national stage among whites and blacks alike, the need to situate someone inside his or her ethnicity, and the frustration that comes when it can't easily be done. As America would bring to Barack Obama the same questions my cousin was unconsciously putting to me that day on the stoop. Are you what you appear to be? Do I trust you or not? I passed the rest of that day trying to say less to my cousin, feeling put off by her hostility, but also wanting her to see me as genuine, not trying to flaunt some advantage. It was hard to know what to do, all the while. I could hear the trickle of conversation going on between the adults in the kitchen nearby, my parents' laughter ringing easy and loud over the yard. I watched my brother in the flow of a sweaty game with a group of boys on the adjacent street corner. Everyone seemed to fit in except for me. I look back on the discomfort of that moment now and recognize the more universal challenge of squaring who you are with where you come from and where you want to go. I also realize that I was a long way still from finding my voice. For at school, we were given an hour-long break for lunch each day. Because my mother didn't work and our apartment was so close by, I usually marched home with 4 or 5 other girls in tow, all of us talking non-stop, ready to sprawl on the kitchen floor to play jacks and watch All My Children while my mom handed out sandwiches. This, for me, began a habit that has sustained me for life, keeping a close and high-spirited council of girlfriends, a safe harbor of female wisdom. In my lunch group, we dissected whatever had gone on that morning at school, any beefs we had with teachers, any assignments that struck us as useless. Our opinions were largely formed by committee. We idolized the Jackson Five and weren't sure how we felt about the Osmonds. Watergate had happened, but none of us understood it. It seemed like a lot of old guys talking into microphones in Washington, D.C., which to us was just a faraway city filled with a lot of white buildings and white men. My mom, meanwhile, was plenty happy to serve us. It gave her an easy window into our world. As my friends and I ate and gossiped, she often stood by quietly, engaged in some household chore, not hiding the fact that she was taking in every word. In my family, With four of us packed into less than 900 square feet of living space, we'd never had any privacy anyway. It mattered only sometimes. Craig, who was suddenly interested in girls, had started taking his phone calls behind closed doors in the bathroom. The phone's curlicue cord stretched taut across the hallway from its wall-mounted base in the kitchen. As Chicago schools went, Bryn Mawr fell somewhere between a bad school and a good school. Racial and economic sorting in the South Shore neighborhood continued through the 1970s, meaning that the student population only grew blacker and poorer with each year. There was, for a time, a citywide integration movement to bus kids to new schools, but Bryn Mawr parents had successfully fought it off, arguing that the money was better spent improving the school itself. As a kid, I had no perspective on whether the facilities were run down or whether it mattered that there were hardly any white kids left. The school ran from kindergarten all the way through 8th grade, which meant that by the time I'd reached the upper grades, I knew every light switch, every chalkboard and cracked patch of hallway. I knew nearly every teacher and most of the kids. For me, Bryn Mawr was practically an extension of home. As I was entering 7th grade, the Chicago Defender, a weekly newspaper that was popular with African American readers, ran a vitriolic opinion piece that claimed Bryn Mawr had gone, in the span of a few years, from being one of the city's best public schools to a rundown slum governed by a ghetto mentality. Our school principal, Dr. Lavizzo, immediately hit back with a letter to the editor, defending his community of parents and students and deeming the newspaper piece an outrageous lie, which seems designed to incite only feelings of failure and flight. Dr. Lavizzo was a round, cheery man who had an afro that puffed out on either side of his bald spot and who spent most of his time in an office near the building's front door. It's clear from his letter that he understood precisely what he was up against. Failure is a feeling long before it becomes an actual result. It's vulnerability that breeds with self-doubt and then is escalated, often deliberately, by fear. Those feelings of failure he mentioned were everywhere already in my neighborhood, in the form of parents who couldn't get ahead financially, of kids who were starting to suspect that their lives would be no different, of families who watched their better-off neighbors leave for the suburbs or transfer their children to Catholic schools. There were predatory real estate agents roaming South Shore all the while, whispering to homeowners that they should sell before it was too late, that they'd help them get out while you still can. The inference being that failure was coming, that it was inevitable, that it had already half arrived. You could get caught up in the ruin or you could escape it. They used the word everyone was most afraid of, ghetto, dropping it like a lit match. My mother bought into none of this. She'd lived in South Shore for 10 years already and would end up staying another 40. She didn't buy into fear-mongering and at the same time seemed equally inoculated against any sort of pie-in-the-sky idealism. She was a straight-down-the-line realist, controlling what she could. At Bryn Mawr, she became one of the most active members of the PTA, helping raise funds for new classroom equipment, throwing appreciation dinners for the teachers, and lobbying for the creation of a special multigrade classroom that catered to higher-performing students. This last effort was the brainchild of Dr. Lavizzo, who'd gone to night school to get his PhD in education and had studied a new trend in grouping students by ability rather than by age, in essence, putting the brighter kids together so they could learn at a faster pace. The idea was controversial, criticized as being undemocratic, as all gifted and talented programs inherently are. But it was also gaining steam as a movement around the country. And for my last 3 years at Bryn Mawr, I was a beneficiary. I joined a group of about 20 students from different grades, set off in a self-contained classroom apart from the rest of the school with our own recess, lunch, music, and gym schedules. We were given special opportunities, including weekly trips to a community college to attend an advanced writing workshop or dissect a rat in the biology lab. Back in the classroom, we did a lot of independent work, setting our own goals and moving at whatever speed best suited us. We were given dedicated teachers, first Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Bennett, both gentle and good-humored African American men, both keenly focused on what their students had to say. There was a clear sense that the school had invested in us, which I think made us all try harder and feel better about ourselves. The independent learning setup only served to fuel my competitive streak. I tore through the lessons, quietly keeping tabs on where I stood among my peers as we charted our progress from long division to pre-algebra, from writing single paragraphs to turning in full research papers. For me, it was like a game. And as with any game, like most any kid, I was happiest when I was ahead, told my mother everything that happened at school. Her lunchtime update was followed by a second update, which I'd deliver in a rush as I walked through the door in the afternoon, slinging my book bag on the floor and hunting for a snack. I realize I don't know exactly what my mom did during the hours we were at school, mainly because in the self-centered manner of any child I never asked. I don't know what she thought about, how she felt about being a traditional homemaker as opposed to working a different job. I only knew that when I showed up at home, there'd be food in the fridge, not just for me, but for my friends. I knew that when my class was going on an excursion, my mother would almost always volunteer to chaperone, arriving in a nice dress and dark lipstick to ride the bus with us to the community college or the zoo. In our house, we lived on a budget but didn't often discuss its limits. My mom found ways to compensate. She did her own nails, dyed her own hair, one time accidentally turning it green, and got new clothes only when my dad bought them for her as a birthday gift. She'd never be rich, but she was always crafty. When we were young, she magically turned old socks into puppets that looked exactly like the Muppets. She crocheted doilies to cover our tabletops. She sewed a lot of my clothes, at least until middle school, when suddenly it meant everything to have a Gloria Vanderbilt swan label on the front pocket of your jeans, and I insisted she stop. Every so often, she'd change the layout of our living room, putting a new slipcover on the sofa, swapping out the photos and framed prints that hung on our walls. When the weather turned warm, she did a ritualistic spring cleaning, attacking on all fronts, vacuuming furniture, laundering curtains, and removing every storm window so she could Windex the glass and wipe down the sills before replacing them with screens to allow the spring air into our tiny, stuffy apartment. She'd then often go downstairs to Robbie and Terry's, particularly as they got older and less able to scour that as well. It's because of my mother that still to this day I catch the scent of pine sol and automatically feel better about life. At Christmas time, she got especially creative. One year, She figured out how to cover our boxy metal radiator with corrugated cardboard printed to look like red bricks, stapling everything together so that we'd have a faux chimney that ran all the way to the ceiling and a faux fireplace, complete with a mantel and hearth. She then enlisted my father, the family's resident artist, to paint a series of orange flames on pieces of very thin rice paper, which, when backlit with a light bulb, made for a half-convincing fire. On New Year's Eve, as a matter of tradition, she'd buy a special hors d'oeuvre basket, the kind that came filled with blocks of cheese, smoked oysters in a tin, and different kinds of salami. She'd invite my dad's sister Francesca over to play board games. We'd order a pizza for dinner and then snack our way elegantly through the rest of the evening, my mom passing around trays of pigs in a blanket, fried shrimp, and a special cheese spread baked on Ritz crackers. As midnight drew close, we'd each have a tiny glass of champagne. My mother maintained the sort of parental mindset that I now recognize as brilliant and nearly impossible to emulate, a kind of unflappable Zen neutrality. I had friends whose mothers rode their highs and lows as if they were their own, and I knew plenty of other kids whose parents were too overwhelmed by their own challenges to be much of a presence at all. My mom was simply even-keeled. She wasn't quick to judge and she wasn't quick to meddle. Instead, she monitored our moods and bore benevolent witness to whatever travails or triumphs a day might bring. When things were bad, she gave us only a small amount of pity. When we'd done something great, we received just enough praise to know she was happy with us, but never so much that it became the reason we did what we did. Advice, when she offered it, tended to be of the hard-boiled and pragmatic variety. "You don't have to like your teacher," she told me one day after I came home spewing complaints. "But that woman's got the kind of math in her head that you need in yours. Focus on that and ignore the rest." She loved us consistently, Craig and me, but we were not overmanaged. Her goal was to push us out into the world. "I'm not raising babies," she'd tell us. "I'm raising adults." She and my dad offered guidelines rather than rules. It meant that as teenagers, we'd never have a curfew. Instead, they'd ask, "What's a reasonable time for you to be home?" and then trust us to stick to our word. Craig tells a story about a girl he liked in 8th grade and how one day she issued a kind of loaded invitation, asking him to come by her house, pointedly letting him know that her parents wouldn't be home and they'd be left alone. My brother had privately agonized over whether to go or not, titillated by the opportunity, but knowing it was sneaky and dishonorable, the sort of behavior my parents would never condone. This didn't, however, stop him from telling my mother a preliminary half-truth, letting her know about the girl but saying they were going to meet in the public park. Guilt-ridden before he'd even done it, guilt-ridden for even thinking about it. Craig finally confessed the whole Home Alone scheme, expecting or maybe just hoping that my mom would blow a gasket and forbid him to go. But she didn't, she wouldn't. It wasn't how she operated. She listened, but she didn't absolve him from the choice at hand. Instead, she returned him to his agony with a blithe shrug of her shoulders. "Handle it how you think best," she said, before turning back to the dishes in the sink or the pile of laundry she had to fold. It was another small push out into the world. I'm sure that in her heart, my mother knew already that he'd make the right choice. Every move she made, I realize now, was buttressed by the quiet confidence that she'd raised us to be adults. Our decisions were on us. It was our life, not hers, and always would be. By the time I was 14, I basically thought of myself as half a grown-up anyway, maybe even as two-thirds of a grown-up. I'd gotten my period, which I announced immediately and with huge excitement to everyone in the house, because that was just the kind of household we had. I'd graduated from a training bra to one that looked vaguely more womanly, which also thrilled me. Instead of coming home for lunch, I now ate with my classmates in Mr. Bennett's room at school. Instead of dropping in at Southside's house on Saturdays to listen to his jazz records and play with Rex, I rode my bike right past, headed east to the bungalow on Oglesby Avenue where the Gore sisters lived. The Gore sisters were my best friends and also a little bit my idols. Diane was in my grade and Pam a grade behind. Both were beautiful girls. Diane was fair-skinned and Pam was darker, each with a kind of self-possessed grace that seemed to come naturally. Even their little sister, Gina, who was a few years younger, emanated a robust femininity that I came to think of simply as Gore-like. Theirs was a home with few men. Their father didn't live there and was rarely discussed. There was one much older brother who was a peripheral presence. Mrs. Gore was an upbeat, attractive woman who worked full-time. She had a makeup table laden with perfume bottles and face powder compacts and various ointments in tiny pots, which, given my mother's modest practicality, seemed as exotic as jewels to me. I loved spending time at their house. Pam, Diane, and I talked endlessly about which boys we liked. We put on lip gloss and took turns trying on one another's clothes, suddenly aware that certain pairs of pants made our hips look curvier. Much of my energy in those days was spent inside my own head, sitting alone in my room listening to music, daydreaming about a slow dance with a cute boy, or glancing out the window, hoping for a crush to ride his bike down the block. So it was a blessing to have found some sisters to ride through these years with together. Boys weren't allowed inside the Gore house, but they buzzed around it like flies. They rode their bikes back and forth on the sidewalk. They sat on the front stoop, hoping Diane or Pam might come out to flirt. It was fun to be around all this expectancy, even as I was unsure of what it all meant. Everywhere I looked, bodies were changing. Boys from school were suddenly man-sized and awkward, their energy twitchy and their voices deep. Some of my girlfriends, meanwhile, looked like they were 18, walking around in short shorts and halter tops, their expressions cool and confident as if they knew some secret, as if they now existed on a different plane, while the rest of us remained uncertain and slightly dumbfounded, waiting for our call-up to the adult world, foal-like on our growing legs and young in a way that no amount of lip gloss could yet fix. Like a lot of girls, I became aware of the liabilities of my body early, long before I began to even look like a woman. I moved around the neighborhood now with more independence, less tied to my parents. I'd catch a city bus to go to late afternoon dance classes at Mayfair Academy on 79th Street, where I was taking jazz and acrobatics. I ran errands for my mom sometimes. With the new freedoms came new vulnerabilities. I learned to keep my gaze fixed firmly ahead anytime I passed a group of men clustered on a street corner, careful not to register their eyes roving over my chest and legs. I knew to ignore the catcalls when they came. I learned which blocks in our neighborhood were thought to be more dangerous than others. I knew never to walk alone at night. At home, my parents made one major concession to the fact they were housing two growing teenagers. Renovating the back porch off our kitchen and converting it into a bedroom for Craig, who was now a sophomore in high school. The flimsy partition that Southside had built for us years earlier came down. I moved into what had been my parents' room. They rotated into what had been the kids' room, and for the first time, my brother and I had actual space for ourselves. My new bedroom was dreamy, complete with a blue and white floral bed skirt and pillow shams, a crisp navy blue rug, and a white princess-style bed with a matching dresser and lamp, a near-exact replica of a full-page bedroom layout I'd liked in the Sears catalog and been allowed to get. Each of us was given our own phone extension. Too, my phone was a light blue to match my new decor, while Craig's was a manly black, which meant we could conduct our personal business semi-privately. I arranged my first real kiss, in fact, over the phone. It was with a boy named Ronald. Ronald didn't go to my school or live in my immediate neighborhood, but he sang in the Chicago Children's Choir with my classmate Chayaka, and with Chayaka acting as intermediary, we somehow had decided we liked each other. Our phone calls were a little awkward, but I didn't care. I liked the feeling of being liked. I felt a zing of anticipation every time the phone rang. Could it be Ronald? I don't remember which one of us proposed that we meet outside my house one afternoon to give kissing a try, but there was no nuance to it, no shy euphemisms needed to be applied. We weren't going to hang out or take a walk. We were going to make out, and we were both all for it, which is how I landed on the stone bench that sat near the side door of my family's house, in full view of the south-facing windows and surrounded by my gray-tant's flower beds. Lost in a warm, splishy kiss with Ronald. There was nothing earth-shattering or especially inspiring about it, but it was fun. Being around boys I was slowly coming to realize was fun. The hours I passed watching Craig's games from the bleachers of one gym or another began to feel less like a sisterly obligation. Because what was a basketball game if not a showcase of boys? I'd wear my snuggest jeans and lay on some extra bracelets, and sometimes bring one of the Gore sisters along to boost my visibility in the stands. And then I'd enjoy every minute of the sweaty spectacle before me, the leaping and charging, the rippling and roaring, the pulse of maleness and all its mysteries on full display. When a boy on the JV team smiled at me as he left the court one evening, I smiled right back. It felt like my future was just beginning to arrive. I was slowly separating from my parents, gradually less inclined to blurt every last thought in my head. I rode in silence behind them in the back seat of the Buick as we drove home from those basketball games, my feelings too deep or too jumbled to share. I was caught up in the lonely thrill of being a teenager now, convinced that the adults around me had never been there themselves. Sometimes in the evenings, I'd emerge from brushing my teeth in the bathroom and find the apartment dark, the lights in the living room and kitchen turned off for the night, everyone settled into their own sphere. I'd see a glow beneath the door to Craig's room and know he was doing homework. I'd catch the flicker of television light coming from my parents' room and hear them murmuring quietly, laughing to themselves. Just as I never wondered what it was like for my mother to be a full-time at-home mother, I never wondered then what it meant to be married. I took my parents' union for granted. It was the simple, solid fact upon which all four of our lives were built. Much later, my mother would tell me that every year when spring came and the air warmed up in Chicago, she entertained thoughts about leaving my father. I don't know if these thoughts were actually serious or not. I don't know if she considered the idea for an hour or for a day or for most of the season. But for her, it was an active fantasy, something that felt healthy and maybe even energizing to ponder, almost as ritual. I understand now that even a happy marriage can be a vexation, that it's a contract best renewed and renewed again, even quietly and privately, even alone. I don't think my mother announced whatever her doubts and discontents were to my father directly. And I don't think she let him in on whatever alternative life she might have been dreaming about during those times. Was she picturing herself on a tropical island somewhere, with a different kind of man, or in a different kind of house, or with a corner office instead of kids? I don't know, and I suppose I could ask my mother, who is now in her 80s, but I don't think it matters. If you've never passed a winter in Chicago, let me describe it. You can live for 100 straight days beneath an iron gray sky that claps itself like a lid over the city. Frigid, biting winds blow in off the lake. Snow falls in dozens of ways, in heavy overnight dumps and daytime, sideways squalls, in demoralizing sloppy sleet and fairy tale billows of fluff. There's ice, usually lots of it, that shellacks the sidewalks and windshields that then need to be scraped. There's the sound of that scraping in the early mornings, the hack, hack, hack of it as people clear their cars to go to work. Your neighbors, unrecognizable in the thick layers they wear against the cold, keep their faces down to avoid the wind. City snowplows thunder through the streets as the white snow gets piled up and sooty until nothing is pristine. Eventually, however, something happens. A slow reversal begins. It can be subtle, a whiff of humidity in the air, a slight lifting of the sky. You feel it first in your heart, the possibility that winter might have passed. You may not trust it at the beginning, but then you do. Because now the sun is out and there are little nubby buds on the trees and your neighbors have taken off their heavy coats. And maybe there's a new airiness to your thoughts on the morning you decide to pull out every window in your apartment so you can spray the glass and wipe down the sills. It allows you to think. To wonder if you've missed out on other possibilities by becoming a wife to this man in this house with these children. Maybe you spend the whole day considering new ways to live before finally you fit every window back into its frame and empty your bucket of Pine Sol into the sink. And maybe now all your certainty returns, because yes, truly, it's spring and once again you've made the choice to stay. My mother ultimately did go back to work, right about the time I began high school, catapulting herself out of the house and the neighborhood and into the dense, skyscrapered heart of Chicago, where she found a job as an executive assistant at a bank. She bought a work wardrobe and began commuting each morning, catching the bus north on Jeffrey Boulevard or riding along with my dad in the Buick if their start times happened to line up. The job for her was a welcome shift in routine, and for our family it was also more or less a financial necessity. My parents had been paying tuition for Craig to go to Catholic school. He was starting to think about college, with me coming up right behind him. My brother was now full grown, a graceful giant with uncanny spring in his legs and considered one of the best basketball players in the city. At home, he ate a lot. He drained gallons of milk, devoured entire large pizzas in one sitting, and often snacked from dinner to bedtime. He managed, as he'd always done, to be both easygoing and deeply focused, maintaining scads of friends and good grades while also turning heads as an athlete. He'd traveled around the Midwest on a summer rec league team that featured an incubating superstar named Isaiah Thomas, who would later go on to a Hall of Fame career in the NBA. As he approached high school, Craig had been sought after by some of Chicago's top public school coaches looking to fill gaps in their rosters. These teams pulled in big rowdy crowds as well as college scouts, but my parents were adamant that Craig not sacrifice his intellectual development for the short-lived glory of being a high school phenom. Mount Carmel, with its strong Catholic League basketball team and rigorous curriculum, had seemed the best solution, worth the thousands of dollars it was costing my parents. Craig's teachers were brown-robed priests who went by Father. About 80% of his classmates were white, many of them Irish Catholic kids who came from outlying working-class white neighborhoods. By the end of his junior year, he was already being courted by Division I college teams, a couple of which would probably offer him a free ride. Still, my parents held fast to the idea that he should keep all options open, aiming to get himself into the best college possible. They alone would worry about the cost. My high school experience blessedly cost us nothing except for bus fare. I was lucky enough to test into Chicago's first magnet high school, Whitney M. Young High School, which sat in what was then a rundown area just west of the Loop and was, after a few short years in existence, on its way to becoming a top public school in the city. Whitney Young was named for a civil rights activist and had been opened in 1975 as a positive-minded alternative to busing. Located squarely on the dividing line between the north and the south sides of the city, and featuring forward-thinking teachers and brand-new facilities, the school was designed as a kind of equal opportunity nirvana, meant to draw high-performing students of all colors. Admissions quotas set by the Chicago School Board called for a student body that would be 40% Black, 40% white, and 20% Hispanic or other. But the reality of who enrolled looked slightly different. When I attended, about 80% of the students were non-white. Just getting to school for my first day of 9th grade was a whole new odyssey, involving 90 minutes of nerve-pummeling travel on 2 different city bus routes as well as a transfer downtown. Hauling myself out of bed at 5 o'clock that morning, I'd put on all new clothes and a pair of nice earrings, unsure of how any of it would be received on the other end of my bus trek. I'd eaten breakfast, having no idea where lunch would be. I said goodbye to my parents, unclear on whether I'd even still be myself at the end of the day. High school was meant to be transformative, and Whitney Young, for me, was pure frontier. The school itself was striking and modern, like no school I'd ever seen, made up of 3 large, cube-shaped buildings, 2 of them connected by a fancy-looking glass skyway that crossed over the Jackson Boulevard thoroughfare. The classrooms were open concept and thoughtfully designed. There was a whole building dedicated to the arts, with special rooms for the choir to sing and bands to play, and other rooms that had been outfitted for photography and pottery. The whole place was built like a temple for learning. Students streamed through the main entryway, purposeful already on day 1. There were about 1,900 kids at Whitney Young, and from my point of view they appeared universally older and more confident than I'd ever be, in full command of every brain cell, powered by every multiple choice question they'd nailed on the citywide standardized test. Looking around, I felt small. I'd been one of the older kids at Bryn Mawr and was now among the youngest of the high schoolers. Getting off the bus, I'd noticed that along with their book bags, a lot of the girls carried actual purses. My worries about high school, if they were to be cataloged, could mostly be filed under one general heading: am I good enough? It was a question that dogged me through my first month, even as I began to settle in. Even as I got used to the pre-dawn wake-ups and navigating between buildings for class. Whitney Young was subdivided into 5 houses, each one serving as a home base for its members and meant to add intimacy to the big school experience. I was in the Gold House, led by an assistant principal named Mr. Smith, who happened to live a few doors down from my family on Euclid Avenue. I'd been doing odd jobs for Mr. Smith and his family for years. Having been hired to do everything from babysitting his kids and giving them piano lessons to attempting to train their untrainable puppy. Seeing Mr. Smith at school was a mild comfort, a bridge between Whitney Young and my neighborhood, but it did little to offset my anxiety. Just a few kids from my neighborhood had come to Whitney Young. My neighbor and friend Terry Johnson had gotten in, and so had my classmate Chayaka, whom I'd known and been in friendly competition with since kindergarten, as well as 1 or 2 boys. Some of us rode the bus together in the mornings and back home at the end of the day, but at school we were scattered between houses, mostly on our own. I was also operating, for the first time ever, without the tacit protection of my older brother. Craig, in his ambling and smiley way, had conveniently broken every trail for me. At Bryn Mawr, he'd softened up the teachers with his sweetness and earned a certain cool kid respect on the playground. He'd created sunshine that I could then just step into. I had always, pretty much everywhere I'd gone, been known as Craig Robinson's little sister. Now, though, I was just Michelle Robinson with no Craig attached. At Whitney Young, I had to work to ground myself. My initial strategy involved keeping quiet and trying to observe my new classmates. Who were these kids anyway? All I knew was that they were smart. Demonstrably smart, selectively smart. The smartest kids in the city, apparently. But wasn't I as well? Hadn't all of us, me and Terry and Chayaka, landed here because we were smart like them? The truth is I didn't know. I had no idea whether we were smart like them. I knew only that we were the best students coming out of what was thought to be a middling, mostly black school in a middling, mostly black neighborhood. But what if that wasn't enough? What if, after all this fuss, we were just the best of the worst? This was the doubt that sat in my mind through student orientation, through my first sessions of high school biology and English, through my somewhat fumbling get-to-know-you conversations in the cafeteria with new friends. Not enough, not enough. It was doubt about where I came from and what I'd believed about myself until now. It was like a malignant cell that threatened to divide and divide again, unless I could find some way to stop it. Chicago, I was learning, was a much bigger city than I'd ever imagined it to be. This was a revelation formed in part over the 3 hours I now logged daily on the bus, boarding at 75th Street and chuffing through a maze of local stops, often forced to stand because it was too crowded to find a seat. Through the window, I got a long, slow view of the South Side in what felt like its entirety. Its corner stores and barbecue joints still shuttered in the gray light of early morning, its basketball courts and paved playgrounds lying empty. We'd go north on Jeffrey and then west on 67th Street, then north again, zagging and stopping every 2 blocks to collect more people. We crossed Jackson Park Highlands and Hyde Park, where the University of Chicago campus sat hidden behind a massive wrought iron gate. After what felt like an eternity, we'd finally accelerate onto Lake Shore Drive, following the curve of Lake Michigan north toward downtown. There's no hurrying a bus ride, I can tell you. You get on and you endure. Every morning, I'd switch buses downtown at Michigan Avenue at the height of rush hour, catching a westbound ride along Van Buren Street, where the view at least got more interesting as we passed bank buildings with big gold doors and bellhops standing outside the fancy hotels. Through the window, I watched men and women in smart outfits, in suits and skirts and clicking heels, carrying their coffee to work with a bustle of self-importance. I didn't yet know that people like this were called professionals. I hadn't yet tracked the degrees they must have earned to gain access to the tall corporate castles lining Van Buren, but I did like how determined they looked. Meanwhile, at school, I was quietly collecting bits of data, trying to sort out my place inside the teenage intelligentsia. Until now, my experiences with kids from other neighborhoods had been limited to visits with various cousins and a few summers of city-run day camp at Rainbow Beach, where every camper still came from some part of the South Side and nobody was well off. At Whitney Young, I met white kids who lived on the North Side, a part of Chicago that felt like the dark side of the moon. A place I'd never thought about nor had reason to go to. More intriguing was my early discovery that there was such a thing as an African American elite. Most of my new high school friends were black, but that didn't necessarily translate, it turned out, to any sort of uniformity in our experience. A number of them had parents who were lawyers or doctors, and seemed to know one another through an African American social club called Jack and Jill. They'd been on ski vacations and trips that required passports. They talked about things that were foreign to me, like summer internships and historically black colleges. One of my black classmates, a nerdy boy who was always kind to everyone, had parents who'd founded a big beauty supply company and lived in one of the ritziest high-rises downtown. This was my new world. It's not to say that everyone at the school was rich or overly sophisticated, because that wasn't the case. There were plenty of kids who came from neighborhoods just like mine, who struggled with far more than I ever would. But my first months at Whitney Young gave me a glimpse of something that had previously been invisible, the apparatus of privilege and connection, what seemed like a network of half-hidden ladders and guide ropes that lay suspended overhead, ready to connect some but not all of us to the sky. My first round of grades at school turned out to be pretty good, and so did my second. Over the course of my freshman and sophomore years, I began to build the same kind of confidence I'd had at Bryn Mawr. With each little accomplishment, with every high school screw-up I managed to avoid, my doubts slowly took leave. I liked most of my teachers. I wasn't afraid to raise my hand in class. At Whitney Young, it was safe to be smart. The assumption was that everyone was working toward college, which meant that you never hid your intelligence for fear of someone saying you talked like a white girl. I loved any subject that involved writing and labored through pre-calc. I was a half-decent French student. I had peers who were always a step or two ahead of me, whose achievements seemed effortless, but I tried not to let that get to me. I was beginning to understand that if I put in extra hours of studying, I could often close the gap. I wasn't a straight-A student, but I was always trying, and there were semesters when I got close. Craig, meanwhile, had enrolled at Princeton University, vacating his back porch room on Euclid Avenue, leaving a 6'6", 200-pound gap in our daily lives. Our fridge was considerably less loaded with meat and milk, the phone line no longer tied up by girls calling to chat him up. He'd been recruited by big universities offering scholarships and what amounted to a celebrity existence playing basketball. But with my parents' encouragement, he'd chosen Princeton, which cost more but, as they saw it, promised more as well. My father burst with pride when Craig became a starter as a sophomore on Princeton's basketball team. Wobbly on his feet and using 2 canes to walk, he still relished a long drive. He'd traded in his old Buick for a new Buick, another 225, this one a shimmering deep maroon. When he could get the time off from his job at the filtration plant, he'd drive 12 hours across Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey to catch one of Craig's games. By nature of my long commute to Whitney Young, I saw less of my parents, and looking back at it, I'd guess that it was a lonely time for them, or at least required some adjustment. I was now gone more than I was home. Tired of standing through the 90-minute bus ride to school, Terry Johnson and I had figured out a kind of trick which involved leaving our houses 15 minutes earlier in the morning and catching a bus that was headed in the opposite direction from school. We rode a few stops south to a less busy neighborhood, then jumped out, crossed the street, and hailed our regular northbound bus, which was reliably emptier than it would be at 75th, where we normally boarded. Pleased by our own cleverness, we'd smugly claim a seat and then talk or study the whole way to school. In the evenings, I dragged myself back through the door around 6 or 7 o'clock, in time for a quick dinner and a chance to talk to my parents about whatever had gone on that day. But once the dishes had been washed, I disappeared into homework, often taking my books downstairs to the encyclopedia nook off the stairwell next to Robbie and Terry's apartment for privacy and quiet. My parents never once spoke of the stress of having to pay for college, but I knew enough to appreciate that it was there. When my French teacher announced that she'd be leading an optional class trip to Paris over one of our breaks for those who could come up with the money to do it, I didn't even bother to raise the issue at home. This was the difference between me and the Jack and Jill kids, many of whom were now my close friends. I had a loving and orderly home bus fare to get me across town to school and a hot meal to come home to at night. Beyond that, I wasn't going to ask my parents for a thing. Yet one evening, my parents sat me down looking puzzled. My mom had learned about the France trip through Terry Johnson's mom. "Why didn't you tell us?" she said. "Because it's too much money." "That's actually not for you to decide, Mitch," my dad said gently, almost offended. "And how are we supposed to decide if we don't even know about it?" I looked at them both, unsure of what to say. My mother glanced at me, her eyes soft. My father had changed out of his work uniform and into a clean white shirt. They were in their early 40s then, married nearly 20 years. Neither one of them had ever vacationed in Europe. They never took beach trips or went out to dinner. They didn't own a house. We were their investment, me and Craig. Everything went into us. A few months later, I boarded a flight to Paris with my teacher and a dozen or so of my classmates from Whitney Young. We would stay in a hostel, tour the Louvre and the Eiffel Tower. We'd buy crêpes au fromage from stands on the street and walk along the banks of the Seine. We'd speak French like a bunch of high school kids from Chicago. But we'd at least speak French. As the plane pulled away from its gate that day, I looked out my window and back at the airport, knowing that my mother stood somewhere behind its black glass windows, dressed in her winter coat and waving me on. I remember the jet engines firing shockingly loud, and then we were rattling down the runway and beginning to tilt upward as the acceleration seized my chest and pressed me backward into my seat for that strange, in-between half moment that comes before finally you feel lifted. In the manner of all high schoolers everywhere, my friends and I liked to loiter. We loitered boisterously and we loitered in public. On days when school got out early or when homework was light, we flocked from Whitney Young to downtown Chicago, landing in the 8-story mall at Water Tower Place. Once there, we rode the escalators up and down, spent our money on gourmet popcorn from Garrett's, and commandeered tables at McDonald's for more hours than was reasonable. Given how little food we ordered, we browsed the designer jeans and the purses at Marshall Field's, often surreptitiously tailed by security guards who didn't like the look of us. Sometimes we went to a movie. We were happy with our freedom, happy with one another, happy with the way the city seemed to glitter more on days when we weren't thinking about school. We were city kids learning how to range. I spent a lot of my time with a classmate named Santita Jackson, who in the mornings boarded the Jeffrey bus a few stops after I did and who became one of my best friends in high school. Santita had beautiful dark eyes, full cheeks, and the bearing of a wise woman, even at 16. At school, she was one of those kids who signed up for every AP class available and seemed to ace them all. She wore skirts when everyone else wore jeans and had a singing voice so clear and powerful that she'd end up touring years later as a backup singer for Roberta Flack. She was also deep. It's what I loved most about Santita. Like me, she could be frivolous and goofy when we were with a larger group, but on our own we'd get ponderous and intense, two girl philosophers together trying to sort out life's issues, big and small. We passed hours sprawled on the floor of Santita's room on the second floor of her family's white Tudor house in Jackson Park Highlands, a more affluent section of South Shore, talking about things that irked us and where our lives were headed and what we did and didn't understand about the world. As a friend, she was a good listener and insightful, and I tried to be the same. Santita's father was famous. This was the primary, impossible-to-get-around fact of her life. She was the eldest child of the Reverend Jesse Jackson, the firebrand Baptist preacher and increasingly powerful political leader. Jackson had worked closely with Martin Luther King Jr. and risen to national prominence himself in the early 1970s as the founder of a political organization called Operation Push, which advocated for the rights of underserved African Americans. By the time we were in high school, he'd become an outright celebrity, charismatic, well-connected, and constantly on the move. He toured the country, mesmerizing crowds with thundering calls for Black people to shake off the undermining ghetto stereotypes and claim their long-denied political power. He preached a message of relentless, let's do this self-empowerment. Down with dope, up with hope, he'd call to his audiences. He had school kids sign pledges to turn off the TV and devote 2 hours to their homework each night. He made parents promise to stay involved. He pushed back against the feelings of failure that permeated so many African American communities, urging people to quit with the self-pity and take charge of their own destiny. Nobody, but nobody, he'd yell, is too poor to turn off the TV 2 hours a night. Hanging around Santita's house could be exciting. The place was roomy and a little chaotic. Home to the family's 5 children and stuffed with heavy Victorian furniture and antique glassware that Santita's mom, Jacqueline, liked to collect. Mrs. Jackson, as I called her, had an expansive spirit and a big laugh. She wore colorful, billowy clothes and served meals at a massive table in the dining room, hosting anyone who turned up, mostly people who belonged to what she called the movement. This included business leaders, politicians, and poets, plus a coterie of famous people, from singers to athletes. When Reverend Jackson was at home, a different energy pulsed through the house. Routines were cast aside, dinner conversations lasted late into the night, advisors came and went, plans were always being made. Unlike at my apartment on Euclid, where life ran at an orderly and predictable pace, where my parents' concerns rarely extended beyond keeping our family happy and on track for success. The Jacksons seemed caught up in something larger, messier, and seemingly more impactful. Their engagement was outward, their community was big, their mission important. Santita and her siblings were being raised to be politically active. They knew how and what to boycott. They marched for their father's causes. They went on his work trips, visiting places like Israel and Cuba, New York and Atlanta. They'd stood on stages in front of big crowds and were learning to absorb the anxiety and controversy that came with having a father, maybe especially a black father, in public life. Reverend Jackson had bodyguards, large, silent men who traveled with him. At the time, it only half registered with me that there had been threats against his life. Santita adored her father and was proud of his work, but she was also trying to live her own life. She and I were all for strengthening the character of Black youth across America, but we also needed rather desperately to get to Water Tower Place before the K-Swiss sneaker sale ended. We often found ourselves looking for rides or to borrow a car. Because I lived in a one-car family with 2 working parents, the odds were usually better at the Jacksons' house, where Mrs. Jackson had both a wood-paneled station wagon and a little sports car. Sometimes we'd hitch rides with the various staff members or visitors who buzzed in and out. What we sacrificed was control. This would become one of my early, unwitting lessons about life in politics. Schedules and plans never seemed to stick. Even standing on the far edge of the vortex, you still felt its spin. Santita and I were often stuck waiting out some delay that related to her father. A meeting that was running long or a plane that was still circling the airport, or detouring through a series of last-minute stops. We'd think we were getting a ride home from school or going to the mall, but instead we'd end up at a political rally on the West Side or stranded for hours at the Operation Push headquarters in Hyde Park. One day we found ourselves marching with a crowd of Jesse Jackson's supporters in the Bud Billiken Day Parade. The parade, named for a fictional character from a long-ago newspaper column, is one of the South Side's grandest traditions, held every August, an extravaganza of marching bands and floats that runs for almost 2 miles along Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Through the heart of the African American neighborhood that was once referred to as the Black Belt but was later rechristened Bronzeville. The Bud Billiken Day Parade had been going on since 1929, and it was all about African American pride. If you were any sort of community leader or politician, it was, and still is to this day, more or less mandatory that you show up and walk the route. I didn't know it at the time. But the vortex around Santita's father was starting to spin faster. Jesse Jackson was a few years from formally launching a run to be president of the United States, which means he was likely beginning to actively consider the idea during the time we were in high school. Money had to be raised, connections needed to be made. Running for president, I understand now, is an all-consuming, full-body effort for every person involved. And good campaigns tend to involve a stage-setting, groundwork-laying preamble, which can add whole years to the effort. Setting his sights on the 1984 election, Jesse Jackson would become the second African American ever to run a serious national campaign for the presidency, after Congresswoman Shirley Kishome's unsuccessful run in 1972. My guess is that at least some of this was on his mind at the time of the parade. What I knew was that I personally didn't love the feeling of being out there, thrust under a baking sun amid balloons and bullhorns, amid trombones and throngs of cheering people. The fanfare was fun and even intoxicating, but there was something about it and about politics in general that made me queasy. For one thing, I was someone who liked things to be neat and planned in advance, and from what I could tell, there seemed to be nothing especially neat about a life in politics. The parade had not been part of my plan. As I remember it, Santita and I hadn't intended on joining at all. We'd been conscripted at the last minute, maybe by her mother or father, or by someone else in the movement who'd caught us before we could follow through on whatever ideas we'd had for ourselves that day. But I loved Santita dearly, and I was also a polite kid who for the most part went along with what adults told me to do, and so I'd done it. I'd plunged myself deep into the hot, spinning noisiness of the Bud Billiken Day Parade. I arrived home at Euclid Avenue that evening to find my mother laughing. "I just saw you on TV," she said. She'd been watching the news and spotted me marching alongside Santita, waving and smiling and going along. What made her laugh, I'd guess, is that she also picked up on the queasiness. The fact that maybe I'd been caught up in something I'd rather not do. When it came time to look at colleges, Santita and I both were interested in schools on the East Coast. She went to check out Harvard but was disheartened when an admissions officer pointedly harassed her about her father's politics, when all she wanted was to be taken on her own terms. I spent a weekend visiting Craig at Princeton, where he seemed to have slipped into a productive rhythm of playing basketball, taking classes, and hanging out at a campus center designed for minority students. The campus was large and pretty, an Ivy League school covered with ivy, and Craig's friends seemed nice enough. I didn't overthink it from there. No one in my immediate family had much in the way of direct experience with college, so there was little, anyway, to debate or explore. As had always been the case, I figured that whatever Craig liked, I would like too, and that whatever he could accomplish, I could as well. And with that, Princeton became my top choice for school. Early in my senior year at Whitney Young, I went for an obligatory first appointment with the school college counselor to whom I'd been assigned. I can't tell you much about the counselor because I deliberately and almost instantly blotted this experience out. I don't remember her age or race or how she happened to look at me that day when I turned up in her office doorway. Full of pride at the fact that I was on track to graduate in the top 10% of my class at Whitney Young, that I'd been elected treasurer of the senior class, made the National Honor Society, and managed to vanquish pretty much every doubt I'd arrived with as a nervous ninth grader. I don't remember whether she inspected my transcript before or after I announced my interest in joining my brother at Princeton the following fall. It's possible, in fact, that during our short meeting, the college counselor said things to me that might have been positive and helpful, but I recall none of it. Because rightly or wrongly, I got stuck on one single sentence the woman uttered. "I'm not sure," she said, giving me a perfunctory, patronizing smile, "that you're Princeton material." Her judgment was as swift as it was dismissive, probably based on a quick glance calculus involving my grades and test scores. It was some version, I imagine, of what this woman did all day long and with practiced efficiency, telling seniors where they did and didn't belong. I'm sure she figured she was only being realistic. I doubt that she gave our conversation another thought, but as I've said, failure is a feeling long before it's an actual result. And for me, it felt like that's exactly what she was planting, a suggestion of failure long before I'd even tried to succeed. She was telling me to lower my sights, which was the absolute reverse of every last thing my parents had ever told me. Had I decided to believe her, her pronouncement would have toppled my confidence all over again, reviving the old thrum of not enough, not enough. But 3 years of keeping up with the ambitious kids at Whitney Young had taught me that I was something more. I wasn't going to let one person's opinion dislodge everything I thought I knew about myself. Instead, I switched my method without changing my goal. I would apply to Princeton and a scattershot selection of other schools, but without any more input from the college counselor. Instead, I sought help from someone who actually knew me. Mr. Smith, my assistant principal and neighbor, had seen my strengths as a student and furthermore trusted me with his own kids. He agreed to write me a recommendation letter. I've been lucky enough now in my life to meet all sorts of extraordinary and accomplished people. World leaders, inventors, musicians, astronauts, athletes, professors, entrepreneurs, artists, and writers, pioneering doctors and researchers. Some, though not enough of them, are women. Some, though not enough, are black or of color. Some were born poor or have lived lives that to many of us would appear to have been unfairly heaped with adversity. And yet still they seem to operate as if they've had every advantage in the world. What I've learned is this: all of them have had doubters. Some continue to have roaring, stadium-sized collections of critics and naysayers who will shout, "I told you so," at every little misstep or mistake. The noise doesn't go away, but the most successful people I know have figured out how to live with it, to lean on the people who believe in them, and to push onward with their goals. That day I left the college counselor's office at Whitney Young, I was fuming, my ego bruised more than anything. My only thought in the moment was, "I'll show you." But then I settled down and got back to work. I never thought getting into college would be easy, but I was learning to focus and have faith in my own story. I tried to tell the whole thing in my college essay. rather than pretending that I was madly intellectual and thought I'd fit right in inside the ivy-strewn walls of Princeton. I wrote about my father's MS and my family's lack of experience with higher education. I owned the fact that I was reaching. Given my background, reaching was really all I could do. And ultimately, I suppose that I did show that college counselor, because 6 or 7 months later, a letter arrived in our mailbox on Euclid Avenue, offering me admission to Princeton. My parents and I celebrated that night by having pizza delivered from Italian Fiesta. I called Craig and shouted the good news. The next day, I knocked on Mr. Smith's door to tell him about my acceptance, thanking him for his help. I never did stop in on the college counselor to tell her she'd been wrong, that I was Princeton material after all. It would have done nothing for either of us, and in the end, I hadn't needed to show her anything. I was only showing myself. My dad drove me to Princeton in the summer of 1981, across the flat highways connecting Illinois to New Jersey. But it was more than a simple father-daughter road trip. My boyfriend, David, came along for the ride. I'd been invited to attend a special 3-week summer orientation program meant to close a preparation gap, giving certain incoming freshmen extra time and help settling into college. It was unclear exactly how we were identified. What part of our admissions applications had tipped the university off to the idea that we might benefit from lessons on how to read a syllabus or advance practice navigating the pathways between campus buildings. But Craig had done it 2 years earlier, and it seemed like an opportunity. So I packed up my stuff, said goodbye to my mom, neither of us teary or sentimental, and climbed into the car. My eagerness to leave town was fueled in part by the fact I'd spent the last couple of months working an assembly line job, operating what was basically an industrial-sized glue gun at a small bookbinding factory in downtown Chicago. A soul-killing routine that went on for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and served as possibly the single most reinforcing reminder that going to college was a good idea. David's mom worked at the bookbindery and had helped get the two of us jobs there. We'd worked shoulder to shoulder all summer, which made the whole endeavor more palatable. David was smart and gentle, a tall, good-looking guy who was 2 years older than I was. He'd first befriended Craig on the neighborhood basketball court in Rosenblum Park a few years earlier, joining pickup games when he came to visit relatives who lived on Euclid Parkway. Eventually, he started hanging around with me. During the school year, David went away to college out of state, which conveniently kept him from being any sort of distraction from my studies. During holiday breaks and over the summer, though, he came home to stay with his mom on the far southwest side of the city and drove over almost every day to pick me up in his car. David was easygoing and also more of an adult than any boyfriend I'd had. He sat on the couch and watched ball games with my father. He joked around with Craig and made polite conversation with my mom. We went on real dates, going for what we considered upscale dinners at Red Lobster and to the movies. We fooled around and smoked pot in his car. By day at the bookbindery, we glue-gunned our way into a companionable oblivion, wisecracking until there was nothing left to say. Neither of us was particularly invested in the job. Beyond trying to save up money for school, I'd be leaving town soon anyway and had little intention of ever coming back to the bookbinding plant. In a sense, I was already half departed, my mind flown off in the direction of Princeton. Which is to say that on the early August evening when our father-daughter boyfriend trio finally pulled off Route 1 and turned onto the wide leafy avenue leading to campus, I was fully ready to get on with things. I was ready to cart my 2 suitcases into the summer session dorm, ready to pump the hands of the other kids who'd come minority and low-income students primarily, with a few athletes mixed in. I was ready to taste the dining hall food, memorize the campus map, and conquer whatever syllabi they wanted to throw my way. I was there. I had landed. I was 17 years old, and my life was underway. There was only one problem, and that was David, who, as soon as we crossed the state line from Pennsylvania, had begun to look a little doleful. As we wrestled my luggage out of the back of my dad's car, I could tell he was feeling lonely already. We'd been dating for over a year. We'd professed love, but it was love in the context of Euclid Avenue and Red Lobster and the basketball courts at Rosenblum Park. It was love in the context of the place I'd just left. While my father took his customary extra minute to get out of the driver's seat and steady himself on his canes, David and I stood wordlessly in the dusk, surveying the immaculate diamond of green lawn outside my stone fortress of a dorm. It was hitting us both, I assumed, that there were perhaps important things we hadn't discussed, that we had perhaps divergent views on whether this was a temporary farewell or an outright geographically induced breakup. Were we going to visit? Write love letters? How hard were we going to work at this? David held my hand in an earnest way. It was confusing. I knew what I wanted but couldn't find the words. I hoped that someday my feelings for a man would knock me sideways, that I'd get swept into the upending, tsunami-like rush that seemed to power all the best love stories. My parents had fallen in love as teenagers. My dad took my mother to her high school prom even. I knew that teenage affairs were sometimes real and lasting. I wanted to believe that there was a guy who'd materialize and become everything to me, who'd be sexy and solid, and whose effect would be so immediate and deep that I'd be willing to rearrange my priorities. It just wasn't the guy standing in front of me right now. My father finally broke the silence between me and David, saying that it was time for us to get my stuff up to the dorm. He'd booked a motel room in town for the 2 of them. They planned to take off the next day, headed back to Chicago. In the parking lot, I hugged my father tight. His arms had always been strong from his youthful devotion to boxing and swimming and were now further maintained by the effort required to move around by cane. "Be good, Mitch," he said, releasing me, his face betraying no emotion other than pride. He then got into the car, kindly giving me and David some privacy. We stood together on the pavement, both of us sheepish and stalling. My heart lurched with affection as he leaned in to kiss me. This part always felt good, and yet I knew that while I had my arms around a good-hearted Chicago guy who genuinely cared about me, there was also, just beyond us, a lit path leading out of the parking lot and up a slight hill toward the quad, which would in a matter of minutes become my new context, my new world. I was nervous about living away from home for the first time, about leaving the only life I'd ever known. But some part of me understood it was better to make a clean, quick break and not hold on to anything. The next day, David would call me at my dorm, asking if we could meet up for a quick meal or a final walk around town before he left. And I would mumble something about how busy I was already at school, how I didn't think it would work. Our goodbye that night was for real and forever. I probably should have said it directly in the moment, but I chickened out, knowing it would hurt both to say and to hear. Instead, I just let him go. Turned out there were a lot of things I had yet to learn about life, or at least life on the Princeton campus in the early 1980s. After I spent several energizing weeks as a summer student, surrounded by a few dozen other kids who seemed both accessible and familiar to me, the fall semester officially began, opening the floodgates to the student population at large. I moved my belongings into a new dorm room, a one-room triple in Pine Hall, and then watched through my third-floor window as several thousand mostly white students poured onto campus, carting stereos and duvet sets and racks of clothes. Some kids arrived in limos. One girl brought 2 stretch limos, to accommodate all her stuff. Princeton was extremely white and very male. There was no avoiding the facts. Men on campus outnumbered women almost 2-to-1. Black students made up less than 9% of my freshman class. If during the orientation program we'd begun to feel some ownership of the space, we were now a glaring anomaly, poppy seeds in a bowl of rice. While Whitney Young had been somewhat diverse, I'd never been part of a predominantly white community before. I'd never stood out in a crowd or a classroom because of the color of my skin. It was jarring and uncomfortable, at least at first, like being dropped into a strange new terrarium, a habitat that hadn't been built for me. As with anything, though, you learn to adapt. Some of the adjustment was easy, a relief almost. For one thing, nobody seemed much concerned about crime. Students left their rooms unlocked, their bikes casually kickstanded outside buildings, their gold earrings unattended on the sink in the dorm bathrooms. Their trust in the world seemed infinite, their forward progress in it entirely assured. For me, it was something to get used to. I'd spent years quietly guarding my possessions on the bus ride to and from Whitney Young. Walking home to Euclid Avenue in the evenings, I carried my house key wedged between 2 knuckles and pointed outward, in case I needed it to defend myself. At Princeton, it seemed the only thing I needed to be vigilant about was my studies. Everything otherwise was designed to accommodate our well-being as students. The dining halls served 5 different kinds of breakfast. There were enormous spreading oak trees to sit under and open lawns where we could throw frisbees to relieve our stress. The main library was like an old-world cathedral, with high ceilings and glossy hardwood tables where we could lay out our textbooks and study in silence. We were protected, cocooned, catered to. A lot of kids, I was coming to realize, had never in their lifetimes known anything different. Attached to all of this was a new vocabulary, one I needed to master. What was a precept? What was a reading period? Nobody had explained to me the meaning of extra-long bedsheets on the school packing list, which meant that I bought myself 2 short bedsheets and would thus spend my freshman year sleeping with my feet resting on the exposed plastic of the dorm mattress. There was an especially distinct learning curve when it came to understanding sports. I'd been raised on the bedrock of football, basketball, and baseball. But it turned out that East Coast prep schoolers did more. Lacrosse was a thing, field hockey was a thing, squash even was a thing. For a kid from the South Side, it could be a little dizzying. You row crew, what does that even mean? I had only one advantage, the same one I'd had when starting kindergarten. I was still Craig Robinson's little sister. Craig was now a junior and a top player on the varsity basketball team. He was, as he'd always been, a man with fans. Even the campus security guards greeted him by name. Craig had a life, and I managed at least partially to slip into it. I got to know his teammates and their friends. One night, I went to a dinner with him off campus at the well-appointed home of one of the basketball team's boosters, where sitting at the dining room table I was met by a confounding sight. A food item that, like so many other things at Princeton, required a lesson in gentility. A spiny green artichoke laid out on a white china plate. Craig had found himself a plum housing arrangement for the year, living rent-free as a caretaker in an upstairs bedroom at the Third World Center, a poorly named but well-intentioned offshoot of the university with a mission to support students of color. It would be a full 20 years before the Third World Center was rechristened the Carl A. Fields Center for Equality and Cultural Understanding, named for Princeton's first African-American dean. The center was housed in a brick building on a corner lot on Prospect Avenue, whose prime blocks were dominated by the grand, mansion-like stone and Tudor-style eating clubs that substituted for fraternities. The Third World Center, or TWC, as most of us called it, quickly became a kind of home base for me. It hosted parties and co-op meals. There were volunteer tutors to help with homework and spaces just to hang out. I'd made a handful of instant friends during the summer program, and many of us gravitated toward the center during our free time. Among them was Susan Allel. Susan was tall and thin with thick eyebrows and luxurious dark hair that fell in a shiny wave down her back. She had been born in Nigeria and raised in Kingston, Jamaica, though her family had moved to Maryland when she was a teenager. Perhaps as a result, she seemed unhooked from any single cultural identity. People were drawn to Susan. It was hard not to be. She had a wide open smile and a slight island lilt in her voice that became more pronounced any time she was tired or a little drunk. She carried herself with what I think of as a Caribbean breeziness, a lightness of spirit that caused her to stand out among Princeton's studious masses. She was unafraid to plunge into parties where she didn't know a soul. Even though she was preemed, she made a point of taking pottery and dance classes for the simple reason that they made her happy. Later, during our sophomore year, Susan would take another plunge, deciding to bicker at an eating club called Cap and Gown, bicker being a verb with a meaning particular to Princeton, signifying the social vetting that goes on when clubs choose new members. I loved the stories Susan brought back from the eating club banquets and parties she went to, but I had no interest in bickering myself. I was happy with the community of Black and Latino students I'd found through the TWC, content to remain at the margins of Princeton's larger social scene. Our group was small but tight. We threw parties and danced half the night. At meals, we often packed 10 or more around a table, laid back and laughing. Our dinners could stretch into hours, not unlike the long communal meals my family used to have around the table at Southside's house. I imagine that the administrators at Princeton didn't love the fact that students of color largely stuck together. The hope was that all of us would mingle in heterogeneous harmony, deepening the quality of student life across the board. It's a worthy goal. I understand that when it comes to campus diversity, the ideal would be to achieve something resembling what's often shown on college brochures. smiling students working and socializing in neat, ethnically blended groups. But even today, with white students continuing to outnumber students of color on college campuses, the burden of assimilation is put largely on the shoulders of minority students. In my experience, it's a lot to ask. At Princeton, I needed my black friends. We provided one another relief and support. So many of us arrived at college not even aware of what our disadvantages were. You learn only slowly that your new peers had been given SAT tutoring or college caliber teaching in high school or had gone to boarding school, and thus weren't grappling with the difficulties of being away from home for the first time. It was like stepping on stage at your first piano recital and realizing that you'd never played anything but an instrument with broken keys. Your world shifts, but you're asked to adjust and overcome to play your music the same as everyone else. This is doable, of course. Minority and underprivileged students rise to the challenge all the time, but it takes energy. It takes energy to be the only black person in a lecture hall or one of a few non-white people trying out for a play or joining an intramural team. It requires effort, an extra level of confidence to speak in those settings and own your presence in the room. Which is why when my friends and I found one another at dinner each night, it was with some degree of relief. It's why we stayed a long time and laughed as much as we could. My two white roommates in Pine Hall were both perfectly nice, but I wasn't around the dorm enough to strike up any sort of deep friendship. I didn't, in fact, have many white friends at all. In retrospect, I realize it was my fault as much as anyone's. I was cautious. I stuck to what I knew. It's hard to put into words what sometimes you pick up in the ether, the quiet, cruel nuances of not belonging, the subtle cues that tell you to not risk anything, to find your people and just stay put. Kathy, one of my roommates, would surface in the news many years later, describing with embarrassment something I hadn't known when we lived together. Her mother, a school teacher from New Orleans, had been so appalled that her daughter had been assigned a black roommate that she'd badgered the university to separate us. Her mother also gave an interview, confirming the story and providing more context. Having been raised in a home where the N-word was a part of the family lexicon, having had a grandfather who'd been a sheriff and used to brag about chasing black people out of his town, she'd been horrified, as she put it, by my proximity to her daughter. All I knew at the time is that midway through our freshman year, Kathy moved out of our triple and into a single room. I'm happy to say that I had no idea why. My financial aid package at Princeton required me to get a work-study job, and I ended up with a good one, getting hired as an assistant to the director of the TWC. I helped out about 10 hours a week when I wasn't in class, sitting at a desk alongside Loretta, the full-time secretary, typing memos, answering the phone, and directing students who came in with questions about dropping a class or signing up for the food co-op. The office sat in the front corner of the building, with sun-flooded windows and mismatched furniture that made it more homey than institutional. I loved the feeling of being there, of having office work to do. I loved the little jolt of satisfaction I got anytime I finished off some small organizational task. But more than anything, I loved my boss, Cherney Brassoul. Cherney was a smart and beautiful black woman, barely 30 years old. A swift-moving and lively New Yorker who wore flared jeans and wedge sandals and seemed always to be having 4 or 5 ideas at once. For students of color at Princeton, she was like an Uber mentor, our ultra-hip and always outspoken defender-in-chief, and for this she was universally appreciated. In the office, she juggled multiple projects, lobbying the university administration to enact more inclusive policies for minorities, advocating for individual students and their needs, and spinning out new ideas for how all of us could improve our lot. She was often running late, blasting out the center's front door at a full sprint, clutching a sheaf of loose papers with a lit cigarette in her mouth and a purse draped over her shoulder, shouting directives to me and Loretta as she went. It was a heady experience. Being around her as close up as I'd ever been to an independent woman with a job that thrilled her. She was also, not incidentally, a single mother raising a dear, precocious boy named Jonathan, whom I often babysat. Cherney saw some sort of potential in me, though I was also clearly short on life experience. She treated me like an adult, asking for my thoughts, listening keenly as I described the various worries and administrative tangles students had brought. She seemed determined to awaken more boldness in me. A good number of her questions began with "Have you ever?" Had I ever, for example, read the work of James Cone? Had I ever questioned Princeton's investments in South Africa or whether more could be done to recruit minority students? Most of the time the answer was no, but once she mentioned it, I became immediately interested. "Have you ever been to New York?" she asked at one point. The answer was again no. But Cherney soon rectified that. One Saturday morning, we piled into her car, me and young Jonathan and another friend who also worked at the TWC, and rode along as Cherney drove full speed toward Manhattan, talking and smoking all the way. You could almost feel something lifting off her as we drove. An unspooling of tension as the white-fenced horse farms surrounding Princeton gave way to choked highways, and finally the spires of the city rising in front of us. New York was home for Cherney, the same way Chicago was home for me. You don't really know how attached you are until you move away, until you've experienced what it means to be dislodged, a cork floating on the ocean of another place. Before I knew it, we were in the teeming heart of New York, locked into a flow of yellow taxis and blaring car horns as Cherney floored it between stoplights, hitting her brakes at the absolute last second before a red light caught her short. I don't remember exactly what we did that day. I know we had pizza. We saw Rockefeller Center, drove through Central Park, and caught sight of the Statue of Liberty with her hopeful hoisted torch. But we were mainly there for practical reasons. Cherney seemed to be recharging her soul by running through a list of mundane errands. She had things to pick up, things to drop off. She double-parked on busy cross streets as she dashed in and out of buildings, provoking an avalanche of honking ire from other drivers while the rest of us sat helplessly in the car. New York overwhelmed me. It was fast and noisy, a less patient place than Chicago. But Cherney was full of life there, unfazed by jaywalking pedestrians and the smell of urine and stacked garbage wafting from the curb. She was about to double park again when she sized up the traffic in her rear view and suddenly seemed to think better of it. Instead, she gestured to me in the passenger seat, indicating I should slide over and take her place behind the steering wheel. "You have a license, right?" she asked. When I answered with an affirmative nod, she said, "Great, take the wheel. Just do a slow loop around the block, or maybe two, then come back around. I'll be 5 minutes or less, I promise." I looked at her like she was nuts. She was nuts, in my opinion, for thinking I could drive in Manhattan, me being just a teenager, a foreigner in this unruly city, inexperienced and fully incapable, as I saw it, of taking not just her car but her young son for an uncertain, time-killing spin in the late afternoon traffic. But my hesitancy only triggered something in Cherney that I will forever associate with New Yorkers, an instinctive and immediate pushback against thinking small. She climbed out of the car, giving me no choice but to drive. Get over it and just live a little was her message. Was learning all the time now. I was learning in the obvious academic ways, holding my own in classes, doing most of my studying in a quiet room at the Third World Center or in a carrel at the library. I was learning how to write efficiently, how to think critically. I'd inadvertently signed up for a 300-level theology class as a freshman and floundered my way through, ultimately salvaging my grade with an 11th hour, leave it all on the field effort on the final paper. It wasn't pretty, but I found it encouraging in the end, proof that I could work my way out of just about any hole. Whatever deficits I might have arrived with coming from an inner-city high school, it seemed that I could make up for them by putting in extra time, asking for help when I needed it, and learning to pace myself and not procrastinate. Still, it was impossible to be a black kid at a mostly white school and not feel the shadow of affirmative action. You could almost read the scrutiny in the gaze of certain students and even some professors, as if they wanted to say, "I know why you're here." These moments could be demoralizing, even if I'm sure I was just imagining some of it. It planted a seed of doubt. Was I here merely as part of a social experiment? Slowly, though, I began to understand that there were many versions of quotas being filled at the school. As minorities, we were the most visible. But it became clear that special dispensations were made to admit all kinds of students whose grades or accomplishments might not measure up to the acknowledged standard. It was hardly a straight meritocracy. There were the athletes, for example. There were the legacy kids whose fathers and grandfathers had been tigers or whose families had funded the building of a dorm or a library. I also learned that being rich didn't protect you from failure. Around me, I saw students flaming out, white, black, privileged or not. Some were seduced by weeknight keg parties, some were crushed by the stress of trying to live up to some scholarly ideal, and others were just plain lazy or so out of their element they needed to flee. My job, as I saw it, was to hold steady, earn the best grades I could, and get myself through. By sophomore year, when Susan and I moved into a double room together, I'd figured out how to better manage. I was more accustomed now to being one of a few students of color in a packed lecture hall. I tried not to feel intimidated when classroom conversation was dominated by male students, which it often was. Hearing them, I realized that they weren't at all smarter than the rest of us. They were simply emboldened, floating on an ancient tide of superiority, buoyed by the fact that history had never told them anything different. Some of my peers felt their otherness more acutely than I did. My friend Derek remembers white students refusing to yield the sidewalk when he walked in their path. Another girl we knew had 6 friends over to her dorm room one night to celebrate her birthday and promptly got hauled into the dean's office, informed that her white roommate evidently hadn't felt comfortable with having big black guys in the room. There were so few of us minority kids at Princeton, I suppose, that our presence was always conspicuous. I mainly took this as a mandate to overperform, to do everything I possibly could to keep up with or even plow past the more privileged people around me. Just as it had been at Whitney Young, my intensity was spawned at least in part by a feeling of "I'll show you." If in high school I'd felt as if I were representing my neighborhood, now at Princeton I was representing my race. Anytime I found my voice in class or nailed an exam, I quietly hoped it helped make a larger point. Susan, I was learning, was not an overthinker. I nicknamed her Scroozy for the impractical, sidewinding course of her days. She based most of her decisions, who she'd date, what classes she took, primarily on how fun it was likely to be. And when things weren't fun, she quickly changed direction. While I joined the Organization for Black Unity and generally stuck close to the Third World Center, Susan ran track and managed the lightweight football team, enjoying the fact that it kept her close to cute, athletic men. Through the eating club, she had friends who were white and wealthy, including a bona fide teenage movie star and a European student rumored to be a princess. Susan had felt some pressure from her parents to pursue medicine, though eventually gave up on it, finding that it messed with her joy. At some point, she was put on academic probation, but even that didn't seem to bother her much. She was the Laverne to my Shirley, the Ernie to my Bert. Our shared room resembled an ideological battlefield, with Susan presiding over a wrecked landscape of tossed clothing and strewn papers on her side and me perched on my bed, surrounded by fastidious order. You really gotta do that. I'd say, watching Susan arrive back from track practice and head to the shower, stripping off her sweaty workout outfit and dropping it on the floor where it would live, intermingled with clean clothes and unfinished school assignments for the next week. Do what? She'd say back, flashing her wholesome smile. I sometimes had to block out Susan's chaos so I could think straight. I sometimes wanted to yell at her, but I never did. Susan was who she was. She wasn't going to change. When it got to be too much, I'd scoop up her junk and pile it on her bed without comment. I see now that she provoked me in a good way, introducing me to the idea that not everyone needs to have their file folders labeled and alphabetized, or even to have files at all. Years later, I'd fall in love with a guy who, like Susan, stored his belongings in heaps and felt no compunction, really ever, to fold his clothes, but I was able to coexist with it thanks to Susan. I am still coexisting with that guy to this day. This is what a control freak learns inside the compressed otherworld of college. Maybe above all else, there are simply other ways of being. Have you ever, Cherney said to me one day, thought about starting a little after-school program for kids? She was asking out of compassion, I would guess. Over time, I'd grown so dedicated to Jonathan, who was now in elementary school, that a good number of my afternoons were spent wandering around Princeton with him as my sidekick, or at the Third World Center, the two of us playing duets on its poorly tuned piano or reading on a saggy couch. Cherney paid me for my time but seemed to think it wasn't enough. I'm serious, she said. I know plenty of faculty members who are always looking for after-school care. You could run it out of the center. Just try it and see how it goes. With Cherney's word-of-mouth advertising, it wasn't long before I had a gaggle of 3 or 4 children to look after. These were the kids of Black administrators and professors at Princeton, who themselves were a profound minority and, like the rest of us, tended to gravitate toward the TWC. Several afternoons a week after public elementary school let out, I fed them healthy snacks and ran around with them on the lawn. As if they had homework, we worked on it together. For me, the hours flew. Being around children had a wonderful obliterative effect, wiping out school stress, forcing me out of my head and into the moment. As a girl, I'd passed whole days playing mommy to my dolls, pretending that I knew how to dress and feed them, brushing their hair, and tenderly putting band-aids on their plastic knees. Now I was doing it for real. Finding the whole undertaking a lot messier, but no less gratifying than what I'd imagined. I'd go back to my dorm after a few hours with the kids, drained but happy. Once a week or so, if I found a quiet moment, I'd pick up the phone and dial the number for our apartment on Euclid. If my father was working early shifts, I could catch him in the late afternoon, sitting, or so I imagined, with his legs up in his reclining chair in our living room, watching TV. And waiting for my mom to get home from work. In the evenings, it was usually my mother who picked up the phone. I narrated my college life in exacting detail to both my parents like a homesteader dutifully providing dispatches from the frontier. I spilled every observation I had, from how I didn't like my French professor to the antics of the little kids in my after-school program, to the fact that Susan and I had a dedicated, mutual crush on an African-American engineering student with transfixing green eyes who, even though we doggedly shadowed his every move, seemed to barely know we were alive. My dad chuckled at my stories. "Is that right?" he'd say, "and how about that? And maybe that engineer boy doesn't deserve either one of you girls." When I was done talking, he ran through the news from home. Dandy and Grandma had moved back to Dandy's hometown of Georgetown, South Carolina, and Grandma, he reported, was finding herself a bit lonely. He described how my mother was working overtime trying to care for Robbie, who was now in her 70s, widowed and struggling with an array of health issues. He never mentioned his own struggles, but I knew they were there. At one point, when Craig had a home basketball game on a Saturday, my parents drove all the way to Princeton to see it. And I got my first look at their shifting reality, at what never got said on the phone. After pulling into the vast parking lot outside Jadwin Gym, my father reluctantly slid into a wheelchair and allowed my mother to push him inside. I almost didn't want to see what was happening to my father. I couldn't bear it. I'd done some research on multiple sclerosis in the Princeton Library, photocopying medical journal articles to send to my parents. I'd tried to insist that they call a specialist or sign Dad up for some physical therapy, but my dad primarily didn't want to hear any of it. For all the hours we spent talking on the phone while I was at college, his health was the one topic he wouldn't touch. If I asked how he was feeling, the answer was always, "I feel good." And that would be that. I let his voice be my comfort. It bore no trace of pain or self-pity, carrying only good humor and softness and just the tiniest hint of jazz. I lived on it as if it were oxygen. It was sustaining and it was always enough. Before hanging up, he always asked if I needed anything money, for instance, but I never said yes. 7 Ohm gradually began to feel more distant, almost like a place in my imagination. While I was in college, I kept up with a few of my high school friends, most especially Santita, who'd landed at Howard University in Washington, D.C. I went to visit her there over a long weekend, and we laughed and had deep conversations, same as we always had. Howard's campus was urban. Girl, you're still in the hood, I teased after a giant rat charged past us outside her dorm, and its student population, twice the size of Princeton's, was almost entirely black. I envied Santita for the fact she was not isolated by her race. She didn't have to feel that everyday drain of being in a deep minority. But still, I was content returning to the emerald lawns and vaulted stone archways of Princeton, even if few people there could relate to my background. I was majoring in sociology, pulling good grades. I started dating a football player who was smart and spontaneous, who liked to have fun. Susan and I were now rooming with another friend, Angela Kennedy, a wiry, fast-talking kid from Washington, D.C. Angela had a quick, wacky wit and made a game of making us laugh. Despite being an urban black girl, she dressed like a preppy out of central casting, wearing saddle shoes and pink sweaters and somehow managing to pull off the look. I was from one world but now lived fully in another, one in which people fretted about their LSAT scores and their squash games. It was a tension that never quite went away. At school, when anyone asked where I was from, I answered Chicago. And to make clear that I wasn't one of the kids who came from well-heeled northern suburbs like Evanston or Winnetka and staked some false claim on Chicago, I would add, with a touch of pride or maybe defiance, the South Side. I knew that if those words conjured anything at all, it was probably stereotyped images of a black ghetto. Given that gang battles and violence in housing projects were what most often showed up in the news. But again, I was trying, if only half-consciously, to represent the alternative. I belonged at Princeton as much as anybody, and I came from the south side of Chicago. It felt important to say out loud. For me, the South Side was something entirely different from what got shown on TV. It was home. And home was our apartment on Euclid Avenue. With its fading carpet and low ceilings, my dad kicked back in the bucket of his easy chair. It was our tiny yard with Robbie's blooming flowers and the stone bench where, what seemed like eons ago, I'd kissed that boy Ronald. Home was my past, connected by gossamer threads to where I was now. We did have one blood relative in Princeton, Dandy's younger sister, whom we knew as Aunt Sis. She was a simple, bright woman who lived in a simple, bright house on the edge of town. I don't know what brought Aunt Sis to Princeton originally, but she'd been there for a long time, doing domestic work for local families and never losing her Georgetown accent, which sits between a low country drawl and a gullah lilt. Like Dandy, Aunt Sis had been raised in Georgetown, which I remembered from a couple of summer visits we'd made with my parents when I was a kid. I remembered the thick heat of the place and the heavy green drape of Spanish moss on the live oaks. The cypress trees rising from the swamps and the old men fishing on the muddy creeks. There were insects in Georgetown, alarming numbers of them, buzzing and whirring in the evening air like little helicopters. We stayed with my great-uncle Thomas during our visits, another sibling of Dandy's. He was a genial high school principal who'd take me over to his school and let me sit at his desk. Who graciously bought me a tub of peanut butter when I turned my nose up at the enormous breakfasts of bacon, biscuits, and yellow grits that Aunt Dot, his wife, served every morning. I both loved and hated being in the South for the simple reason that it was so different from what I knew. On the roads outside town, we'd drive past the gateways to what were once slave plantations, though they were enough of a fact of life that nobody ever bothered to remark on them. Down a lonely dirt road deep in the woods, we ate venison in a falling-down country shack belonging to some more distant cousins. One of them took Craig out back and showed him how to shoot a gun. Late at night, back at Uncle Thomas's house, both of us had a hard time sleeping, given the deep silence, which was punctuated only by cicadas throbbing in the trees. The hum of those insects and the twisting limbs of the live oaks stayed with us long after we'd gone north again, beating in us almost like a second heart. Even as a kid, I understood innately that the South was knit into me, part of my heritage that was meaningful enough for my father to make return visits to see his people there. It was powerful enough that Dandy wanted to move back to Georgetown, even though as a young man he'd needed to escape it. When he did return, it wasn't to some idyllic little river cottage with a white fence and tidy backyard, but rather, as I saw when Craig and I made a trip to visit a bland, cookie-cutter home near a teeming strip mall. The South wasn't paradise, but it meant something to us. There was a push and pull to our history, a deep familiarity that sat atop a deeper and uglier legacy. Many of the people I knew in Chicago, the kids I'd gone to Bryn Mawr with, many of my friends at Whitney Young knew something similar. Though it was not explicitly discussed, kids simply went down south every summer, shipped out sometimes for the whole season to run around with their second cousins back in Georgia or Louisiana or Mississippi. It seems likely that they'd had grandparents or other relatives who joined the Great Migration north, just as Dandy had from South Carolina and Southside's mother had from Alabama. Somewhere in the background was another more than decent likelihood that they, like me, were descended from slaves. The same was true for many of my friends at Princeton, but I was also coming to understand that there were other versions of being Black in America. I was meeting kids from East Coast cities whose roots were Puerto Rican, Cuban, and Dominican. Cherney's relatives came from Haiti. One of my good friends, David Maynard, had been born into a wealthy Bahamian family, and there was Susan, with her Nigerian birth certificate and her collection of beloved aunties in Jamaica. We were all different, our lineages half buried or maybe just half forgotten. We didn't talk about our ancestry. Why would we? We were young, focused only on the future, though of course we knew nothing of what lay ahead. Once or twice a year, Aunt Sis invited me and Craig to dinner at her house on the other side of Princeton. She piled our plates with succulent fatty ribs and steaming collard greens, and passed around a basket with neatly cut squares of cornbread, which we slathered with butter. She refilled our glasses with impossibly sweet tea and urged us to go for seconds and then thirds. As I remember it, we never discussed anything of significance with Aunt Sis. It was an hour or so of polite, go-nowhere small talk, accompanied by a hot, hearty South Carolina meal, which we shoveled in appreciatively, tired as we were of dining hall food. I saw Aunt Sis simply as a mild-mannered, accommodating older lady, but she was giving us a gift we were still too young to recognize, filling us up with the past, ours, hers, our fathers and grandfathers, without once needing to comment on it. We just ate, helped clean the dishes, and then walked our full bellies back to campus, thankful for the exercise. Airs a memory which, like most memories, is imperfect and subjective, collected long ago like a beach pebble and slipped into the pocket of my mind. It's from sophomore year of college and involves Kevin, my football player boyfriend. Kevin is from Ohio and a near impossible combination of tall, sweet, and rugged. He's a safety for the Tigers, fast on his feet and fearless with his tackles, and at the same time pursuing preemed studies. He's 2 years ahead of me at school, in the same class as my brother and soon to graduate. He's got a cute, slight gap in his smile and makes me feel special. We're both busy and have different sets of friends, but we like being together. We get pizza and go out for brunch on weekends. Kevin enjoys every meal, in part because of the need to maintain his weight for football and because beyond that, he has a hard time sitting still. He's restless, always restless, and impulsive in ways I find charming. "Let's go driving," Kevin says one day. Maybe he says it over the phone, or it's possible we're already together when he gets the idea. Either way, we're soon in his car, a little red compact driving across campus toward a remote, undeveloped corner of Princeton's property, turning down an almost hidden dirt road. It's spring in New Jersey, a warm, clear day with open sky all around us. Are we talking, holding hands? I don't recall. But the feeling is easy and light, and after a minute, Kevin hits the brakes, rolling us to a stop. He's halted alongside a wide field, its high grass stunted and straw-like after the winter but shot through with tiny early-blooming wildflowers. He's getting out of the car. "Come on," he says, motioning for me to follow. "What are we doing?" He looks at me as if it should be obvious. "We're going to run through this field." And we do. We run through that field. We dash from one end to the other, waving our arms like little kids, puncturing the silence with cheerful shouts. We plow through the dry grass and leap over the flowers. Maybe it wasn't obvious to me initially, but now it is. We're supposed to run through this field. Of course we are. Plopping ourselves back in the car, Kevin and I are panting and giddy, loaded up on the silliness of what we've just done. And that's it. It's a small moment, insignificant in the end. It's still with me for no reason but the silliness, for how it unpinned me just briefly from the more serious agenda that guided my every day. Because while I was a social student who continued to lounge through communal mealtimes and had no problem trying to own the dance floor at Third World Center parties, I was still privately and at all times focused on the agenda. Beneath my laid-back college kid demeanor, I lived like a half-closeted CEO, quietly but unswervingly focused on achievement, bent on checking every box. My to-do list lived in my head and went with me everywhere. I assessed my goals, analyzed my outcomes, counted my wins. If there was a challenge to vault, I'd vault it. One proving ground only opened onto the next. Such is the life of a girl who can't stop wondering, am I good enough, and is still trying to show herself the answer. Kevin, meanwhile, was someone who swerved, who even relished the swerve. He and Craig graduated from Princeton at the end of my sophomore year. Craig would end up moving to Manchester, England to play basketball professionally. Kevin, I'd thought, was headed to medical school, but then he swerved, deciding to put off schooling and instead pursue a sideline interest in becoming a sports mascot. Yes, that's right. He'd set his sights on trying out for the Cleveland Browns, not as a player, but rather as a contender for the role of a wide-eyed, gape-mouthed faux animal named Chomps. It was what he wanted. It was a dream, another field to run through, because why the heck not? That summer, Kevin even came up to Chicago from his family's home outside Cleveland, purportedly to visit me, but also, as he announced shortly after arriving, because Chicago was the kind of city where an aspiring mascot could find the right kind of furry animal suit for his upcoming audition. We spent a whole afternoon driving around to shops and looking at costumes together, evaluating whether they were roomy enough to do handsprings in. I don't remember whether Kevin actually found the perfect animal suit that day. I'm not sure whether he landed the mascot job in the end, though he did ultimately become a doctor. Evidently a very good one, and married another Princeton classmate of ours. At the time, and unfairly, I think now, I judged him for the swerve. I had no capacity to understand why someone would take an expensive Princeton education and not immediately convert it into the kind of leg up in the world that such a degree was meant to yield. Why, when you could be in medical school, would you be a dog who does handsprings? But that was me, and as I've said, I was a box checker marching to the resolute beat of effort/result, a devoted follower of the established path, if only because nobody in my family, aside from Craig, had ever set foot on the path before. I wasn't particularly imaginative in how I thought about the future, which is another way of saying I was already thinking about law school. Life on Euclid Avenue had taught me, maybe forced me, to be hard-edged and practical about both time and money. The biggest swerve I'd ever made was a decision to spend the first part of the summer after sophomore year working for basically nothing as a camp counselor in New York's Hudson Valley, looking after urban kids who were having their first experiences in the woods. I'd loved the job, but came out of it more or less broke, more dependent on my parents financially than I wanted to be. Though they never once complained, I'd feel guilty about it for years to come. This was the same summer, too, when people I loved started to die. Robbie, my great-aunt, my rigid taskmaster of a piano teacher, passed away in June, bequeathing her house on Euclid to my parents, allowing them to become home owners for the first time. Southside died a month later after having suffered with advanced lung cancer. It's his long-held view that doctors were untrustworthy, having kept him from any sort of timely intervention. After Southside's funeral, my mother's enormous family piled into his snug little home, along with a smattering of friends and neighbors. I felt the warm tug of the past and the melancholy of absence, all of it a little jarring, accustomed as I was to the hermetic and youthful world of college. It was something deeper than what I normally felt at school. The slow shift of generational gears. My kid cousins were full grown, my aunts had grown old. There were new babies and new spouses. A jazz album roared from the home-built stereo shelves in the dining room, and we dined on a potluck brought by loved ones, baked ham, Jell-O molds, and casseroles. But Southside himself was gone. It was painful, but time pushed us all forward. Each spring, corporate recruiters descended on the Princeton campus, aiming themselves at the graduating seniors. You'd see a classmate who normally dressed in ratty jeans and an untucked shirt crossing campus in a pinstriped suit and understand that he or she was destined for a Manhattan skyscraper. It happened quickly, this vocational sorting, the bankers, lawyers, doctors, and executives of tomorrow hastily migrating toward their next launch pad, whether it was graduate school or a cushy Fortune 500 training program job. I'm certain there were others among us who followed their hearts into education, the arts, and nonprofit work, or who went off on Peace Corps missions or to serve in the military, but I knew very few of them. I was busy climbing my ladder, which was sturdy and practical and aimed straight up. If I'd stopped to think about it, I might have realized that I was burned out by school, by the grind of lectures, papers, and exams, and probably would have benefited from doing something different. Instead, I took the LSAT, wrote my senior thesis, and dutifully reached for the next rung, applying to the best law schools in the country. I saw myself as smart, analytical, and ambitious. I'd been raised on feisty dinner table debates with my parents. I could argue a point down to its theoretical essence and prided myself on never rolling over in a conflict. Was this not the stuff lawyers were made of? I figured it was. I can admit now that I was driven not just by logic but by some reflexive wish for other people's approval, too. When I was a kid, I quietly basked in the warmth that floated my way anytime I announced to a teacher, a neighbor, or one of Robbie's church choir friends that I wanted to be a pediatrician. My, isn't that impressive, their expressions would say, and I reveled in it. Years later, it was really no different. Professors, relatives, random people I met asked what was next for me, and when I mentioned I was bound for law school, Harvard Law School, as it turned out, the affirmation was overwhelming. I was applauded just for getting in, even if the truth was I'd somehow squeaked in off the wait list. But I was in. People looked at me as if already I'd made my mark on the world. This may be the fundamental problem with caring a lot about what others think. It can put you on the established path, the my isn't that impressive path, and keep you there for a long time. Maybe it stops you from swerving, from ever even considering a swerve, because what you risk losing in terms of other people's high regard can feel too costly. Maybe you spend 3 years in Massachusetts, studying constitutional law and discussing the relative merits of exclusionary vertical agreements in antitrust cases. For some, this might be truly interesting, but for you it is not. Maybe during those 3 years you make friends you'll love and respect forever, people who seem genuinely called to the bloodless intricacies of the law, but you yourself are not called. Your passion stays low, yet under no circumstance will you underperform. You live as you always have, by the code of effort/result, and with it you keep achieving until you think you know the answers to all the questions, including the most important one. Am I good enough? Yes, in fact, I am. What happens next is that the rewards get real. You reach for the next rung of the ladder, and this time it's a job with a salary in the Chicago offices of a high-end law firm called Sidley and Austin. You're back where you started, in the city where you were born. Only now you go to work on the 47th floor in a downtown building with a wide plaza and a sculpture out front. You used to pass by it as a South Side kid riding the bus to high school, peering mutely out the window at the people who strode like titans to their jobs. Now you're one of them. You've worked yourself out of that bus and across the plaza and onto an upward moving elevator so silent it seems to glide. You've joined the tribe. At the age of 25, you have an assistant. You make more money than your parents ever have. Your coworkers are polite, educated, and mostly white. You wear an Armani suit and sign up for a subscription wine service. You make monthly payments on your law school loans and go to step aerobics after work. Because you can, you buy yourself a sob. Is there anything to question? It doesn't seem that way. You're a lawyer now. You've taken everything ever given to you, the love of your parents, the faith of your teachers, the music from Southside and Robbie, the meals from Aunt Sis, the vocabulary words drilled into you by Dandy, and converted it to this. You've climbed the mountain, and part of your job, aside from parsing abstract intellectual property issues for big corporations, is to help cultivate the next set of young lawyers being courted by the firm. A senior partner asks if you'll mentor an incoming summer associate. And the answer is easy. Of course you will. You have yet to understand the altering force of a simple yes. You don't know that when a memo arrives to confirm the assignment, some deep and unseen fault line in your life has begun to tremble, that some hold is already starting to slip. Next to your name is another name, that of some hotshot law student who's busy climbing his own ladder. Like you, he's black and from Harvard. Other than that, you know nothing, just the name. And it's an odd one. Barack Obama was late on day one. I sat in my office on the 47th floor, waiting and not waiting for him to arrive. Like most first-year lawyers, I was busy. I put in long hours at Sidley and Austin, often eating both lunch and dinner at my desk while combating a continuous flow of documents, all of them written in precise and decorous lawyer language. I read memos, I wrote memos, I edited other people's memos. At this point, I thought of myself basically as trilingual. I knew the relaxed patois of the South Side and the high-minded diction of the Ivy League, and now on top of that I spoke lawyer too. I'd been hired into the firm's marketing and intellectual property practice group, which was considered internally more freewheeling and creative than other groups, I suppose because we dealt at least some of the time with advertising. Part of my job involved poring over scripts for our clients' TV and radio ads, making sure they didn't violate Federal Communications Commission standards. I would later be awarded the honor of looking after the legal concerns of Barney the dinosaur. Yes, this is what passes for freewheeling in a law firm. The problem for me was that as a junior associate, my work didn't involve much actual interaction with clients, and I was a Robinson. Raised in the boisterous scrum of my extended family, molded by my father's instinctive love of a crowd, I craved interaction of any sort. To offset the solitude, I joked around with Lorraine, my assistant, a hyper-organized, good-humored African-American woman several years my senior who sat just outside my office and answered my phone. I had friendly professional relationships with some of the senior partners and perked up at any chance I had to chit-chat with my fellow associates. But in general, everyone was overloaded with work and careful not to waste one billable minute of the day, which put me back at my desk, alone with my documents. If I had to spend 70 hours a week somewhere, my office was a pleasant enough place. I had a leather chair, a buffed walnut desk, and wide windows with a southeastern view. I could look out over the hodgepodge of the business district and see the white-capped waves of Lake Michigan, which in summertime were dotted with bright sailboats. If I angled myself a certain way, I could trace the coastline and glimpse a narrow seam of the south side with its low-rise rooftops and intermittent stands of trees. From where I sat, the neighborhoods appeared placid and almost toy-like, but the reality was in many cases far different. Parts of the South Side had become desolate as businesses shut down and families continued to move out. The steel mills that had once provided stability were cutting thousands of jobs. The crack epidemic, which had ravaged African American communities in places like Detroit and New York, was only just reaching Chicago, but its course was no less destructive. Gangs battled for market share, recruiting young boys to run their street corner operations, which, while dangerous, was far more lucrative than going to school. The city's murder rate was starting to tick upward, a sign of even more trouble to come. I made good money at Sidley, but was pragmatic enough to take a bird in the hand when it came to housing. Since finishing law school, I'd been living back in my old South Shore neighborhood, which was still relatively untouched by gangs and drugs. My parents had moved downstairs into Robbie and Terry's old space. And at their invitation, I'd taken over the upstairs apartment where we'd lived when I was a kid, sprucing it up with a crisp white couch and framed batik prints on the walls. I wrote my parents an occasional check that loosely covered my share of the utilities. It hardly counted as paying rent, but they insisted it was plenty, though my apartment had a private entrance. I most often tromped through the downstairs kitchen as I came and went from work, in part because my parents' back door opened directly to the garage, and in part because I was still and always would be a Robinson. Even if I now fancied myself the sort of suit-wearing, sob-driving, independent young professional I'd always dreamed of being, I didn't much like being alone. I fortified myself with daily check-ins with my mom and dad. I'd hugged them that very morning. In fact, before dashing out the door and driving through a heavy rainstorm to get to work, I might add on time, I looked at my watch. Any sign of this guy? I called to Lorraine. Her sigh was audible. Girl, no, she called back. She was amused, I could tell. She knew how tardiness drove me nuts, how I saw it as nothing but hubris. Barack Obama had already created a stir at the firm. For one thing, he'd just finished his first year of law school. And normally we only hired second-year students for summer positions, but rumor had it he was exceptional. Word had spread that one of his professors at Harvard, the daughter of a managing partner, claimed he was the most gifted law student she'd ever encountered. Some of the secretaries who'd seen the guy come in for his interview were saying that on top of this apparent brilliance, he was also cute. I was skeptical of all of it, in my experience. You put a suit on any half-intelligent black man and white people tended to go bonkers. I was doubtful he'd earned the hype. I'd checked out his photo in the summer edition of our staff directory, a less than flattering, poorly lit headshot of a guy with a big smile and a whiff of geekiness, and remained unmoved. His bio said he was originally from Hawaii, which at least made him a comparatively exotic geek. Otherwise, nothing stood out. The only surprise had come weeks earlier when I made a quick obligatory phone call to introduce myself. I'd been pleasantly startled by the voice on the other end of the line, a rich, even sexy baritone that didn't seem to match his photo one bit. It was another 10 minutes before he checked in at the reception area on our floor, and I walked out to meet him, finding him seated on a couch, one Barack Obama, dressed in a dark suit and still a little damp from the rain. He grinned sheepishly and apologized for his lateness as he shook my hand. He had a wide smile and was taller and thinner than I'd imagined he'd be, a man who was clearly not much of an eater, who also looked fully unaccustomed to wearing business clothes. If he knew he was arriving with a whiz-kid reputation, it didn't show. As I walked him through the corridors to my office, introducing him to the cushy mundanities of corporate law, showing him the word processing center and the coffee machine, explaining our system for tracking billable hours, he was quiet and deferential, listening attentively. After about 20 minutes, I delivered him to the senior partner who'd be his actual supervisor for the summer and went back to my desk. Later that day, I took Barack to lunch at the fancy restaurant on the first floor of our office building. A place packed with well-groomed bankers and lawyers' power lunching over meals priced like dinners. This was the boon of having a summer associate to advise. It was an excuse to eat out and eat well and to do it on the firm's expense account. As Barack's advisor, I was meant to act as a social conduit more than anything. My assignment was to make sure he was happy in the job, that he had someone to come to if he needed advice, and that he felt connected to the larger team. It was the start of a larger wooing process, the idea being, as it was with all summer associates, that the firm might want to recruit him for a full-time job once he had his law degree. Very quickly, I realized that Barack would need little in the way of advice. He was 3 years older than I was, about to turn 28. Unlike me, he'd worked for several years after finishing his undergrad degree at Columbia before moving on to law school. What struck me was how assured he seemed of his own direction in life. He was oddly free from doubt, though at first glance it was hard to understand why. Compared with my own lockstep march toward success, the direct arrow shot of my trajectory from Princeton to Harvard to my desk on the 47th floor, Barack's path was an improvisational zigzag through disparate worlds. I learned over lunch that he was in every sense a hybrid, the son of a black Kenyan father and a white mother from Kansas, whose marriage had been both youthful and short-lived. He'd been born and raised in Honolulu, but had spent 4 years of his childhood flying kites and catching crickets in Indonesia. After high school, he'd passed 2 relatively laid-back years as a student at Occidental College in Los Angeles before transferring to Columbia, where by his own account he'd behaved nothing like a college boy set loose in 1980s Manhattan, and instead lived like a 16th-century mountain hermit, reading lofty works of literature and philosophy in a grimy apartment on 109th Street, writing bad poetry and fasting on Sundays. We laughed about all of it, swapping stories about our backgrounds and what led us to the law. Barack was serious without being self-serious. He was breezy in his manner but powerful in his mind. It was a strange, stirring combination. Surprising to me, too, was how well he knew Chicago. Barack was the first person I'd met at Sidley who had spent time in the barber shops, barbecue joints, and Bible-thumping black parishes of the far South Side. Before going to law school, he'd worked in Chicago for 3 years as a community organizer, earning $12,000 a year from a nonprofit that bound together a coalition of churches. His task was to help rebuild neighborhoods and bring back jobs. As he described it, it had been 2 parts frustration to 1 part reward. He'd spend weeks planning a community meeting only to have a dozen people show up. His efforts were scoffed at by union leaders and picked apart by black folks and white folks alike. Yet over time, he'd won a few incremental victories. And this seemed to encourage him. He was in law school, he explained, because grassroots organizing had shown him that meaningful societal change required not just the work of the people on the ground, but stronger policies and governmental action as well. Despite my resistance to the hype that had preceded him, I found myself admiring Barack for both his self-assuredness and his earnest demeanor. He was refreshing, unconventional, and weirdly elegant. Not once, though, did I think about him as someone I'd want to date. For one thing, I was his mentor at the firm. I'd also recently sworn off dating altogether, too consumed with work to put any effort into it. And finally, appallingly, at the end of lunch, Barack lit a cigarette, which would have been enough to snuff any interest if I'd had any to begin with. He would be, I thought to myself, a good summer mentee. The next couple of weeks, we fell into a kind of routine. In the late afternoon, Barack would wander down the hall and flop onto one of the chairs in my office as if he'd known me for years. Sometimes it felt as if he had. Our banter was easy, our mindsets alike. We gave each other sideways glances when people around us got stressed to the point of mania, when partners made comments that seemed condescending or out of touch. What was unspoken but obvious was that he was a brother, and in our office, which employed more than 400 lawyers, only about 5 full-time attorneys were African American. Our pull toward each other was evident and easy to understand. Barack bore no resemblance to the typical eager beaver summer associate, as I myself had been 2 years earlier at Sidley, networking furiously and anxiously wondering whether a golden ticket job offer was coming. He sauntered around with calm detachment, which seemed only to increase his appeal. Inside the firm, his reputation was continuing to grow. Already he was being asked to sit in on high-level partner meetings. Already he was being pressed to give input on whatever issues were under discussion. At some point early in the summer, he pumped out a 30-page memo about corporate governance that was evidently so thorough and cogent it became instantly legendary. Who was this guy? Everyone seemed intrigued. "I brought you a copy," Barack said one day, sliding his memo across my desk with a smile. "Thanks," I said, taking the file, looking forward to it. After he left, I tucked it into a drawer. Did he know I'd never read it? I think he probably did. He'd given it to me half as a joke. We were in different specialty groups, so there was no material overlap in our work anyway. I had plenty of my own documents to contend with, and I didn't need to be wowed. We were friends now, Barack and I, comrades in arms. We ate lunch out at least once a week, and sometimes more often than that, always, of course, billing Sidley and Austin for the pleasure. Gradually, we learned more about each other. He knew that I lived in the same house as my parents, that my happiest memories of Harvard Law School stemmed from the work I'd done in the Legal Aid Bureau. I knew that he consumed volumes of political philosophy as if it were beach reading, that he spent all his spare change on books. I knew that his father had died in a car crash in Kenya and that he'd made a trip there to try to understand more about the man. I knew he loved basketball, went for long runs on the weekends, and spoke wistfully of his friends and family on Oahu. I knew he'd had plenty of girlfriends in the past, but didn't have one now. This last bit was something I thought I could rectify. My life in Chicago was nothing if not crowded with accomplished and eligible black women. My marathon work hours notwithstanding, I liked to socialize. I had friends from Sidley, friends from high school, friends developed through professional networking, and friends I'd met through Craig, who was newly married and making his living as an investment banker in town. We were a merry co-ed crew, congregating when we could in one downtown bar or another, and catching up over long, lavish meals on weekends. I'd gone out with a couple of guys in law school but hadn't met anyone special upon returning to Chicago and had little interest anyway. I'd announced to everyone, including potential suitors, that my career was my priority. I did, though, have plenty of girlfriends who were looking for someone to date. One evening early in the summer, I brought Barack along with me to a happy hour at a downtown bar, which served as an unofficial monthly mixer for black professionals and was where I often met up with friends. He'd changed out of his work clothes, I noticed, and was wearing a white linen blazer that looked as if it had come straight out of the Miami Vice costume closet. Ah, well, there was no arguing with the fact that even with his challenged sense of style, Barack was a catch. He was good-looking, poised, and successful. He was athletic, interesting, and kind. What more could anyone want? I sailed into the bar, certain I was doing everyone a favor, him and all the ladies. Almost immediately, he was corralled by an acquaintance of mine, a beautiful and high-powered woman who worked in finance. She perked up instantly, I could see, talking to Barack. Pleased with this development, I got myself a drink and moved on toward others I knew in the crowd. 20 minutes later, I caught sight of Barack across the room in the grips of what looked to be an endless conversation with the woman who was doing a large portion of the talking. He shot me a look implying that he'd like to be rescued, but he was a grown man. I let him rescue himself. "Do you know what she asked me?" he said the next day, turning up in my office, still slightly incredulous. "She asked if I liked to go riding. She meant on horseback." And he said they'd discussed their favorite movies, which also hadn't gone well. Barack was cerebral, probably too cerebral for most people to put up with. This, in fact, would be my friend's assessment of him when we next spoke. He wasn't a happy hour guy, and maybe I should have realized that earlier. My world was filled with hopeful, hard-working people who were obsessed with their own upward mobility. They had new cars and were buying their first condos and liked to talk about it all over martinis after work. Barack was more content to spend an evening alone, reading up on urban housing policy. As an organizer, he'd spent weeks and months listening to poor people describe their challenges. His insistence on hope and the potential for mobility I was coming to see came from an entirely different and not easily accessible place. There was a time, he told me, when he'd been looser, more wild. He'd spent the first 20 years of his life going by the nickname Barry. As a teen, he smoked pot in the lush volcanic foothills of Oahu. At Occidental, he rode the waning energy of the 1970s, embracing Hendrix and the Stones. Somewhere along the way, though, he'd stepped into the fullness of his birth name, Barack Hussein Obama, and the complicated rubric of his identity. He was white and black, African and American. He was modest and lived modestly, yet knew the richness of his own mind and the world of privilege that would open up to him as a result. He took it all seriously, I could tell. He could be light-hearted and jokey, but he never strayed far from a larger sense of obligation. He was on some sort of quest, though he didn't yet know where it would lead. All I knew was that it didn't translate over drinks. Next time happy hour rolled around, I left him at the office. When I was a kid, my parents smoked. They lit cigarettes in the evenings as they sat in the kitchen, talking through their workdays. They smoked while they cleaned the dinner dishes later at night, sometimes opening a window to let in some fresh air. They weren't heavy smokers, but they were habitual smokers and defiant ones too. They smoked long after the research made clear that it was bad for you. The whole thing drove me crazy, and Craig as well. We made an elaborate show of coughing when they lit up. We ran sabotage missions on their supplies. When Craig and I were very young, we pulled a brand new carton of Newports from a shelf and set about destroying them, snapping them like beans over the kitchen sink. Another time, we dipped the ends of their cigarettes in hot sauce and returned them to the pack. We lectured our parents about lung cancer, explaining the horrors that had been shown to us on film strips during health class at school. Images of smokers' lungs, desiccated and black as charcoal, death in the making, death right inside your chest. For contrast, we'd been shown pictures of florid pink lungs that were healthy, uncontaminated by smoke. The paradigm was simple enough to make their behavior confounding: good/bad, healthy/sick. You choose your own future. It was everything our parents had ever taught us. And yet it would be years before they finally quit. Barack smoked the way my parents did, after meals, walking down a city block, or when he was feeling anxious and needed to do something with his hands. In 1989, smoking was more prevalent than it is now, more embedded in everyday life. Research on the effects of secondhand smoke was relatively new. People smoked in restaurants, offices, and airports, but still I'd seen the film strips. To me, and to every sensible person I knew, smoking was pure self-destruction. Barack knew exactly how I felt about it. Our friendship was built on a plain-spoken candor that I think we both enjoyed. Why would someone as smart as you do something as dumb as that? I'd blurted on the very first day we met, watching him cap off our lunch with a smoke. It was an honest question. As I recall, he just shrugged, acknowledging that I was right. There was no fight to be put up, no finer point to be argued. Smoking was the one topic where Barack's logic seemed to leave him altogether. Whether I was going to admit it or not, though, something between us had started to change. On days when we were too busy to check in face-to-face, I found myself wondering what he'd been up to. I talked myself out of being disappointed when he didn't surface in my office doorway. I talked myself out of being too excited when he did. I had feelings for the guy, but they were latent, buried deep beneath my resolve to keep my life and career tidy and forward-focused, free from any drama. My annual reviews at work were solid. I was on track to become an equity partner at Sidley and Austin probably before I hit 32. It was everything I wanted, or so I was trying to convince myself. I might have been ignoring whatever was growing between us, but he wasn't. I think we should go out, Barack announced one afternoon as we sat finishing a meal. What, you and me? I feigned shock that he even considered it a possibility. I told you I don't date and I'm your advisor. He gave a wry laugh, like that counts for anything. You're not my boss, he said, and you're pretty cute. Barack had a smile that seemed to stretch the whole width of his face. He was a deadly combination of smooth and reasonable, more than once in the coming days. He laid out the evidence for why we should be going out. We were compatible. We made each other laugh. We were both available, and furthermore, we confessed to being almost immediately uninterested in anyone else we met. Nobody at the firm, he argued, would care if we dated. In fact, maybe it would be seen as a positive. He presumed that the partners wanted him to come work for them eventually. If he and I were an item, it would improve the odds of his committing. You mean I'm like some sort of bait? I said, laughing. You flatter yourself. Over the course of the summer, the firm organized a series of events and outings for its associates, sending around sign-up sheets for anyone who wanted to go. One was a weeknight performance of Les Miserables at a theater not far from the office. I put us on the list for 2 tickets, which was standard behavior for a junior associate advisor and her summer associate charge. We were supposed to be attending firm functions together. I was supposed to be ensuring that his experience with Sidley and Austin was bright and positive. That was the whole point. We sat side by side in the theater, both of us worn out after a long day of work. The curtain went up and the singing began, giving us a gray, gloomy version of Paris. I don't know if it was my mood or whether it was just Les Miserables itself. But I spent the next hour feeling helplessly pounded by French misery, grunts and chains, poverty and rape, injustice and oppression. Millions of people around the world had fallen in love with this musical, but I squirmed in my seat, trying to rise above the inexplicable torment I felt every time the melody repeated. When the lights went up for intermission, I stole a glance at Barack. He was slumped down, with his right elbow on the armrest and index finger resting on his forehead, his expression unreadable. "What do you think?" I said. He gave me a sideways look. "Horrible, right?" I laughed, relieved that he felt the same way. Barack sat up in his seat. "What if we got out of here?" he said. "We could just leave." Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't bolt. I wasn't that sort of person. I cared too much what the other lawyers thought of me, what they'd think if they spotted our empty seats. I cared too much in general about finishing what I'd started, about seeing every last little thing through to the absolute heart-stopping end, even if it was an overwrought Broadway musical on an otherwise beautiful Wednesday night. This, unfortunately, was the box checker in me. I endured misery for the sake of appearances, but now it seemed I'd joined up with someone who did not. Avoiding everyone we knew from work, the other advisors and their summer associates bubbling effusively in the lobby, we slipped out of the theater and into a balmy evening. The last light was draining from a purple sky. I exhaled, my relief so palpable that it caused Barack to laugh. "Where are we going now?" I asked. "How about we grab a drink?" We walked to a nearby bar in the same manner we always seemed to walk, with me a step forward and him a step back. Barack was an ambler. He moved with a loose-jointed Hawaiian casualness, never given to hurry, even and especially when instructed to hurry. I, on the other hand, power-walked even during my leisure hours and had a hard time decelerating. But I remember how that night I counseled myself to slow down just a little, just enough so that I could hear what he was saying. Because it was beginning to dawn on me that I cared about hearing everything he said. Until now, I'd constructed my existence carefully, tucking and folding every loose and disorderly bit of it as if building some tight and airless piece of origami. I had labored over its creation. I was proud of how it looked, but it was delicate. If one corner came untucked, I might discover that I was restless. If another popped loose, it might reveal I was uncertain about the professional path I'd so deliberately put myself on, about all the things I told myself I wanted. I think now it's why I guarded myself so carefully, why I still wasn't ready to let him in. He was like a wind that threatened to unsettle everything. A day or two later, Barack asked if I could give him a ride to a barbecue for summer associates, which was happening that weekend at a senior partner's home in one of the wealthy lakefront suburbs north of the city. The weather, as I remember it, was clear that day, the lake sparkling at the edge of a well-tended lawn. A caterer served food as music blared over stereo speakers, and people remarked on the tasteful grandeur of the house. The whole milieu was a portrait of affluence and ease, a less than subtle reminder of the payoff that came when you committed yourself wholeheartedly to the grind. Barack, I knew, wrestled with what he wanted to do with his life, which direction his career would take. He had an uneasy relationship with wealth. Like me, he'd never had it, and he didn't aspire to it either. He wanted to be effective far more than he wanted to be rich, but was still trying to figure out how. We walked through the party not quite like a couple, but still mostly together, drifting between clusters of colleagues, drinking beer and lemonade, eating hamburgers and potato salad from plastic plates. We'd get separated and then find each other again. It all felt natural. He was quietly flirty with me and I was flirty back. Some of the men started playing pickup basketball and I watched as Barack moseyed on over to the court in his flip-flops to join. He had an easy rapport with everyone at the firm. He addressed all the secretaries by name and got along with everyone from the older, stuffier lawyers to the ambitious young bucks who were now playing basketball. He's a good person, I thought to myself, watching him pass the ball to another lawyer. Having sat through scores of high school and college games, I recognized a good player when I saw one, and Barack quickly passed the test. He played an athletic, artful form of basketball, his lanky body moving quickly, showing power I hadn't before noticed. He was swift and graceful, even in his Hawaiian footwear. I stood there pretending to listen to what somebody's perfectly nice wife was saying to me, but my eyes stayed fixed on Barack. I was struck for the first time by the spectacle of him, this strange mix of everything man. As we drove back to the city in the early evening, I felt a new ache, some freshly planted seed of longing. It was July. Barack would be leaving sometime in August, disappearing into law school and whatever else life held for him there. Nothing had changed outwardly. We were kidding around, as we always did, gossiping about who'd said what at the barbecue, but there was a certain kind of heat climbing my spine. I was acutely aware of his body in the small space of my car, his elbow resting on the console, his knee within reach of my hand. As we followed the southward curve of Lake Shore Drive, passing bicyclists and runners on the pedestrian pathways, I was arguing silently with myself. Was there a way to do this unseriously? How badly could it hurt my job? I had no clarity about anything, about what was proper, about who would find out and whether that mattered, but it hit me that I was done waiting for clarity. He was living in Hyde Park, subletting an apartment from a friend. By the time we pulled into the neighborhood, the tension lay thick in the air between us, like something inevitable or predestined was finally about to happen. Or was I imagining it? Maybe I'd shut him down too many times. Maybe he'd given up and now just saw me as a good, stalwart friend, a girl with an air-conditioned sob who'd drive him around when he needed it. I halted the car in front of his building, my mind still in blurry overdrive. We let an awkward beat pass, each waiting for the other to initiate a goodbye. Barack cocked his head at me. "Should we get some ice cream?" he said. This is when I knew the game was on. One of the few times I decided to stop thinking and just live. It was a warm summer evening in the city that I loved. The air felt soft on my skin. There was a Baskin-Robbins on the block near Barack's apartment, and we got ourselves 2 cones, taking them outside to eat, finding ourselves a spot on the curb. We sat close together with our knees pulled up, pleasantly tired after a day spent outdoors, eating our ice cream quickly and wordlessly. Trying to stay ahead of the melt. Maybe Barack read it on my face or sensed it in my posture, the fact that everything for me had now begun to loosen and unfold. He was looking at me curiously with the trace of a smile. "Can I kiss you?" he asked. And with that, I leaned in and everything felt clear. As soon as I allowed myself to feel anything for Barack, the feelings came rushing. A toppling blast of lust, gratitude, fulfillment, wonder. Any worries I'd been harboring about my life and career, and even about Barack himself, seemed to fall away with that first kiss, replaced by a driving need to know him better, to explore and experience everything about him as fast as I could. Maybe because he was due back at Harvard in a month, we wasted no time being casual. Not quite ready to have a boyfriend sleeping under the same roof as my parents, I began spending nights at Barack's apartment, a cramped, second-floor walk-up above a storefront on a noisy section of 53rd Street. The guy who normally lived there was a University of Chicago law student, and he'd furnished it like any good student would, with mismatched garage sale finds. There was a small table, a couple of rickety chairs, and a queen-sized mattress on the floor. Piles of Barack's books and newspapers covered the open surfaces and a good deal of the floor. He hung his suit jackets on the backs of the kitchen chairs and kept very little in the fridge. It wasn't homey, but now that I viewed everything through the lens of our fast-moving romance, it felt like home. Barack intrigued me. He was not like anyone I'd dated before, mainly because he seemed so secure. He was openly affectionate. He told me I was beautiful. He made me feel good. To me, he was sort of like a unicorn, unusual to the point of seeming almost unreal. He never talked about material things like buying a house or a car or even new shoes. His money went largely toward books, which to him were like sacred objects, providing ballast for his mind. He'd read late into the night, often long after I'd fallen asleep, plowing through history and biographies, and Toni Morrison, too. He reads several newspapers daily, cover to cover. He kept tabs on the latest book reviews, the American League standings, and what the South Side aldermen were up to. He could speak with equal passion about the Polish elections and which movies Roger Ebert had panned and why. With no air conditioning, we had little choice but to sleep with the windows open at night, trying to cool the sweltering apartment. What we gained in comfort, we sacrificed in quiet. In those days, 53rd Street was a hub of late-night activity, a thoroughfare for cruising lowriders with unmuffled tailpipes. Almost hourly, it seemed, a police siren would blare outside the window or someone would start shouting, unloading a stream of outrage and profanity that would startle me awake on the mattress. If I found it unsettling, Barack did not. I sensed already that he was more at home with the unruliness of the world than I was, more willing to let it all in without distress. I woke one night to find him staring at the ceiling, his profile lit by the glow of streetlights outside. He looked vaguely troubled, as if he were pondering something deeply personal. Was it our relationship, the loss of his father? "Hey, what are you thinking about over there?" I whispered. He turned to look at me, his smile a little sheepish. "Oh," he said, "I was just thinking about income inequality." This, I was learning, was how Barack's mind worked. He got himself fixated on big and abstract issues, fueled by some crazy sense that he might be able to do something about them. It was new to me, I have to say. Until now, I'd hung around with good people who cared about important enough things but who were focused primarily on building their careers and providing for their families. Barack was just different. He was dialed into the day-to-day demands of his life, but at the same time, especially at night, his thoughts seemed to roam a much wider plane. The bulk of our time, of course, was still spent at work, in the plush stillness of the Sidley and Austin offices, where every morning I shook off any dreaminess and zipped myself back into my junior associate existence, returning dutifully to my stack of documents and the demands of corporate clients I'd never once meet. Barack, meanwhile, worked on his own documents in a shared office down the hall, increasingly fawned over by partners who found him impressive. Still concerned about propriety, I insisted we keep our blooming relationship out of sight of our colleagues, though it hardly worked. Lorraine, my assistant, gave Barack a knowing smile each time he surfaced in my office. We'd even been busted the very first night we'd been out in public as a couple, shortly after our first kiss. Having gone to the Art Institute and then to see Spike Lee's movie Do the Right Thing at Water Tower Place, where we bumped into one of the firm's most high-ranking partners, Newt Minow, and his wife, Josephine, in the popcorn line. They'd greeted us warmly, even approvingly, and made no comment on the fact we were together. But still, there we were. Work during this time felt like a distraction, the thing we had to do before we were allowed to charge back toward each other again. Away from the office, Barack and I talked endlessly, over leisurely walks around Hyde Park dressed in shorts and t-shirts and meals that seemed short to us but in reality went on for hours. We debated the merits of every single Stevie Wonder album before doing the same thing with Marvin Gaye. I was smitten. I loved the slow roll of his voice and the way his eyes softened when I told a funny story. I was coming to appreciate how he ambled from one place to the next, never worried about time. Each day brought small discoveries. I was a Cubs fan while he liked the White Sox. I loved mac and cheese and he couldn't stand it. He liked dark, dramatic movies while I went all in for rom-coms. He was a lefty with immaculate handwriting. I had a heavy right-hand scrawl. In the month before he went back to Cambridge, we shared what felt like every memory and stray thought, running through our childhood follies, teenage blunders, and the thwarted starter romances that had gotten us to each other. Barack was especially intrigued by my upbringing, the year-to-year, decade-to-decade sameness of life on Euclid Avenue, with me and Craig and Mom and Dad making up four corners of a sturdy square. Barak had spent a lot of time in churches during his time as a community organizer, which had left him with an appreciation for organized religion, but at the same time he remained less traditional. Marriage, he told me early on, struck him as an unnecessary and overhyped convention. I don't remember introducing Barak to my family that summer, though Craig tells me I did. He says that the two of us walked up to the house on Euclid Avenue one evening. Craig was over for a visit, sitting on the front porch with my parents. Barak, he recalls, was friendly and confident and made a couple of minutes of easy small talk before we ran up to my apartment to pick something up. My father appreciated Barak instantly, but still didn't like his odds. After all, he'd seen me jettison my high school boyfriend David at the gates of Princeton. He'd watched me dismiss Kevin, the college football player, as soon as I'd seen him in a furry mascot outfit. My parents knew better than to get too attached. They'd raised me to run my own life, and that's basically what I did. I was too focused and too busy. I'd told my parents plenty of times to make room for any man. According to Craig, my father shook his head and laughed as he watched me and Barak walk away. "Nice guy," he said. "Too bad he won't last." If my family was a square, then Barak's was a more elaborate piece of geometry, one that reached across oceans. He'd spent years trying to make sense of its lines. His mother, Ann Dunham, had been a 17-year-old college student in Hawaii in 1960 when she fell for a Kenyan student named Barack Obama. Their marriage was brief and confusing, especially given that her new husband, it turned out, already had a wife in Nairobi. After their divorce, Zan went on to marry a Javanese geologist named Lolo Sotoro and moved to Jakarta, bringing along the junior Barack Obama, my Barack Obama, who was then 6 years old. As Barack described it to me, he'd been happy in Indonesia and got along well with his new stepfather, but his mother had concerns about the quality of his schooling. In 1971, Ann Dunham sent her son back to Oahu to attend private school and live with her parents. She was a free spirit who would go on to spend years moving between Hawaii and Indonesia. Aside from making one extended trip back to Hawaii when Barack was 10, his father, a man who by all accounts had both a powerful mind and a powerful drinking problem, remained absent and unengaged. And yet Barack was loved deeply. His grandparents on Oahu doted on both him and his younger half-sister Maya. His mother, though still living in Jakarta, was warm and supportive from afar. Barack also spoke affectionately of another half-sister in Nairobi named Amma. He'd grown up with far less stability than I had, but he didn't lament it. His story was his story. His family life had left him self-reliant and curiously hardwired for optimism. The fact he'd navigated his unusual upbringing so successfully seemed only to reinforce the idea that he was ready to take on more. On a humid evening, I went with him as he did a favor for an old friend. One of his former community organizer co-workers had asked if he could lead a training at a black parish in Roseland, on the far south side, an area that had been crippled by the steel mill closings of the mid-1980s. For Barack, it was a welcome one-night return to his old job and the part of Chicago where he'd once worked. It occurred to me as we walked into the church, both of us still dressed in our office clothes, that I'd never thought much about what a community organizer actually did. We followed a stairwell down to a low-ceilinged, fluorescent-lit basement area, where 15 or so parishioners, mostly women as I remember, were sitting in folding chairs in what looked to be a room that doubled as a daycare center, fanning themselves in the heat. I took a seat in the back as Barack walked to the front of the room and said hello to them. He must have seemed young and lawyerly. I could see that they were sizing him up, trying to figure out whether he was some sort of opinionated outsider or in fact had something of value to offer. The atmosphere was plenty familiar to me. I'd grown up attending my great-aunt Robbie's weekly operetta workshop in an African Methodist Episcopal church not unlike this one. The women in the room were no different from the ladies who sang in Robbie's choir or who'd turned up with casseroles after Southside died. They were well-intentioned, community-minded women, often single mothers or grandmothers, the type who inevitably stepped in to help when no one else would volunteer. Barack hung his suit jacket on the back of his chair and took off his wristwatch, laying it on the table in front of him to keep an eye on the time. After introducing himself, he facilitated a conversation that would last about an hour, asking people to share their stories and describe their concerns about life in the neighborhood. Barack, in turn, shared his own story, tying it to the principles of community organizing. He was there to convince them that our stories connected us to one another, and through those connections, it was possible to harness discontent and convert it to something useful. Even they, he said, a tiny group inside a small church, in what felt like a forgotten neighborhood, could build real political power. It took effort, he cautioned. It required mapping strategy and listening to your neighbors and building trust in communities where trust was often lacking. It meant asking people you'd never met to give you a bit of their time or a tiny piece of their paycheck. It involved being told no in a dozen or 100 different ways before hearing the yes that would make all the difference. This, it seemed, was a large part of what an organizer did, but he assured them they could have influence, they could make change. He'd seen the process work, if not always smoothly, in the Altgeld Gardens public housing project, where a group just like this one had managed to register new voters, rally residents to meet with city officials about asbestos contamination, and persuade the mayor's office to fund a neighborhood job training center. The heavy-set woman sitting next to me bounced a toddler on her knee and did nothing to hide her skepticism. She inspected Barack with her chin lifted and her bottom lip stuck out as if to say, "Who are you to be telling us what to do?" But skepticism didn't bother him the same way long odds didn't seem to bother him. Barack was a unicorn, after all, shaped by his unusual name, his odd heritage, his hard-to-pin-down ethnicity, his missing dad, his unique mind. He was used to having to prove himself pretty much anywhere he went. The idea he was presenting wasn't an easy sell, nor should it have been. Roseland had taken one hit after another, from the exodus of white families and the bottoming out of the steel industry to the deterioration of its schools and the flourishing of the drug trade. As an organizer working in urban communities, Barack had told me, he'd contended most often with a deep weariness in people, especially Black people, a cynicism bred from 1,000 small disappointments over time. I understood it. I'd seen it in my own neighborhood, in my own family. A bitterness, a lapse in faith. It lived in both of my grandfathers, spawned by every goal they'd abandoned and every compromise they'd had to make. It was inside the harried second-grade teacher who'd basically given up trying to teach us at Bryn Mawr. It was inside the neighbor who'd stopped mowing her lawn or keeping track of where her kids went after school. It lived in every piece of trash tossed carelessly in the grass at our local park and every ounce of malt liquor drained before dark. It lived in every last thing we deemed unfixable, including ourselves. Barack didn't talk down to the people of Roseland, and he wasn't trying to win them over either by hiding his privilege and acting more black. Amid the parishioners' fears and frustrations, their disenfranchisement and sinking helplessness, he was somewhat brashly pointing an arrow in the opposite direction. I'd never been someone who dwelled on the more demoralizing parts of being African American. I'd been raised to think positively. I'd absorbed my family's love and my parents' commitment to seeing us succeed. I'd stood with Santita Jackson at Operation Push rallies, listening to her father call for Black people to remember their pride. My purpose had always been to see past my neighborhood, to look ahead and overcome, and I had. I'd scored myself 2 Ivy League degrees. I had a seat at the table at Sidley and Austin. I'd made my parents and grandparents proud. But listening to Barack, I began to understand that his version of hope reached far beyond mine. It was one thing to get yourself out of a stuck place, I realized. It was another thing entirely to try and get the place itself unstuck. I was gripped all over again by a sense of how special he was. Slowly, all around me, too, the church ladies began nodding their approval, punctuating his sentences with calls of mmmmhm and that's right. His voice climbed in intensity as he got to the end of his pitch. He wasn't a preacher, but he was definitely preaching something, a vision. He was making a bid for our investment. The choice, as he saw it, was this: you give up or you work for change. What's better for us? Barack called to the people gathered in the room. Do we settle for the world as it is, or do we work for the world as it should be? It was a phrase borrowed from a book he'd read when he first started out as an organizer, and it would stay with me for years. It was as close as I'd come to understanding what motivated Barack. The world as it should be, next to me. The woman with the toddler on her lap all but exploded. That's right, she bellowed, finally convinced. Amen, amen, I thought to myself, because I was convinced too. Before he returned to law school sometime in the middle of August, Barack told me he loved me. The feeling had flowered between us so quickly and naturally that there was nothing especially memorable about the moment itself. I don't recall when or how exactly it happened. It was just an articulation, tender and meaningful, of the thing that had caught us both by surprise. Even though we'd known each other only a couple of months, even though it was kind of impractical, we were in love. But now we had to navigate the more than 900 miles that would separate us. Barack had 2 years of school left and said he hoped to settle in Chicago when he was done. There was no expectation that I would leave my life there in the interim. As a still newish associate at Sidley, I understood that the next phase of my career was critical, that my accomplishments would determine whether I made partner or not. Having been through law school myself, I also knew how busy Barack would be. He'd been chosen as an editor on the Harvard Law Review, a monthly student-run journal that was considered one of the top legal publications in the country. It was an honor to be picked for the editorial team. But it was also like tacking a full-time job onto the already heavy load of being a law student. What did this leave us with? It left us with the phone. Keep in mind that this was 1989 when phones didn't live in our pockets. Texting wasn't a thing, no emoji could sub for a kiss. The phone required both time and mutual availability. Personal calls happened usually at home, at night, when you were dog-tired and in need of sleep. Barack told me ahead of leaving that he preferred letter writing. "I'm not much of a phone guy," was how he put it, as if that settled it, but it settled nothing. We'd just spent the whole summer talking. I wasn't going to relegate our love to the creeping pace of the postal service. This was another small difference between us. Barack could pour his heart out through a pen. He'd been raised on letters. Sustenance arriving in the form of wispy airmail envelopes from his mom in Indonesia. I, meanwhile, was an in-your-face sort of person, brought up on Sunday dinners at Southsides, where you sometimes had to shout to be heard. In my family, we gabbed. My dad, who'd recently traded in his car for a specialized van to accommodate his disability, still made a point of showing up in his cousins' doorways as often as possible for in-person visits. Friends, neighbors, and cousins of cousins also regularly turned up on Euclid Avenue and planted themselves in the living room next to my father in his recliner to tell stories and ask for advice. Even David, my old high school boyfriend, sometimes dropped in to seek his counsel. My dad had no problem with the phone either. For years, I'd seen him call my grandmother in South Carolina almost daily, asking for her news. I informed Barack that if our relationship was going to work, he'd better get comfortable with the phone. "If I'm not talking to you," I announced, "I might have to find another guy who will listen." I was joking, but only a little, and so it was that Barack became a phone guy. Over the course of that fall, we spoke as often as we could manage, both of us locked into our respective worlds and schedules, but still sharing the little details of our days. Commiserating over the heap of corporate tax cases he had to read, or laughing about how I'd taken to sweating out my office frustrations at after-work aerobics. As months passed, our feelings stayed steady and reliable. For me, it became one less thing in life to question. At Sidley and Austin, I was part of the Chicago office's recruiting team, tasked with interviewing Harvard Law School students for summer associate jobs. It was essentially a wooing process. As a student, I'd experienced for myself the power and temptation of the corporate law industrial complex, having been given a binder as thick as a dictionary that listed law firms across the country, and told that every one of them was interested in landing Harvard-educated lawyers. It would seem that with the imprimatur of a Harvard JD, you had a shot at working in any city, in any field of law. Whether it be at a mammoth litigation firm in Dallas or a boutique real estate firm in New York. If you were curious about any of them, you requested an on-campus interview. If that went well, you were then treated to a fly-out, which amounted to a plane ticket, a 5-star hotel room, and another round of interviews at the firm's office, followed by some extravagant wine-and-dine experience with recruiters like me. While at Harvard, I'd availed myself of flyouts to San Francisco and Los Angeles, in part to check out entertainment law practices there, but also, if I was honest, because I'd never been to California. Now that I was at Sidley and on the other side of the recruiting experience, my goal was to bring in law students who were not just smart and hard driving, but also something other than male and white. there was exactly one other African American woman on the recruiting team, a senior associate named Mercedes Lang. Mercedes was about 10 years older than I was and became a dear friend and mentor. Like me, she had 2 Ivy League degrees and routinely sat at tables where nobody looked like her. The struggle, we agreed, was not to get used to it or accept it. In meetings on recruitment, I argued insistently, and I'm sure brazenly, in some people's opinion, that the firm cast a wider net when it came to finding young talent. The long-held practice was to engage students from a select group of law schools: Harvard, Stanford, Yale, Northwestern, the University of Chicago, and the University of Illinois, primarily, the places where most of the firm's lawyers had earned their degrees. It was a circular process, one generation of lawyers hiring new lawyers whose life experience mirrored their own, leaving little room for diversity of any sort. In fairness to Sidley, this was a problem, whether recognized or not, at virtually every big firm in the country. A National Law Journal survey from the time found that in large firms, African Americans made up not quite 3% of all associates and less than 1% of all partners. Trying to help remedy the imbalance, I pushed for us to consider law students coming from other state schools and from historically black colleges like Howard University. When the recruiting team gathered in a conference room in Chicago with a pile of student resumes to review, I objected anytime a student was automatically dismissed for having a B on a transcript or for having gone to a less prestigious undergraduate program. If we were serious about bringing in minority lawyers, I asserted, we'd have to look more holistically at candidates. We'd need to think about how they'd used whatever opportunities life had afforded them rather than measuring them simply by how far they'd made it up an elitist academic ladder. The point wasn't to lower the firm's high standards. It was to realize that by sticking with the most rigid and old-school way of evaluating a new lawyer's potential, we were overlooking all sorts of people who could contribute to the firm's success. We needed to interview more students, in other words, before writing them off. For this reason, I loved making recruiting trips to Cambridge because it gave me some influence in which Harvard students got chosen for an interview. It also, of course, gave me an excuse to see Barack. The first time I visited, he picked me up in his car, a snub-nosed, banana yellow Datsun he'd bought used on his loan-strapped student budget. When he turned the key, the engine revved and the car spasmed violently before settling into a loud, sustained juddering that shook us in our seats. I looked at Barack in disbelief. "You drive this thing," I said, raising my voice over the noise. He flashed me the impish, I got this covered grin that melted me every time. "Just give it a minute or two," he said, shifting the car into gear. "It goes away." After another few minutes, having steered us onto a busy road, he added also, "Maybe don't look down." I'd already spotted what he wanted me to avoid, a rusted-out 4-inch hole in the floor of his car through which I could see the pavement rushing beneath us. Life with Barack would never be dull, I knew it even then. It would be some version of banana yellow and slightly hair-raising. It occurred to me, too, that quite possibly the man would never make any money. He was living in a Spartan 1-bedroom apartment in Somerville. But during my recruiting trips, Sidley put me up at the Lux Charles Hotel adjacent to campus, where we slept on smooth, high-quality sheets, and Barack, rarely one to cook for himself, could load up on a hot breakfast before his morning classes. In the evenings, he parked himself in my room and did his schoolwork, giddily dressed in one of the hotel's thick terry cloth robes. At Christmas time that year, we flew to Honolulu. I'd never been to Hawaii before, but was pretty certain I'd like it. I was coming from Chicago, after all, where winter stretched through April, where it was normal to keep a snow shovel stashed in the trunk of your car. I owned an unsettling amount of wool. For me, getting away from winter had always felt like a joyride. During college, I'd made a trip to the Bahamas with my Bahamian classmate David and another to Jamaica with Susan. In both instances, I'd reveled in the soft air on my skin and the simple buoyancy I felt anytime I got close to the ocean. Maybe it was no accident that I was drawn to people who'd been raised on islands. In Kingston, Susan had taken me to powdery white beaches where we dodged waves in water that looked like jade. She'd piloted us expertly through a chaotic market, jabbering with street vendors. "Try dis," she'd shouted at me, going full throttle with the accent. Exuberantly handing me pieces of grilled fish to taste, handing me fried yams, stalks of sugar cane, and cut-up pieces of mango. She demanded I try everything, intent on getting me to see how much there was to love. It was no different with Barack. By now, he'd spent more than a decade on the mainland, but Hawaii still mattered to him deeply. He wanted me to take it all in. From the splaying palm trees that lined the streets of Honolulu and the crescent arc of Waikiki Beach to the green drape of hills surrounding the city. For about a week, we stayed in a borrowed apartment belonging to family friends and made trips every day to the ocean to swim and laze about in the sun. I met Barack's half-sister Maya, who at 19 was kind and smart and getting a degree at Barnard. She had round cheeks and wide brown eyes and dark hair that curled in a rich tangle around her shoulders. I met his grandparents Madeline and Stanley Dunham, or Toot and Gramps as he called them. They lived in the same high-rise where they'd raised Barack, in a small apartment decorated with Indonesian textiles that Anne had sent home over the years. And I met Anne herself, a plump, lively woman with dark, frizzy hair and the same angular chin as Barack. She wore chunky silver jewelry, a bright batik dress, and the kind of sturdy sandals I would guess an anthropologist might wear. She was friendly toward me and curious about my background and my career. It was clear she adored her son, almost revered him, and she seemed most eager to sit down and talk with him, describing her dissertation work and swapping book recommendations as if catching up with an old friend. Everyone in the family still called him Barry, which I found endearing. Though they'd left their home state of Kansas back in the 1940s, his grandparents seemed to me like the misplaced Midwesterners Barack had always described them as. Gramps was big and bear-like and told silly jokes. Toot, a stout, gray-haired woman who'd worked her way up to becoming the vice president of a local bank, made us tuna salad sandwiches for lunch. In the evenings, she served Ritz crackers piled with sardines for appetizers and put dinner on TV trays so that everyone could watch the news or play a heated game of Scrabble. They were a modest, middle-class family, in many ways not at all unlike my own. There was something comforting in this for both me and Barack. As different as we were, we fit together in an interesting way. It was as if the reason for the ease and attraction between us was now being explained. In Hawaii, Barack's intense and brainy side receded somewhat, while the laid-back part of him flourished. He was at home, and home was where he didn't feel the need to prove anything to anyone. We were late for everything we did, but it didn't matter, not even to me. Barack's high school buddy Bobby, who was a commercial fisherman, took us out on his boat one day for some snorkeling and an aimless cruise. It was then that I saw Barack as relaxed as I'd ever seen him. Lounging under a blue sky with a cold beer and an old friend, no longer fixated on the day's news or law school reading or what should be done about income inequality. The sun-bleached mellowness of the island opened up space for the two of us, in part by giving us time we'd never before had. So many of my friends judged potential mates from the outside in, focusing first on their looks and financial prospects. As if it turned out the person they'd chosen wasn't a good communicator or was uncomfortable with being vulnerable, they seemed to think time or marriage vows would fix the problem. But Barack had arrived in my life a wholly formed person. From our very first conversation, he'd shown me that he wasn't self-conscious about expressing fear or weakness and that he valued being truthful. At work, I'd witnessed his humility and willingness to sacrifice his own needs and wants for a bigger purpose. And now in Hawaii, I could see his character reflected in other small ways. His long-lasting friendships with his high school buddies showed his consistency in relationships. In his devotion to his strong-willed mother, I saw a deep respect for women and their independence. Without needing to discuss it outright, I knew he could handle a partner who had her own passions and voice. These were things you couldn't teach in a relationship, things that not even love could really build or change. In opening up his world to me, Barack was showing me everything I'd ever need to know about the kind of life partner he'd be. One afternoon, we borrowed a car and drove to the north shore of Oahu, where we sat on a ribbon of soft beach and watched surfers rip across enormous waves. We stayed for hours just talking as one wave tipped into the next. As the sun dropped toward the horizon and the other beachgoers packed up to go home, we talked as the sky turned pink and then purple and finally went dark as the bugs started to bite as we began to get hungry. If I'd come to Hawaii to sample something of Barack's past, we were now sitting at the edge of a giant ocean, trying on a version of the future, discussing what kind of house we'd want to live in someday, what kind of parents we wanted to be. It felt speculative and a little daring to talk like this, but it was also reassuring because it seemed as if maybe we'd never stop, that maybe this conversation between us could go on for life. Back in Chicago, separated again from Barack, I still sometimes went to my old happy hour gatherings, though I rarely stayed out late. Barack's dedication to reading had brought out a new bookishness in me. I was now content to spend a Saturday night reading a good novel on the couch. When I got bored, I called up old friends. Even now that I had a serious boyfriend, my girlfriends were the ones who held me steady. Santita Jackson was now traveling the country as a backup singer for Roberta Flack, but we spoke when we could. A year or so earlier, I'd sat with my parents in their living room, bursting with pride as we watched Santita and her siblings introduce their father at the 1988 Democratic National Convention. Reverend Jackson had made a respectable run for the presidency, winning about a dozen primaries before ceding the nomination to Michael Dukakis. Along the way, he'd filled households like ours with a new and profound level of hope and excitement, even if in our hearts we understood that he was a long shot's long shot. I spoke regularly with Verna Williams, a close friend from law school, who until recently had been living in Cambridge. She'd met Barack a couple of times and liked him a lot, but teased me that I'd let my insanely high standards slip, having allowed a smoker into my life. Angela Kennedy and I still laughed hard together, even though she was working as a teacher in New Jersey while also parenting a young son and trying to hold herself steady as her marriage slowly imploded. We'd known each other as goofy, half-mature college girls, and now we were adults with adult lives and adult concerns. That idea alone sometimes struck us as hilarious. Susan, meanwhile, was the same free spirit she'd been when we roomed together at Princeton, flitting in and out of my life with varying predictability, continuing to measure the value of her days purely by whether they were pleasurable or not. We'd go long stretches without talking, but then pick up the thread of our friendship with ease. As always, I called her Scroozy and she called me Mitch. Our worlds continued to be as different as they'd been at school. When she was trekking off to eating club parties and kicking her dirty laundry beneath the bed, and I was color coding my sociology 201 notes. Even then, Susan was like a sister whose life I could only track from afar, across the gulf of our inherent differences. She was maddening, charming, and always important to me. She'd ask my advice and then willfully ignore it. Would it be bad to date a philandering, semi-famous pop star? Why, yes, it would. But she'd do it anyway, because why not? Most galling to me was when she turned down an opportunity to go to an Ivy League business school after college, deciding that it would be too much work and therefore no fun. Instead, she got her MBA from a not-so-stressful program at a state school, which I viewed as kind of a lazy move. Suzanne's choices sometimes seemed like an affront to my way of doing things, a vote in favor of easing up and striving less. I can say now that I judged her unfairly for them. At the time, though, I just thought I was right. Not long after I'd started dating Barack, I called Susan to gush about my feelings for him. She'd been thrilled to hear me so happy, happiness being her currency. She also had news of her own. She was ditching her job as a computer specialist at the Federal Reserve and going traveling not for weeks, but for months. Susan and her mom were soon to head off on some round-the-world-style adventure. Because why not? I could never guess whether Susan knew unconsciously that something strange was happening in the cells of her body, that a silent hijacking was already underway. What I did know was that during the fall of 1989, while I wore patent leather pumps and sat through long, dull conference room meetings at Sidley, Susan and her mother were trying not to spill curry on their sundresses in Cambodia and dancing at dawn on the grand walkways of the Taj Mahal. As I balanced my checkbook, picked up my dry cleaning, and watched the leaves wither and drop from the trees along Euclid Avenue, Susan was careening through hot, humid Bangkok in a tuk-tuk, hooting, as I imagined it, with joy. I don't, in fact, know what any of her travels looked like or where she actually went, because she wasn't one to send postcards or keep in touch. She was too busy living, stuffing herself full of what the world had to give. By the time she got home to Maryland and found a moment to reach out to me, the news was different, so clanging and dissonant from my image of her that I could hardly take it in. I have cancer, Susan told me, her voice husky with emotion. A lot of it. Her doctors had just diagnosed it, an aggressive form of lymphoma, already ravaging her organs. She described a plan for treatment, pegging some hope to what the results could be, but I was too overwhelmed to note the details. Before hanging up, she told me that in a cruel twist of fate, her mother had fallen gravely ill as well. I'm not sure that I ever believed that life was fair, but I had always thought that you could work your way out of just about any problem. Susan's cancer was the first real challenge to that notion. A sabotage of my ideals, because even if I didn't have the specifics nailed down yet, I did have ideas about the future. I had that agenda I'd been assiduously maintaining since freshman year of college, stemming from the neat line of boxes I was meant to check. For me and Susan, it was supposed to go like this. We'd be the maids of honor at each other's weddings. Our husbands would be really different, of course, but they'd like each other a lot anyway. We'd have babies at the same time, take family beach trips to Jamaica, remain mildly critical of each other's parenting techniques, and be favorite fun aunties to each other's kids as they grew. I'd get her kids books for their birthdays. She'd get mine pogo sticks. We'd laugh and share secrets and roll our eyes at what we perceived as the other person's ridiculous idiosyncrasies, until one day we'd realize we were two old ladies who'd been best friends forever. Flummoxed suddenly by where the time had gone, that for me was the world as it should be. What I find remarkable in hindsight is how, over the course of that winter and spring, I just did my job. I was a lawyer and lawyers worked. We worked all the time. We were only as good as the hours we billed. There was no choice, I told myself. The work was important, I told myself. And so I kept showing up every morning in downtown Chicago, at the corporate ant mound known as One First National Plaza. I put my head down and billed my hours. Back in Maryland, Susan was living with her disease. She was coping with medical appointments and surgeries and at the same time trying to care for her mother, who was also fighting an aggressive cancer that was, the doctors insisted, completely unrelated to Susan's. It was bad luck, bad fortune, freakish to the point of being too scary to contemplate. The rest of Susan's family was not particularly close-knit, except for two of her favorite female cousins who helped her out as much as they could. Angela drove down from New Jersey to visit sometimes, but she was juggling both a toddler and a job. I enlisted Verna, my law school friend, to go by when she could as a sort of proxy for me. Verna had met Susan a couple of times while we were at Harvard, and by sheer coincidence was now living in Silver Spring, in a building just across the parking lot from Susan's. It was a lot to ask of Verna, who'd recently lost her father and was wrestling with her own grief. But she was a true friend, a compassionate person. She phoned my office one day in May to relay the details of a visit. I combed her hair, she said. That Susan needed to have her hair combed should have told me everything, but I'd walled myself off from the truth. Some part of me still insisted this wasn't happening. I held on to the idea that Susan's health would turn around, even as the evidence against it stacked up. It was Angela, finally, who called me in June and got right to the point. "If you're going to come, Mitch," she said, "you'd better get to it." By then, Susan had been moved to a hospital. She was too weak to talk, slipping in and out of consciousness. There was nothing left to feed my denial. I hung up the phone and bought a plane ticket. I flew east. Caught a taxi to the hospital, took the elevator to the right floor, walked the hallway to her room and found her there, lying in bed as Angela and her cousin watched over her, everyone silent. Suzanne's mother, it turned out, had died just a few days earlier, and now Suzanne was in a coma. Angela made room for me to perch on the side of her bed. I stared hard at Susan, at her perfect heart-shaped face and reddish-brown skin, feeling comforted somehow by the youthful smoothness of her cheeks and the girlish curve in her lips. She seemed oddly undiminished by the illness. Her dark hair was still lustrous and long. Someone had put it in two ropey braids that reached almost to her waist. Her track runner's legs lay hidden beneath the blankets. She looked young, like a sweet, beautiful 26-year-old who was maybe in the middle of a nap. I regretted not coming earlier. I regretted the many times over the course of our seesawing friendship that I'd insisted she was making a wrong move when possibly she'd been doing it right. I was suddenly glad for all the times she'd ignored my advice. I was glad that she hadn't overworked herself to get some fancy business school degree, that she'd gone off for a lost weekend with a semi-famous pop star just for fun. I was happy that she'd made it to the Taj Mahal to watch the sunrise with her mom. Susan had lived in ways that I had not. That day I held her limp hand and watched as her breathing grew ragged, as eventually there were long pauses between her inhales. At some point, the nurse gave us a knowing nod. It was happening. Susan was leaving. My mind went dark. I had no deep thoughts. I had no revelations about life or loss. If anything, I was mad. To say that it was unfair that Susan got sick and died at 26 seems too simple a thing. But it was a fact, as cold and ugly as they come. What I was thinking as I finally left her body in that hospital room was this: she's gone and I'm still here. Outside in the hallway, there were people wandering in hospital gowns who were far older and sicker looking than Susan, and they were still here. I would take a packed flight back to Chicago, drive along a busy highway, ride an elevator up to my office. I'd see all these people looking happy in their cars, walking the sidewalk in their summer clothes, sitting idly in cafes and working at their desks, all of them oblivious to what happened to Susan, apparently unaware that they too could die at any moment. It felt perverse how the world just carried on, how everyone was still here except for my Susan. That summer, I started keeping a journal. I bought myself a cloth-bound black book with purple flowers on the cover and kept it next to my bed. I took it with me when I went on business trips for Sidley and Austin. I was not a daily writer or even a weekly writer. I picked up a pen only when I had the time and energy to sort through my jumbled feelings. I'd write a few entries in a single week and then lay the journal down for a month or sometimes more. I was not, by nature, especially introspective. The whole exercise of recording one's thoughts was new to me, a habit I'd picked up in part, I suppose, from Barack, who viewed writing as therapeutic and clarifying and had kept journals on and off over the years. He'd come back to Chicago over his summer break from Harvard, this time skipping the sublet and moving directly into my apartment on Euclid Avenue. This meant not only that we were learning, in a real way, how to cohabit as a couple, but also that Barack got to know my family in a more intimate way. He'd talk sports with my dad as he headed out for a shift at the water plant. He sometimes helped my mother carry her groceries in from the garage. It was a good feeling. Craig had already assessed Barack's character in the most thorough and revealing way he could by including him in a high-octane weekend basketball game with a bunch of his buddies, most of them former college players. He'd done this actually at my request. Craig's opinion of Barack mattered to me. And my brother knew how to read people, especially in the context of a game. Barack had passed the test. He was smooth on the floor, my brother said, and knew when to make the right pass, but he also wasn't afraid to shoot when he was open. He's no ball hog, Craig said, but he's got guts. Barack had accepted a summer associate job with a downtown firm whose offices were close to Sidley's, but his time in Chicago was short. He'd been elected president of the Harvard Law Review for the coming academic year, which meant he'd be responsible for turning out 8 issues of about 300 pages each and would need to get back to Cambridge early in order to get started. The competition to lead the review was ferocious every year, involving rigorous vetting and a vote by 80 student editors. Being picked for the position was an enormous achievement for anyone. It turned out that Barack was also the first African American in the publication's 103-year history to be selected, a milestone so huge that it had been written up in the New York Times, accompanied by a photo of Barack smiling in a scarf and winter coat. My boyfriend, in other words, was a big deal. He could have landed any number of fat salaried law firm jobs at that point, but instead he was thinking about practicing civil rights law once he got his degree, even if it would then take twice as long to pay off his student loans. Practically everyone he knew was urging him to follow the lead of many previous review editors and apply for what would be a shoo-in clerkship with the Supreme Court. But Barack wasn't interested. He wanted to live in Chicago. He had ideas for writing a book about race in America and planned, he said, to find work that aligned with his values, which most likely meant he wouldn't end up in corporate law. He steered himself with a certainty I found astounding. All this inborn confidence was admirable, of course, but honestly, try living with it. For me, coexisting with Barack's strong sense of purpose, sleeping in the same bed with it, sitting at the breakfast table with it, was something to which I had to adjust, not because he flaunted it exactly, but because it was so alive. In the presence of his certainty, his notion that he could make some sort of difference in the world, I couldn't help but feel a little bit lost by comparison. His sense of purpose seemed like an unwitting challenge to my own, hence the journal. On the very first page, in careful handwriting, I spelled out my reasons for starting it. 1. I feel very confused about where I want my life to go. What kind of person do I want to be? How do I want to contribute to the world? 2. As I am getting very serious in my relationship with Barack, and I feel that I need to get a better handle on myself. This little flowered book has now survived a couple of decades and multiple moves. It sat on a shelf in my dressing room at the White House for 8 years, until very recently, when I pulled it out from a box in my new home to try to reacquaint myself with who I'd been as a young lawyer. I read those lines today and see exactly what I was trying to tell myself, what a no-nonsense female mentor might have said to me directly. Really, it was simple. The first thing was that I hated being a lawyer. I wasn't suited to the work. I felt empty doing it, even if I was plenty good at it. This was a distressing thing to admit, given how hard I'd worked and how in debt I was. In my blinding drive to excel, in my need to do things perfectly. I'd missed the signs and taken the wrong road. The second was that I was deeply, delightfully in love with a guy whose forceful intellect and ambition could possibly end up swallowing mine. I saw it coming already, like a barreling wave with a mighty undertow. I wasn't going to get out of its path. I was too committed to Barack by then, too in love, but I did need to quickly anchor myself on 2 feet. This meant finding a new profession. And what shook me most was that I had no concrete ideas about what I wanted to do. Somehow, in all my years of schooling, I hadn't managed to think through my own passions and how they might match up with work I found meaningful. As a young person, I'd explored exactly nothing. Barack's maturity, I realized, came in part from the years he'd logged as a community organizer, and even prior to that, a decidedly unfulfilling year he'd spent as a researcher at a Manhattan business consulting firm immediately after college. He'd tried out some things, gotten to know all sorts of people, and learned his own priorities along the way. I, meanwhile, had been so afraid of floundering, so eager for respectability and a way to pay the bills, that I'd marched myself unthinkingly into the law. In the span of a year, I'd gained Barack and lost Susan. And the power of those two things together had left me spinning. Susan's sudden death had awakened me to the idea that I wanted more joy and meaning in my life. I couldn't continue to live with my own complacency. I both credited and blamed Barack for the confusion. If there were not a man in my life constantly questioning me about what drives me and what pains me, I wrote in my journal, would I be doing it on my own? I mused about what I might do, what skills I might possibly have. Could I be a teacher, a college administrator? Could I run some sort of after-school program, a professionalized version of what I'd done for Cherney at Princeton? I was interested in possibly working for a foundation or a nonprofit. I was interested in helping underprivileged kids. I wondered if I could find a job that engaged my mind and still left me enough time to do volunteer work or appreciate art or have children. I wanted a life, basically. I wanted to feel whole. I made a list of issues that interested me: education, teen pregnancy, Black self-esteem. A more virtuous job, I knew, would inevitably involve a pay cut. More sobering was my next list, this one of my essential expenses, what was left after I let go of the luxuries I'd allowed myself on a sidely salary, things like my subscription wine service and health club membership. I had a $600 monthly payment on my student loans, a $407 car payment, money spent on food, gas, and insurance, plus the roughly $500 a month I'd need for rent if I ever moved out of my parents' house. Nothing was impossible, but nothing looked simple either. I started asking around about opportunities in entertainment law, thinking perhaps that it might be interesting and would also spare me the sting of a lower salary. But in my heart, I felt a slow-growing certainty of my own. I wasn't built to practice law. One day I made note of a New York Times article I'd read that reported widespread fatigue, stress, and unhappiness among American lawyers, most especially female ones. How depressing, I wrote in my journal. Spent a good chunk of that August toiling in a rented conference room at a hotel in Washington, D.C., having been dispatched to help prepare a case. Sidley and Austin was representing the chemical conglomerate Union Carbide in an antitrust trial involving the sale of one of its business holdings. I stayed in Washington for about 3 weeks, but managed to see very little of the city because my life was wholly dedicated to sitting in that room with several sidely peers, opening file boxes that had been shipped from the company headquarters and reviewing the thousands of pages of documents inside. You wouldn't think I'd be the type of person to find psychic relief in the intricacies of the urethane polyether polyol trade, but I did. I was still practicing law, but the specificity of the work and the change of scenery distracted me just enough from the bigger questions beginning to bubble up in my mind. Ultimately, the chemical case was settled out of court, which meant that much of my document reviewing had been for nothing. This was an irksome but expected trade-off in the legal field, where it was not uncommon to prepare for a trial that never came to pass. On the evening I flew home to Chicago, I felt a heavy dread settling over me, knowing that I was about to step back into my everyday routine and the fog of my confusion. My mother was kind enough to meet my flight at O'Hare. Just seeing her gave me comfort. She was in her early 50s now, working full-time as an executive assistant at a downtown bank, which, as she described it, was basically a bunch of men sitting at desks, having gone into the business because their fathers had been bankers before them. My mother was a force. She had little tolerance for fools. She kept her hair short and wore practical, unfussy clothes. Everything about her radiated competence and calm. As it had been when Craig and I were kids, she didn't get involved with our private lives. Her love came in the form of reliability. She showed up when your flight came in. She drove you home and offered food if you were hungry. Her even temper was like shelter to me, a place to seek refuge. As we drove downtown toward the city, I heaved a big sigh. "You okay?" my mom asked. I looked at her in the half-light of the freeway. "I don't know," I began. "It's just," and with that, I unloaded my feelings. I told her that I wasn't happy with my job, or even with my chosen profession, that I was seriously unhappy, in fact. I told her about my restlessness, how I was desperate to make a major change but worried about not making enough money if I did. My emotions were raw. I let out another sigh. "I'm just not fulfilled," I said. I see now how this must have come across to my mother, who was then in the 9th year of a job she'd taken primarily so she could help finance my college education. After years of not having a job so that she'd be free to sew my school clothes, cook my meals, and do laundry for my dad, who for the sake of our family spent 8 hours a day watching gauges on a boiler at the filtration plant. My mom, who'd just driven an hour to fetch me from the airport, who was letting me live rent-free in the upstairs of her house, and who would have to get herself up at dawn the next morning in order to help my disabled dad get ready for work, was hardly ready to indulge my angst about fulfillment. Fulfillment, I'm sure, struck her as a rich person's conceit. I doubt that my parents, in their 30 years together, had even once discussed it. My mother didn't judge me for being ponderous. She wasn't one to give lectures or draw attention to her own sacrifices. She'd quietly supported every choice I'd ever made. This time, though, she gave me a wry, sideways look, hit her turn signal to get us off the highway and back to our neighborhood, and chuckled just a little. "If you're asking me," she said, "I say make the money first and worry about your happiness later. There are truths we face and truths we ignore." I spent the next 6 months quietly trying to empower myself without making any sort of abrupt change. At work, I met with the partner in charge of my division, asking to be given more challenging assignments. I tried to focus on the projects I found most meaningful, including my efforts to recruit a new and more diverse crop of summer associates. All the while, I kept an eye on job listings in the newspaper and did my best to network with more people who weren't lawyers. One way or another, I figured I'd work myself toward some version of feeling whole. At home on Euclid Avenue, I felt powerless in the face of a new reality. My father's feet had started to swell for no obvious reason. His skin looked strangely mottled and dark. Anytime I asked how he was feeling, though, he gave me the same answer with the same degree of insistence that he'd given me for years. "I'm fine," he'd say, as if the question were never worth asking. He'd then change the subject. It was winter again in Chicago. I woke in the mornings to the sound of the neighbors chipping ice from their windshields on the street. The wind blew and the snow piled up. The sun stayed wan and weak. Through my office window on the 47th floor at Sidley, I looked out at a tundra of gray ice on Lake Michigan and a gunmetal sky above. I wore my wool and hoped for a thaw. In the Midwest, as I've mentioned, winter is an exercise in waiting for relief, for a bird to sing, for the first purple crocus to push up through the snow. You have no choice in the meantime but to pep talk yourself through. My dad hadn't lost his jovial good humor. Craig came by for family dinners once in a while, and we sat around the table and laughed the same as always, though we were now joined by Janice, Craig's wife. Janice was happy and hard driving, a telecommunications analyst who worked downtown and was, like everyone else, completely smitten with my dad. Craig, meanwhile, was a poster child for the post-Princeton urban professional dream. He was getting an MBA and had a job as a vice president at Continental Bank, and he and Janice had bought a nice condo in Hyde Park. He wore tailored suits and had driven over for dinner in his red Porsche 944 Turbo. I didn't know it then, but none of this made him happy, like me. He had his own crisis brewing and in coming years would wrestle with questions about whether his work was meaningful, whether the rewards he'd felt compelled to seek were the rewards he actually wanted. Knowing, though, how thrilled our father was by what his kids had managed to accomplish, neither of us ever brought up our discontent over dinner. Saying goodbye at the end of a visit, Craig would give my dad a final, concerned look and pose the usual question about his health, only to be given the merry brush-off of "I'm fine." We accepted this, I believe, because it was steadying, and steady was how we liked to be. Dad had lived with MS for years and had managed always to be fine. We were happy to extend the rationalization, even as he was visibly declining. He was fine, we told each other, because he still got up and went to work every day. He was fine because we'd watched him have a second helping of meat loaf that night. He was fine. Especially if you didn't look too hard at his feet. I had several tense conversations with my mom, asking why it was that Dad wouldn't go to the doctor. But like me, she'd all but given up, having prodded him and been shut down enough times already. For my father, doctors had never brought good news and therefore were to be avoided. As much as he loved to talk, he didn't want to talk about his problems. He viewed it as self-indulgent. He wanted to get by in his own way. To accommodate his bulging feet, he'd simply asked my mother to buy him a bigger pair of work boots. The stalemate over a doctor's visit continued through January and into February that year. My dad moved with a pained slowness, using an aluminum walker to get himself around the house, pausing often to catch his breath. It took longer in the mornings now for him to maneuver from bed to bathroom, bathroom to kitchen, and finally to the back door and down the 3 stairs to the garage so that he could drive himself to work. Despite what was happening at home, he insisted that all was well at the filtration plant. He used a motorized scooter to pilot himself from boiler to boiler and took pride in his own indispensability. In 26 years, he hadn't missed a single shift if a boiler happened to overheat. My dad claimed to be one of only a few workers with enough experience to swiftly and ably contain a disaster. In a true reflection of his optimism, he'd recently put his name in for a promotion. My mom and I tried to reconcile what he told us with what we saw with our own eyes. It grew increasingly hard to do. At home in the evenings, my father spent much of his time watching basketball and hockey games on TV, appearing weak and exhausted in his chair. In addition to his feet, there seemed to be something swelling in his neck now, we'd noticed. It put an odd rattle in his voice. We finally staged a sort of intervention one night. Craig was never one to be the bad cop, and my mother stuck to her self-imposed ceasefire on matters of my father's health. In a conversation like this, the role of tough talker almost always fell to me. I told my dad that he owed it to us to get some help and that I planned to call his doctor in the morning. Grudgingly, my dad agreed, promising that if I made the appointment, he would go. I urged him to let himself sleep late the next morning to give his body a rest. We went to bed that night, my mother and I, feeling relieved that we'd finally gained some control. My father, however, had divided loyalties. Rest for him was a form of giving in. I came downstairs in the morning to find my mother already departed for work and my dad sitting at the kitchen table with his walker parked next to him. He was dressed in his navy blue city uniform and struggling to put on his shoes. He was going to work. "Dad," I said, "I thought you were going to rest. We're getting you that doctor's appointment." He shrugged. "I know, sweetie," he said, his voice gravelly from whatever new thing was wrong in his neck. "But right now I'm fine." His stubbornness was packed beneath so many layers of pride that it was impossible for me to be angry. There was no dissuading him. My parents had raised us to handle our own business, which meant that I had to trust him to handle his, even if he could, at that point, barely put on his shoes, so I let him handle it. I stuffed down my worries, gave my dad a kiss, and took myself back upstairs to get ready for my own workday. I figured I'd call my mother later at her office, telling her we'd need to strategize about how to force the man to take some time off. I heard the back door click shut. A few minutes later, I returned to the kitchen to find it empty. My father's walker sat by the back door. On an impulse, I went over and looked through the little glass peephole in the door, which gave a wide-angle view of the back stoop and pathway to the garage, just to confirm that his van was gone. But the van was there, and so too was my dad. He was dressed in a cap and his winter jacket and had his back to me. He'd made it only part way down the stairs before needing to sit down. I could see the exhaustion in the angle of his body. in the sideways droop of his head and the half-collapsed heaviness with which he was resting against the wooden railing. He wasn't in a crisis so much as he looked just too weary to carry on. It seemed clear he was trying to summon enough strength to turn around and come back inside. I was seeing him, I realized, in a moment of pure defeat. How lonely it must have been to live 20-some years with such a disease, to persist without complaint as your body is slowly and inexorably consumed. Seeing my dad on the stoop, I ached in a way I never had. My instinct was to rush outside and help him back into the warm house, but I fought it, knowing it would be just another blow to his dignity. I took a breath and turned away from the door. I'd see him when he came back in, I thought. I'd help take off his work boots, get him some water, and usher him to his chair, with the silent acknowledgement between us that now, without question, he would need to accept some help. Upstairs in my apartment again, I sat listening for the sound of the back door. I waited for 5 minutes and then 5 minutes more before finally I went downstairs and back to the peephole to make sure he'd made it to his feet. But the stoop was empty now. Somehow my father, in defiance of everything that was swollen and off-kilter in his body, had willed himself down those stairs and across the icy walkway and into his van, which was now probably almost halfway to the filtration plant. He was not giving in. For months now, Barack and I had danced around the idea of marriage. We'd been together a year and a half and remained, it seemed, unshakably in love. He was in his final semester at Harvard and caught up in his law review work, but would soon head back my way to take the Illinois bar and look for a job. The plan was that he'd move back to Euclid Avenue, this time in a way that felt more permanent. For me. It was another reason why winter couldn't end soon enough. We'd talked in abstract ways about how each of us viewed marriage, and it worried me sometimes how different those views seemed to be. For me, getting married had been a given, something I'd grown up expecting to do someday. The same way having children had always been a given, dating back to the attention I'd heaped on my baby dolls as a girl. Barack wasn't opposed to getting married, but he was in no particular rush. For him, our love meant everything already. It was foundation enough for a full and happy life together, with or without rings. We were both, of course, products of how we'd been raised. Barack had experienced marriage as ephemeral. His mother had married twice, divorced twice, and in each instance managed to move on with her life, career, and young children intact. My parents, meanwhile, had locked in early and for life. For them, every decision was a joint decision. Every endeavor a joint endeavor. In 30 years, they'd hardly spent a night apart. What did Barack and I want? We wanted a modern partnership that suited us both. He saw marriage as the loving alignment of two people who could lead parallel lives but without foregoing any independent dreams or ambitions. For me, marriage was more like a full-on merger, a reconfiguring of two lives into one, with the well-being of a family taking precedence over any one agenda or goal. I didn't exactly want a life like my parents had. I didn't want to live in the same house forever, work the same job, and never claim any space for myself, but I did want the year-to-year, decade-to-decade steadiness they had. I do recognize the value of individuals having their own interests, ambitions, and dreams, I wrote in my journal. But I don't believe that the pursuit of one person's dreams should come at the expense of the couple. We'd work out our feelings, I figured, when Barack came back to Chicago, when the weather warmed up, when we had the luxury of spending weekends together again. I just had to wait, though waiting was hard. I craved permanence. From the living room of my apartment, I could sometimes hear the murmur of my parents talking on the floor below. I heard my mother laughing as my father told some sort of story. I heard them shutting off the TV to get ready for bed. I was 27 years old now, and there were days when all I wanted was to feel complete. I wanted to grab every last thing I loved and stake it ruthlessly to the ground. I'd known just enough loss by then to know that there was more coming. T was I who made the appointment for my father to see a doctor. But it was my mother who ultimately got him there by ambulance, as it turned out. His feet had ballooned and grown tender to the point that he finally admitted that walking on them felt like walking on needles. When it was time to go, he couldn't stand on them at all. I was at work that day, but my mother described it to me later, Dad being carried out of the house by burly paramedics, trying to joke with them as they went. He was taken directly to the hospital at the University of Chicago. What followed was a string of lost days spent in the purgatory of blood draws, pulse checks, untouched meal trays, and squads of doctors making rounds. All the while, my father continued to swell. His face puffed up, his neck got thicker, his voice grew weak. Cushing's syndrome was the official diagnosis, possibly related to his MS and possibly not, either way. We were well past the point of any sort of stopgap treatment. His endocrine system was now going fully haywire. A scan showed that he had a growth in his throat that had become so enlarged he was practically choking on it. I don't know how I missed that, my father said to the doctor, sounding genuinely perplexed, as if he hadn't felt a single symptom leading up to this point, as if he hadn't spent weeks and months, if not years, ignoring his pain. We cycled through hospital visits to be with him, my mom, Craig, Janice, and me. We came and went over days as the doctors blasted him with medicine, as tubes were added and machines were hooked up. We tried to grasp what the specialists were telling us but could make little sense of it. We rearranged my dad's pillows and talked uselessly about college basketball and the weather outside, knowing that he was listening, though it exhausted him now to speak. We were a family of planners, but now everything seemed unplanned. Slowly, my father was sinking away from us, enveloped by some invisible sea. We called him back with old memories, seeing how they put a little brightness in his eyes. Remember the juice and a quarter and how we used to roll around in that giant backseat on our summer outings to the drive-in. Remember the boxing gloves you gave us and the swimming pool at Duke's Happy Holiday Resort. What about how you used to build the props for Robbie's operetta workshop? What about dinners at Dandy's house? Remember when Mom made us fried shrimp on New Year's Eve? One evening I stopped by and found my father alone, my mother having gone home for the night, the nurses clustered outside at their hallway station. The room was quiet. The whole floor of the hospital was quiet. It was the first week of March, the winter snow having just melted, leaving the city in what felt like a perpetual state of dampness. My dad had been in the hospital about 10 days then. He was 55 years old, but he looked like an old man with yellowed eyes and arms too heavy to move. He was awake but unable to speak, whether due to the swelling or due to emotion, I'll never know. I sat in a chair next to his bed and watched him laboring to breathe. When I put my hand in his, he gave it a comforting squeeze. We looked at each other silently. There was too much to say, and at the same time it felt as if we'd said everything. What was left was only one truth. We were reaching the end. He would not recover. He was going to miss the whole rest of my life. I was losing his steadiness, his comfort, his everyday joy. I felt tears spilling down my cheeks. Keeping his gaze on me, my father lifted the back of my hand to his lips and kissed it again and again and again. It was his way of saying, "Hush now, don't cry." He was expressing sorrow and urgency, but also something calmer and deeper, a message he wanted to make clear. With those kisses, he was saying that he loved me with his whole heart, that he was proud of the woman I'd become. He was saying that he knew he should have gone to the doctor a lot sooner. He was asking for forgiveness. He was saying goodbye. I stayed with him until he fell asleep that night. Leaving the hospital in icy darkness and driving back home to Euclid Avenue, where my mother had already turned off the lights. We were alone in the house now, just me and my mom and whatever future we were now meant to have. Because by the time the sun came up, he'd be gone. My father, Fraser Robinson Roman III, had a heart attack and passed away that night, having given us absolutely everything. 11T hurts to live after someone has died. It just does. It can hurt to walk down a hallway or open the fridge. It hurts to put on a pair of socks to brush your teeth. Food tastes like nothing. Colors go flat. Music hurts, and so do memories. You look at something you'd otherwise find beautiful, a purple sky at sunset or a playground full of kids, and it only somehow deepens the loss. Grief is so lonely this way. The day after my father died, we drove to a South Side funeral parlor, me, my mother, and Craig, to pick out a casket and plan a service, to make arrangements, as they say in funeral parlors. I don't remember much about our visit there except for how stunned we were, each of us bricked inside our private grief. Still, as we went through the obscene ritual of shopping for the right box in which to bury our dad, Craig and I managed to have our first and only fight as adult siblings. It boiled down to this: I wanted to buy the fanciest, most expensive casket in the place, complete with every extra handle and cushion a casket could possibly have. I had no particular rationale for wanting this. It was something to do when there was nothing else to do. The practical, pragmatic part of our upbringing wouldn't allow me to put much stock in the gentle, well-intentioned platitudes people would heap on us a few days later at the funeral. I couldn't be easily comforted by the suggestion that my dad had gone to a better place or was sitting with angels. As I saw it, he just deserved a nice casket. Craig, meanwhile, insisted that Dad would want something basic, modest, and practical, and nothing more. It suited our father's personality, he said. Anything else would be too showy. We started quiet, but soon exploded. As the kindly funeral director pretended not to listen and our mother just stared at us implacably through the fog of her own pain, we were yelling for reasons that had nothing to do with the actual argument. Neither of us was invested in the outcome. In the end, we'd bury our dad in a compromise casket, nothing too fancy, nothing too plain, and never once discuss it again. We were having an absurd and inappropriate argument because in the wake of death, every single thing on earth feels absurd and inappropriate. Later, we drove Mom back to Euclid Avenue. The three of us sat downstairs at the kitchen table, spent and sullen now, our misery provoked all over again by the sight of the fourth empty chair. Soon we were weeping. We sat for what felt like a long time, blubbering until we were exhausted and out of tears. My mother, who hadn't said much all day, finally offered a comment. "Look at us," she said, a little ruefully, and yet there was a touch of lightness in how she said it. She was pointing out that we Robinsons had been reduced to a true and ridiculous mess, unrecognizable with our swollen eyelids and dripping noses, our hurt and strange helplessness here in our own kitchen. Who were we? Didn't we know? Hadn't he shown us? She was calling us back from our loneliness with 3 blunt words, as only our mom could do. Mom looked at me and I looked at Craig, and suddenly the moment seemed a little funny. The first chuckle we knew would normally have come from that empty chair. Slowly, we started to titter and crack up, collapsing finally into full-blown fits of laughter. I realized that might seem strange, but we were so much better at this than we were at crying. The point was he would have liked it, and so we let ourselves laugh. Losing my dad exacerbated my sense that there was no time to sit around and ponder how my life should go. My father was just 55 when he died. Susan had been 26. The lesson there was simple: life is short and not to be wasted. If I died, I didn't want people remembering me for the stacks of legal briefs I'd written or the corporate trademarks I'd helped defend. I felt certain that I had something more to offer the world. It was time to make a move. Still unsure of where I hoped to land, I typed up letters of introduction and sent them to people all over the city of Chicago. I wrote to the heads of foundations, community-oriented nonprofits, and big universities in town, reaching out specifically to their legal departments, not because I wanted to do legal work, but because I figured they were more likely to respond to my resume. Thankfully, a number of people did respond, inviting me to have lunch or come in for a meeting, even if they had no job to offer. Over the course of the spring and summer of 1991, I put myself in front of anyone I thought might be able to give me advice. The point was less to find a new job than to widen my understanding of what was possible and how others had gone about it. I was realizing that the next phase of my journey would not simply unfold on its own. That my fancy academic degrees weren't going to automatically lead me to fulfilling work. Finding a career as opposed to a job wouldn't just come from perusing the contact pages of an alumni directory. It required deeper thought and effort. I would need to hustle and learn. And so, again and again, I laid out my professional dilemma for the people I met, quizzing them on what they did and whom they knew. I asked earnest questions about what kind of work might be available to a lawyer who didn't, in fact, want to practice law. One afternoon, I visited the office of a friendly, thoughtful man named Art Sussman, who was the in-house legal counsel for the University of Chicago. It turned out that my mother had once spent about a year working for him as a secretary, taking dictation and maintaining the legal department's files. This was back when I was a sophomore in high school, before she'd taken her job at the bank. Art was surprised to learn that I hadn't ever visited her at work, that I'd never actually set foot on the university's pristine Gothic campus before now, despite having grown up just a few miles away. If I was honest, there'd been no reason for me to visit the campus. My neighborhood school didn't run field trips there. If there were cultural events open to the community when I was a kid, my family hadn't known about them. We had no friends, no acquaintances, even who were students or alumni. The University of Chicago was an elite school, and to most everyone I knew growing up, elite meant not for us. Its gray stone buildings almost literally had their backs turned to the streets surrounding campus. Driving past, my dad used to roll his eyes at the flocks of students haplessly jaywalking across Ellis Avenue, wondering how it was that such smart people had never learned to properly cross a street. Like many South Siders, my family maintained what was an admittedly dim and limited view of the university, even if my mom had passed a year happily working there. When it came time for me and Craig to think about college, we didn't even consider applying to the University of Chicago. Princeton, for some strange reason, had struck us as more accessible. Hearing all this, Art was incredulous. "You've really never been here," he said. "Never. Nope, not once." There was an odd power in saying it out loud. I hadn't given the idea much thought before now, but it occurred to me that I'd have made a perfectly fine University of Chicago student if only the town gown divide hadn't been so vast, if I'd known about the school and the school had known about me. Thinking about this, I felt an internal prick, a small subterranean twinge of purpose. The combination of where I came from and what I'd made of myself gave me a certain, possibly meaningful perspective. Being black and from the South Side, I suddenly saw, helped me recognize problems that a man like Art Sussman didn't even realize existed. In several years, I'd get my chance to work for the university and reckon with some of these community relations problems directly. But right now, Art was just kindly offering to pass around my resume. "I think you should talk to Susan Schur," he told me then, unwittingly setting off what to this day feels like an inspired chain reaction. Susan was about 15 years older than I was. She'd been a partner at a big law firm but had ultimately bailed out of the corporate world, just as I was hoping to do, though she was still practicing law with the Chicago city government. Susan had slate-gray eyes, the kind of fair skin that belongs on a Victorian queen, and a laugh that often ended with a mischievous snort. She was gently confident and highly accomplished and would become a lifelong friend. "I'd hire you right now," she told me when we finally met, "but you just finished telling me how you don't want to be a lawyer." Instead, Susan proposed what now seems like another faded introduction, steering me and my resume toward a new colleague of hers at City Hall, another ship-jumping corporate lawyer with a yen for public service, this one a fellow daughter of the South Side and someone who would end up altering my course in life, not once but repeatedly. "The person you really need to meet," Susan said, "is Valerie Jarrett." Valerie Jarrett was the newly appointed deputy chief of staff to the mayor of Chicago and had deep connections across the city's African American community. Like Susan, she'd been smart enough to land herself a job in a blue-chip firm after law school and had then been self-aware enough to realize that she wanted out. She'd moved to City Hall largely because she was inspired by Harold Washington, who'd been elected mayor in 1983 when I was away at college and was the first African American to hold the office. Washington was a voluble politician with an exuberant spirit. My parents loved him for how he could pepper an otherwise folksy speech with Shakespeare quotes and for the famous mouth-stuffing vigor with which he ate fried chicken at community events on the South Side. Most important, he had a distaste for the entrenched democratic machinery that had long governed Chicago, awarding lucrative city contracts to political donors and generally keeping blacks in service to the party, but rarely allowing them to advance into official elected roles. Building his campaign around reforming the city's political system and better tending to its neglected neighborhoods, Washington won the election by a hair. His style was brassy and his temperament was bold. He was able to eviscerate opponents with his eloquence and intellect. He was a black, brainy superhero. He clashed regularly and fearlessly with the mostly white old guard members of the city council and was viewed as something of a walking legend, especially among the city's black citizens, who saw his leadership as kindling a larger spirit of progressivism. His vision had been an early inspiration for Barack, who arrived in Chicago to work as an organizer in 1985. Valerie, too, was drawn by Washington. She was 30 years old when she joined Washington's staff in 1987 at the start of his second term. She was also the mother of a young daughter and soon to be divorced, which made it a deeply inconvenient time to take the sort of pay cut one does when leaving a swishy law firm and landing in city government. And within months of her starting the job, tragedy struck. Harold Washington abruptly had a heart attack and died at his desk 30 minutes after holding a press conference about low-income housing. In the aftermath, a black alderman was appointed by the city council to take Washington's place, but his tenure was relatively short. In a move many African Americans saw as a swift and demoralizing return to the old white ways of Chicago politics, voters went on to elect Richard M. Daley, the son of a previous mayor, Richard J. Daley, who was broadly considered the godfather of Chicago's famous cronyism. Though she had reservations about the new administration, Valerie had decided to stay on at City Hall, moving out of the legal department and directly into Mayor Daley's office. She was glad to be there, as much for the contrast as anything. She described to me how her transition from corporate law into government felt like a relief, an energizing leap out of the super-groomed unreality of high-class law being practiced on the top floors of skyscrapers and into the real world, the very real world. Chicago's City Hall and County building is a flat-roofed, 11-story gray granite monolith that occupies an entire block between Clark and LaSalle north of the Loop. Compared with the soaring office towers surrounding it, it's squatty but not without grandeur, featuring tall Corinthian columns out front and giant, echoing lobbies made primarily of marble. The county runs its business out of the east-facing half of the building. The city uses the western half, which houses the mayor and city council members as well as the city clerk. City Hall, as I learned on the sweltering summer day I showed up to meet Valerie for a job interview, was both alarmingly and upliftingly packed with people. There were couples getting married and people registering cars. There were people lodging complaints about potholes, their landlords, their sewer lines, and everything else they felt the city could improve. There were babies in strollers and old ladies in wheelchairs. There were journalists and lobbyists and also homeless people just looking to get out of the heat, out on the sidewalk in front of the building. A knot of activists waved signs and shouted chants, though I can't remember what it was they were angry about. What I do know is that I was simultaneously taken aback and completely enthralled by the clunky, controlled chaos of the place. City Hall belonged to the people. It had a noisy, gritty immediacy that I never felt at Sidley. Valerie had reserved 20 minutes on her schedule to talk to me that day, but our conversation ended up stretching for an hour and a half. A thin, light-skinned African-American woman dressed in a beautifully tailored suit, she was soft-spoken and strikingly serene, with a steady brown-eyed gaze and an impressive grasp of how the city functioned. She enjoyed her job but didn't try to gloss over the bureaucratic headaches of government work. Something about her caused me instantly to relax. Years later, Valerie would tell me that to her surprise, I'd managed to reverse the standard interview process on her that day, that I'd given her some basic, helpful information about myself, but otherwise I'd grilled her, wanting to understand every last feeling she had about the work she did and how responsive the mayor was to his employees. I was testing the suitability of the work for me as much as she was testing the suitability of me for the work. Looking back on it, I'm sure I was only capitalizing on what felt like a rare opportunity to speak with a woman whose background mirrored mine, but who was a few years ahead of me in her career trajectory. Valerie was calm, bold, and wise in ways that few people I'd met before were. She was someone to learn from, to stick close to. I saw this right away. Before I left, she offered me a job, inviting me to join her staff as an assistant to Mayor Daley, beginning as soon as I was ready. I would no longer be practicing law. My salary would be $60,000, about half of what I was currently making at Sidley and Austin. She told me I should take some time and think about whether I was truly prepared to make this sort of change. It was my leap to consider, my leap to make. I had never been one to hold City Hall in high regard. Having grown up Black and on the South Side, I had little faith in politics. Politics had traditionally been used against Black folks as a means to keep us isolated and excluded, leaving us undereducated, unemployed, and underpaid. I had grandparents who'd lived through the horror of Jim Crow laws and the humiliation of housing discrimination and basically mistrusted authority of any sort. Southside, as you may recall, thought that even the dentist was out to get him. My father, who was a city employee most of his life, had essentially been conscripted into service as a Democratic precinct captain in order to even be considered for promotions at his job. He relished the social aspect of his precinct duties, but had always been put off by City Hall cronyism. And yet I was suddenly considering a City Hall job. I'd winced at the pay cut, but on some visceral level I was just intrigued. I was feeling another twinge. A quiet nudge toward what might be a whole different future from the one I'd planned for. I was almost ready to leap, but for one thing, it wasn't just about me anymore. When Valerie called me a few days later to follow up, I told her I was still thinking the offer over. I then asked a final and probably strange question. Could I please, I said, also introduce you to my fiancé? I suppose I should back up here, rewinding us through the heavy heat of that summer, through the disorienting haze of those long months after my father died. Barack had flown back to Chicago to be with me for as long as he could around my dad's funeral before returning to finish at Harvard. After graduation in late May, he packed up his things, sold his banana yellow Datsun, and flew back to Chicago, delivering himself to 7436 South Euclid Avenue and into my arms. I loved him. I felt loved by him. We'd made it almost 2 years as a long-distance couple, and now finally we could be a short-distance couple. It meant that we once again had weekend hours to linger in bed, to read the newspaper and go out for brunch and share every thought we had. We could have Monday night dinners and Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday night dinners too. We could shop for groceries and fold laundry in front of the TV. On the many evenings when I still got weepy over the loss of my dad, Barack was now there to curl himself around me and kiss the top of my head. Barack was relieved to be done with law school, eager to get out of the abstract realm of academia and into work that felt more engaging and real. He'd also sold his idea for a nonfiction book about race and identity to a New York publisher, which for someone who worshipped books as he did felt like an enormous and humbling boon. He'd been given an advance and had about a year to complete the manuscript. Barack had, as he always seemed to, plenty of options. His reputation, the gushing reports by his law school professors, the New York Times story about his selection as president of the Law Review seemed to bring a flood of opportunity. The University of Chicago offered him an unpaid fellowship that came with a small office for the year, the idea being that he'd write his book there and maybe eventually sign on to teach as an adjunct professor at the law school. My colleagues at Sidley and Austin, still hoping Barack would come work full-time at the firm, provided him with a desk to use during the 8 or so weeks leading up to his bar exam in July. He was now also considering taking a job at Davis, Minor, Barnhill, and Galland, a small public interest firm that did civil rights and fair housing work and whose attorneys had been aligned closely with Harold Washington, which was a huge draw for Barack. There's something innately bolstering about a person who sees his opportunities as endless, who doesn't waste time or energy questioning whether they will ever dry up. Barack had worked hard and dutifully for everything he was now being given, but he wasn't notching achievements or measuring his progress against that of others, as so many people I knew did, as I sometimes did myself. He seemed, at times, beautifully oblivious to the giant rat race of life and all the material things a 30-something lawyer was supposed to be going after, from a car that wasn't embarrassing to a house with a yard in the suburbs or a swank condo in the Loop. I'd observed this quality in him before, but now that we were living together and I was considering making the first real swerve of my life, I came to value it even more. In a nutshell, Barack believed and trusted when others did not. He had a simple, buoying faith that if you stuck to your principles, things would work out. I'd had so many careful, sensible conversations at this point with so many people about how to extract myself from a career in which, by all outward measures, I was flourishing. Again and again, I'd read the caution and concern on so many faces when I spoke of having loans to pay off, of not yet having managed to buy a house. I couldn't help but think about how my father had kept his aims deliberately modest, avoiding every risk in order to give us constancy at home. I still walked around with my mother's advice ringing in my ear: make the money first and worry about your happiness later. Compounding my anxiety was the one deep longing that far outmatched any material wish. I knew I wanted to have children sooner rather than later, and how would that work if I abruptly started over in a brand new field? Barack, when he showed up back in Chicago, became a kind of soothing antidote. He absorbed my worries, listened as I ticked off every financial obligation I had, and affirmed that he, too, was excited to have children. He acknowledged that there was no way we could predict how exactly we'd manage things, given that neither of us wanted to be locked into the comfortable predictability of a lawyer's life. But the bottom line was that we were far from poor and our future was promising, maybe even more promising for the fact that it couldn't easily be planned. His was the lone voice telling me to just go for it, to erase the worries and go toward whatever I thought would make me happy. It was okay to make my leap into the unknown because, and this would count as startling news to most every member of the Shields/Robinson family, going back all the way to Dandy and Southside, the unknown wasn't going to kill me. "Don't worry," Barack was saying, "you can do this, we'll figure it out." Our word now about the bar exam, it's a necessary chore, a rite of passage for any just-hatched lawyer wishing to practice. And though the content and structure of the test itself vary somewhat from state to state, the experience of taking it, a 2-day, 12-hour exam meant to prove your knowledge of everything from contract law to arcane rules about secured transactions, is pretty much universally recognized as hellish. Just as Barack was intending to, I had sat for the Illinois bar exam 3 years earlier, the summer after finishing up at Harvard. Submitting myself beforehand to what was supposed to be a self-disciplined 2 months of logging hours as a first-year associate at Sidley, while also taking a bar review class and pushing myself through a dauntingly fat book of practice tests. This was the same summer that Craig was getting married to Janice in her hometown of Denver. Janice had asked me to be a bridesmaid, and for a whole set of reasons, not the least of which being that I'd just spent 7 years grinding nonstop at Princeton and Harvard. I hurled myself early and eagerly into the role. I oohed and awed at wedding dresses and helped plan the bachelorette activities. There was nothing I wouldn't do to help make the anointed day merrier. I was far more excited about the prospect of my brother taking his wedding vows, in other words, than I was about reviewing what constituted a tort. This was in the old days, back when test results arrived via the post office. That fall, with both the bar exam and the wedding behind me, I called my father from work one day and asked if he'd check to see if the mail had come in. It had. I asked if there was an envelope in there for me. There was. Was it a letter from the Illinois State Bar Association? Why, yes, that's what it said on the envelope. I next asked if he'd open it for me, which is when I heard some rustling and then a long, damning pause on the other end of the line. I had failed. I had never in my entire life failed a test, unless you want to count the moment in kindergarten when I stood up in class and couldn't read the word white off the manila card held by my teacher. But I'd blown it with the bar. I was ashamed, sure that I'd let down every person who'd ever taught, encouraged, or employed me. I wasn't used to blundering. If anything, I generally overdid things, especially when it came to preparing for a big moment or test, but this one I'd let slip by. I think now that it was a byproduct of the disinterest I'd felt all through law school, burned out as I was on being a student and bored by subjects that struck me as esoteric and far removed from real life. I wanted to be around people and not books, which is why the best part of law school for me had been volunteering at the school's legal aid bureau, where I could help someone get a Social Security check or stand up to an out-of-line landlord. But still, I didn't like to fail. The sting of it would stay with me for months, even as plenty of my colleagues at Sidley confessed that they too hadn't passed the bar exam the first time. Later that fall, I buckled down and studied for a do-over test, going on to pass it handily. In the end, aside from issues of pride, my screw-up would make no difference at all. Several years later, though, the memory was causing me to regard Barack with extra curiosity. He was attending bar review classes and carrying around his own bar review books, and yet didn't seem to be cracking them as often as I thought maybe he should, as I would anyway, knowing what I knew now. But I wasn't going to nag him or even offer myself as an example of what could go wrong. We were built so differently, he and I. For one thing, Barack's head was an overpacked suitcase of information, a mainframe from which he could seemingly pull disparate bits of data at will. I called him the fact guy for how he seemed to have a statistic to match every little twist in a conversation. His memory seemed not quite but almost photographic. The truth was, I wasn't worried about whether he'd pass the bar, and somewhat annoyingly, neither was he. So we celebrated early on the very same day he finished the exam, July 31, 1991, booking ourselves a table at a downtown restaurant called Gordon. It was one of our favorite places, a special occasion kind of joint, with soft Art Deco lighting and crisp white tablecloths and things like caviar and artichoke fritters on the menu. It was the height of summer and we were happy. At Gordon, Barack and I always ordered every course. We had martinis and appetizers. We picked a nice wine to go with our entrees. We talked idly, contentedly, maybe a little sappily. As we were reaching the end of the meal, Barack smiled at me and raised the subject of marriage. He reached for my hand and said that as much as he loved me with his whole being, he still didn't really see the point. Instantly, I felt the blood rise in my cheeks. It was like pushing a button in me, the kind of big blinking red button you might find in some sort of nuclear facility surrounded by warning signs and evacuation maps. Really, we were going to do this now. In fact, we'd had the hypothetical marriage discussion plenty of times already, and nothing much ever changed. I was a traditionalist and Barack was not. It seemed clear that neither one of us could be swayed. But still, this didn't stop us two lawyers, after all, from taking up the topic with hot gusto. Surrounded by men in sport coats and women in nice dresses enjoying their fancy meals, I did what I could to keep my voice calm. If we're committed, I said as evenly as I could muster, why wouldn't we formalize that commitment? What part of your dignity would be sacrificed by that? From here, we traversed all the familiar loops of the old argument. Did marriage matter? Why did it matter? What was wrong with him? What was wrong with me? What kind of future did we have if we couldn't sort this out? We weren't fighting, but we were quarreling and doing it attorney style. We punched and counterpunched, dissected and cross-examined, though it was clearly I who was more inflamed. It was I who was doing most of the talking. Eventually, our waiter came around holding a dessert plate covered by a silver lid. He slid it in front of me and lifted the cover. I was almost too miffed to even look down, but when I did, I saw a dark velvet box where the chocolate cake was supposed to be. Inside, it was a diamond ring. Barack looked at me playfully. He'd baited me. It had all been a ruse. It took me a second to dismantle my anger and slide into joyful shock. He'd riled me up because this was the very last time he would invoke his inane marriage argument ever again. As long as we both should live. The case was closed. He dropped to one knee then and with an emotional hitch in his voice asked sincerely if I'd please do him the honor of marrying him. Later, I'd learned that he'd already gone to both my mother and my brother to ask for their approval ahead of time. When I said yes, it seemed that every person in the whole restaurant started to clap. For a full minute or two, I stared dumbfounded at the ring on my finger. I looked at Barack to confirm that this was all real. He was smiling. He'd completely surprised me in a way we'd both won. Well, he said lightly, that should shut you up. Said yes to Barack, and shortly after that I said yes to Valerie Jarrett, accepting her offer to come work at City Hall. Before committing, I made a point of following through on my request to introduce Barack and Valerie, scheduling a dinner during which the three of us could talk. I did this for a couple of reasons. For one, I liked Valerie. I was impressed by her, and whether or not I ended up taking the job, I was excited to get to know her better. I knew that Barack would be impressed too. More important, though, I wanted him to hear Valerie's story. Like Barack, she'd spent part of her childhood in a different country, in her case, Iran, where her father had been a doctor at a hospital, and returned to the United States for her schooling, giving her the same kind of clear-eyed perspective I saw in Barack. Barack had concerns about my working at City Hall. Like Valerie, he'd been inspired by the leadership of Harold Washington when he was mayor, but felt decidedly less affinity for the old-school establishment represented by Richard M. Daley. It was the community organizer in him, even while Washington was in office. He'd had to battle relentlessly and sometimes fruitlessly with the city in order to get even the smallest bit of support for grassroots projects. Though he'd been nothing but encouraging about my job prospects, I think he was quietly worried I might end up disillusioned or disempowered working under Daley. Valerie was the right person to address any concerns. She'd rearranged her entire life in order to work for Washington and then lost him almost immediately. The void that followed Washington's death offered a kind of cautionary tale for the future, one I'd eventually find myself trying to explain to people across America. In Chicago, we'd made the mistake of putting all our hopes for reform on the shoulders of one person without building the political apparatus to support his vision. Voters, especially liberal and black voters, viewed Washington as a kind of golden savior, a symbol, the man who could change everything. He'd carried the load admirably, inspiring people like Barack and Valerie to move out of the private sector and into community work and public service. But when Harold Washington died, most of the energy he'd generated did too. Valerie's decision to stay on with the mayor's office had required some thought, but she explained to us why she felt it was the right choice. She described feeling supported by Daley and knowing that she was being useful to the city. Her loyalty, she said, had been to Harold Washington's principles more than to the man himself. Inspiration on its own was shallow. You had to back it up with hard work. This idea resonated with both me and Barack, and inside that one dinner I felt as if something had been cemented. Valerie Jarrett was now a part of our lives. Without our ever discussing it, it seemed almost as if the three of us had somehow agreed to carry one another a good long way. There was one last thing to do. Now that we were engaged, now that I'd taken a new job and Barack had made a commitment to Davis, Minor, Barnhill, and Galland, the public interest law firm that had been courting him. We took a vacation, or maybe more accurately, we went on a sort of pilgrimage. We flew out of Chicago on a Wednesday in late August, had a long wait in the airport in Frankfurt, Germany, and then flew another 8 hours to arrive in Nairobi just before dawn. Stepping outside in the Kenyan moonlight and into what felt like a different world altogether. I had been to Jamaica and the Bahamas and to Europe a few times, but this was my first time being this far from home. I felt Nairobi's foreignness, or really, my own foreignness in relation to it, immediately, even in the first strains of morning. It's a sensation I've come to love as I've traveled more, the way a new place signals itself instantly and without pretense. The air has a different weight from what you're used to. It carries smells you can't quite identify, a faint whiff of wood smoke or diesel fuel, maybe, or the sweetness of something blooming in the trees. The same sun comes up, but looking slightly different from what you know. Barack's half-sister Alma met us at the airport, greeting us both warmly. The two of them had met only a handful of times, beginning 6 years earlier when Alma had visited Chicago. But they had a close bond. Alma is a year older than Barack. Her mother, Grace Kezia, had been pregnant with Alma when Barack Obama Sr. left Nairobi to study in Hawaii in 1959. They also had a son, Abongo, who was a toddler at the time. After he returned to Kenya in the mid-1960s, Barack Sr. and Kezia went on to have 2 more children together. Alma had ebony skin and brilliant white teeth and spoke with a strong British accent. Her smile was enormous and comforting. Arriving in Kenya, I was so tired from the travel I could barely make conversation, but riding into the city in the backseat of Alma's rattletrap Volkswagen Bug, I took note of how the quickness of her smile was just like Barack's, how the curve of her head also resembled his. Alma also clearly had inherited the family brains. She'd been raised in Kenya and returned there often, but she'd gone to college in Germany and was still living there, studying for a PhD. She was fluent in English, German, Swahili, and her family's local language called Luo. Like us, she was just here for a visit. Alma had arranged for me and Barack to stay in a friend's empty apartment. A Spartan 1-bedroom in a nondescript cinder-block building that had been painted bright pink. For the first couple of days, we were so zonked by jet lag it felt as if we were moving at half speed. Or maybe it was just the pace of Nairobi, which ran on an entirely different logic than Chicago did, its roads and British-style roundabouts clogged by a mix of pedestrians, bikers, cars, and mad-at-us. The tottering, informal jitney-like buses that could be seen everywhere. Painted brightly with murals and tributes to God, their roofs piled high with strapped-on luggage, so crowded that passengers sometimes just rode along, clinging precariously to the exterior. I was in Africa now. It was heady, draining, and wholly new to me. Alma's sky blue VW was so old that it often needed to be pushed in order to get the engine into gear. I'd ill-advisedly bought new white sneakers to wear on the trip, and within a day. After all the pushing we did, they'd turned reddish-brown, stained with the cinnamon-hued dust of Nairobi. Barack was more at home in Nairobi than I was, having been there once before. I moved with the awkwardness of a tourist, aware that we were outsiders, even with our black skin. People sometimes stared at us on the street. I hadn't been expecting to fit right in, obviously. But I think I arrived there naively believing I'd feel some visceral connection to the continent I'd grown up thinking of as a sort of mythic motherland, as if going there would bestow on me some feeling of completeness. But Africa, of course, owed us nothing. It's a curious thing to realize the in-betweenness one feels being African American in Africa. It gave me a hard-to-explain feeling of sadness, a sense of being unrooted in both lands. Days later, I was still feeling dislocated, and we were both nursing sore throats. Barack and I got into a fight about what exactly I can't remember. For every bit of awe we felt in Kenya, we were also tired, which led to quibbling, which led finally, for whatever reason, to rage. I'm so angry at Barack, I wrote in my journal. I don't think we have anything in common. My thoughts trailed off there, as a measure of my frustration. I drew a long, emphatic gash across the rest of the page. Like any newish couple, we were learning how to fight. We didn't fight often, and when we did, it was typically over petty things, a string of pent-up aggravations that surfaced usually when one or both of us got overly fatigued or stressed. But we did fight, and for better or worse, I tend to yell when I'm angry. When something sets me off, the feeling can be intensely physical. A kind of fireball running up my spine and exploding with such force that I sometimes later don't remember what I said in the moment. Barack, meanwhile, tends to remain cool and rational, his words coming in an eloquent and therefore irritating cascade. It's taken us time, years, to understand that this is just how each of us is built. That we are each the sum total of our respective genetic codes, as well as everything installed in us by our parents and their parents before them. Over time, we have figured out how to express and overcome our irritations and occasional rage. When we fight now, it's far less dramatic, often more efficient, and always with our love for each other, no matter how strained, still in sight. We woke the next morning in Nairobi to blue skies and fresh energy. Less zonked by the jet lag and feeling like our happy, regular selves. We met Alma at a downtown train station, and the three of us boarded a passenger train with slatted windows to head west out of the city and toward the Obama family's ancestral home. Sitting by a window in a cabin packed with Kenyans, some of whom were traveling with live chickens in baskets, others with hefty pieces of furniture they'd bought in the city, I was again struck by how strange my girl from Chicago, lawyer at a desk life had suddenly become. How this man sitting next to me had shown up at my office one day with his weird name and quixotic smile and brilliantly appended everything. I sat glued to the window as the sprawling community of Kibra, the largest urban slum in Africa, streamed past, showing us its low-slung shanties with corrugated tin roofs, its muddy roads and open sewers, and a kind of poverty I'd never seen before nor could hardly have imagined. We were on the train for several hours. Barack finally opened a book, but I continued to stare transfixed out the window as the Nairobi slums gave way to jewel-green countryside and the train rattled north to the town of Kisumu, where Alma, Barack, and I disembarked into the broiling equatorial heat and took a last, jackhammering ride on a matatu through the maize fields to their grandmother's village of Kajilo. I will always remember the deep red clay of the earth in that part of Kenya, so rich it looked almost primordial, how its dust caked the dark skin and hair of the children who shouted greetings to us from the side of the road. I remember being sweaty and thirsty as we walked the last bit of the way to Barack's grandmother's compound, to the well-kept concrete home where she'd lived for years, farming an adjacent vegetable patch and tending several cows. Granny Sarah. They called her. She was a short, wide-built lady with wise eyes and a crinkling smile. She spoke no English, only Luo, and expressed delight that we'd come all this way to see her. Next to her, I felt very tall. She studied me with an extra bemused curiosity, as if trying to place where I came from and how precisely I'd landed on her doorstep. One of her first questions for me was, "Which one of your parents is white?" I laughed and explained, with Alma's help, that I was black through and through, basically as black as we come in America. Granny Sarah found this funny. She seemed to find everything funny, teasing Barack for not being able to speak her language. I was bowled over by her easy joy. As evening fell, she butchered us a chicken and made us a stew, which she served with a cornmeal mush called ugali. All the while, neighbors and relatives popped in to say hello to the younger Obamas and to congratulate us on our engagement. I gobbled the food gratefully as the sun dropped and night settled over the village, which had no electricity, leaving a bright spray of stars overhead. That I was in this place seemed like a little miracle. I was sharing a rudimentary bedroom with Barack, listening to the stereo sound of crickets in the cornfields all around us. The rustle of animals we couldn't see. I remember feeling awed by the scope of land and sky around me, and at the same time snug and protected inside that tiny home. I had a new job, a fiancé, and an expanded family, an approving Kenyan granny even. It was true. I'd been flung out of my world, and for the moment it was all good. Barack and I got married on a sunny October Saturday in 1992, the two of us standing before more than 300 of our friends and family at Trinity United Church of Christ on the South Side. It was a big wedding, and big was how it needed to be. If we were having the wedding in Chicago, there was no trimming the guest list. My roots went too deep. I had not just cousins, but also cousins of cousins, and those cousins of cousins had kids, none of whom I'd ever leave out, and all of whom made the day more meaningful and merry. My father's younger siblings were there. My mother's family turned out in its entirety. I had old school friends and neighbors who came, people from Princeton, people from Whitney Young. Mrs. Smith, the wife of my high school assistant principal who still lived down the street from us on Euclid Avenue, helped organize the wedding, while our across-the-street neighbors Mr. and Mrs. Thompson and their jazz band played later that day at our reception. Santita Jackson, ebullient in a black dress with a plunging neckline, was my maid of honor. I'd invited old colleagues from Sidley and new colleagues from City Hall. The law partners from Barack's firm were there, as were his old organizer friends. Barack's rowdy Hawaiian high school guy posse mingled happily with a handful of his Kenyan relatives who wore brightly colored East African hats. Sadly, we'd lost Gramps, Barack's grandfather, the previous winter to cancer, but his mother and grandmother had made the trip to Chicago, as had Alma and Maya, half-sisters from different continents, united in their affection for Barack. It was the first time our two families had met, and the feeling was joyful. We were surrounded by love, the eclectic, multicultural Obama kind, and the anchoring Robinson